All right. Good morning, everybody. We are back for day three here at the MGI International Scrabble Classics 2026. Will and Josh with you again here on the WESPA channel and our respective Twitches. And Josh, we are past the halfway point here in the tournament. It has been so fun commentating the games with you. I can't wait for 15 more games from these amazing players.
Yes, indeed. And if you're on Twitch, this is the last day you have to be watching on that platform. Tomorrow will be solely on the WESPA Scrabble YouTube channel. So 15 more games to go. We have a banger to start things off, Will. Who are we going to watch?
Yeah, let's take a look at this little matchup screen to showcase it. The standings are not updated actually with the previous round's results. Harshan is actually at 13-5 now after dropping his previous game. His spread is still absolutely huge at, as I update it here, plus 1508. That's what he's looking at here. But Lukman Owolabi, our esteemed incoming WESPA president, was making a charge up the standings to get onto the top board. I think he's lost a couple of games, but this is where he's got to make his stand here at 10-8. He is not out of it if he goes on a big run. So if we cut to the board, I believe our players are standing by. They should be able to play at any time. Let them know that, and it should be a great one. Lukeman juggling organizing duties and playing at the highest level against players like Harsh and Joss. Not an easy juggling act.
Yeah, but he does it so often. He's so good at this, managing so many things at once. So would be no surprise if he's able to take down the champ himself. And he's going first, so he's got that advantage for him. See what Lukeman can do against Harshan. And their head to head record actually tells a different story than you might think, right, Will?
Yeah, head to head between these two in their careers, actually in Lukeman's favor, 7-6, which is got to be very rare. Not that many people with a sample size that large. I mean, 13, you could still say we need more games to establish, but 13 is also a lot of games. I highly doubt that many people have a winning record against Harshan in that many games. Let's see if Lukeman can continue that success going first in the game. Not the best draw, but some hope for him.
Yeah, this is a very interesting opening rack. So the duplicate eyes and the U, we hate to see those together, but the H and the B allowing for some potential scores. And there is one 6-letter word that Lukeman can play here that I probably would assume is the best play, and he's already spotted it.
Nice.
Hubris. Love to see some common English coming down very quickly. 30 points, definitely worth playing the S will.
Yeah, the reasonable play that you could make that doesn't burn the S would just be Hui. That scores 12 points. You're getting an additional 18 points for this. And I also don't think the BRIS leave is so good that it really is worth prioritizing for such a huge score gap. So nice work, Lukeman, on that opening play. And let's just make sure that we're going to get his score updated here. Also, he played vertically. Another one, Josh. It's like permeating the community. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time, Will, I think. But loving seeing these vertical openings. It definitely shows a lot of class. So over to Harshan with AFIINRT. Had he been going first, we would have seen a vertical opening, probably faint or something like that. But now with Hubris, it's actually a pretty defensive placement. And just fib for 16 makes a lot of sense here. Keeping the very nice train leave. There's no E, but in terms of leaves without an E, train is quite good. But look at this. Banisher coming down instantaneously, Will.
Yep. Only available bingo here. Lukeman thrilled to see that S remain open as it really simplifies his choice by quite a lot. But Harshan has great chances to bingo back here. He just needs to draw something remotely balanced to his train leave, as you were referring to. Now there's an open E on the board that should combine beautifully with that leave. Want to call out too, Harshan really wanted an E. Speaking of open E's, had he gotten one, he would have been the one to strike first with Faintier with that opening rack. Instead, it's Lukeman striking first.
All right, so an A and a Y. So at first glance, that doesn't look fantastic as a redraw duplicated A and a Y, which is not really a great bingo tile. So I don't see anything, Will. Do you see a bingo for Harshan?
Well, once again, the S. We're getting a little lesson in how important the S and E are as floating tiles for 8-letter words because Harshan needing the E to play faintier and now needing the S to play sanitary, and both did not materialize or were blocked for him. And meanwhile, Lukeman with a great draw of that first blank. He's definitely going to be feeling like he should have a bingo somewhere here. It's trickier than it seems, but I think somewhere or other he should have one. But yeah, crazily enough, nice tiles for Harshan. The Y has many virtues as a tile, but not the best bingo tile. And here it does appear to have stopped him from having a playable bingo. That being said, still early days in the game, and he can dump that Y for good score.
Yeah, and I think just something like AY under the AN of Banisher or just ARY, ANY are good plays. So Harshan's going to try again with AY, keeping train again. And yeah, I guess if an A had been thrown out into space, Lukeman would have been able to respond with iodation. But at this point, is there a bonus through the R? I don't think so. I think Harshan still has a turn to recuperate from this.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that Lukeman has one playable bingo, and it is maybe
Oh,
not what you would expect. You would expect that R for sure is the most promising tile, not the R. Not sure I should spoil it yet. There we go. It's been mentioned on YouTube, but this is a really high level find. Lukeman's going to need to be locked in to spot this one.
wow. Yeah. So, of course, with a rack like DIINOO blank, you're maybe looking at TION, making the blank a T. But OID, OID, that's the number one, I guess, suffix that you could maybe think of since you have those three letters and you have the duplicated O and I. So if you separate that OID in your mind and you start looking through the tiles on the board, perhaps you come up with hominoid, which the Womble Scrabble has found in the YouTube chat. And that is the only playable bingo here. So if Lukeman can find that,
Oh,
he's close. He's looking at Oid stuff.
he's
If he can
close.
find it, then he's going to be in a great position
Josh, it
because
goes further than that too, because Harshan has interwar as a double double through this R. And if he doesn't find hominoid, it seems really likely he'll play something like Dino, which will not block it. If he does find hominoid, he will block Harshan's bingo of the massive interwar and leave him with no place to potentially play a bingo afterwards, which would be an enormous swing in this game.
I can't see anything Harshan would have after Hominoid would just barely graze that double double and block interwar. That would be a huge swing. This is a ridiculous amount of swing for such an early position. So we know that if Lukeman finds Hominoid, he'll have a huge lead. Harshan will not have a double double. If he doesn't, he plays, like you say, Dino for 23. It'll be up to 121, but Harshan gonna get, oh my gosh, 94 points for interwar and will take the lead. So very important. Find this.
Yeah, this is one of the crazier inflection points we've seen where if you nail your extremely difficult find here, you could be cruising to victory, in many cases. And if you don't, you just give a huge entry point back to your opponent to get a massive score. Maybe you don't draw well after playing Dino and it sets you back another turn or two. This is a crazy swing, and it feels like Lukeman is close. He's got Oid. He has had that suffix on the rack for pretty much all the last couple minutes. And Josh, I'm sure something is tickling his senses that, God, I have to have something here.
Well, speaking of tickling, I mean, I wonder what Arshan is thinking. Lukeman's taken almost no time at all to play Hubris, no time at all to play Banisher. On the board like this, it feels like most racks, you either play something to a triple and you don't have to think too much, or you're looking for bingos. Like, what else could Lukeman be thinking about from Harshan's perspective for 5 minutes other than having a blank, looking for something? So Harshan's probably just waiting with bated breath to see what Lukeman can come up with here, either a bingo or nothing. And knowing that Harween and Interwar are his only bingos, one through the H of Hubris, one through the R of Banisher, it doesn't seem likely both will get blocked, but Harshan knows there's a chance, I think.
Yeah, and he's already had a play blocked, of course. So I feel like he could reasonably expect a lot of different plays on this board. Certainly, anything through the H would be his worst case scenario. He could also be hoping for just simple plays here. And look at how close Lukeman is. He's thinking about things like, Oniscoid probably, and I'm sure
I
there's
think Conioid maybe. I don't think that's good, but that
oh,
might be what he's thinking about.
has to be careful not to. I don't know where that would fit. So
That wouldn't
maybe,
fit, so he's
yeah.
fine.
So he doesn't have to worry about trying a phony necessarily here. But yeah, tough find. Just look at the gap as well. If we just put the results here of I mean, this is not a full simulation yet, but if we actually sim it, you can see it still likes his winning chances. I should put in Harshan's actual rack to see what happens to the winning chances, though. I'm curious as he continues to grind on this turn, Josh.
Yeah, there's a between Dino and Hominoid on my end, it's saying that there is a 64-point difference with the current situation. Obviously, Lukeman has no idea what Harshan has, but he knows Harshan's played two tiles and then two tiles, so he must be sitting on something at least half decent and wanting to block the R of Banisher, wanting to potentially block the double double underneath the AY that was potentially set up with NYE possibilities, NYM, AAL, AAS, AAH. Oh, well, there's no H's, but I mean, you get the point. There's a lot of worry here for someone who's ahead. And so it looks like Lukeman's considering iodine to the E of Banisher, which would actually also block Tarween and Interwar.
Hmm. Interesting. I am surprised at that play compared to just Dino, which feels a little more thematic to leave the board open, holding the blank, but it is definitely going to benefit him here. And it just gets some of that, clunky, not that appealing scoring tiles off of the rack. So iodine for 11 is the play. And let's
Wow.
see. That's a tough
It's just a
miss,
soul read.
but it works out. Yeah, it works out well. So over to Harshan now. His bingos get blocked. Gonna have to pivot and see. This is what I'm talking about, though. Even with the block, sometimes if you don't get your bingo, you draw this Q. The Q and the blank together is going to be a little bit tougher to deploy. So let's see what happens. This is still, even though Interwar and Tarwine both get blocked, this is still a unknown to Harshan, a blessing for him.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the play of Iodine, of course, blocks a lot of stuff from Lucan's perspective, but it doesn't do everything. There's still the lane here, there's still the lane here. It's really, really a blessing that this managed to totally stop Harshan in his tracks, who now has a really cool idea of just overlapping fully with Twiner, but that would block part of the board. Harshan's down 65 still, let's not forget. So that's not a sort of play you want to make if you're him. And how long would it take you to cool off from this this crazy 11-point play blocking both of your bingos, Will?
Yeah, that would be a surprise. I would be really thinking about why not Dino for extra 10 points here. What could he? I mean, I'm thinking, does he have two vowels? The length of time that he spent on that turn, does he have I blank or something like that? Does he have O blank? It is interesting to think that he gave up a lot of points to play that. So, I'm not sure if maybe that would sway me towards Twiner if I feel like, well, he trying to get me to open the board and then pounce. Or maybe I should try not to read too much into that play.
But this play of Weta seems very reasonable, and Wena making Ab. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Keeping the TIR for maybe TIER words. And yeah, this makes sense. This is a way to open the board. Lukeman just very quickly dropping the Q. He almost did a little bit of a boo-boo there. You do have to record your opponent's score before making your next move, but he was just ready. I mean, QI, most obvious play of all time. Yeah, you'll often see that come down within seconds. So
Yeah.
very good chances for both of these guys to draw a bonus. Lukeman, of course, more so than Harshan with that 6 tile leave and the blank, but we'll see what Harshan gets.
Yeah. The board also after iodine, that was, I mean, we touched on it a little bit, but it's an interesting play because um you're somewhat using up some of the future space that you were hoping for. Of course, now Harshan opening up some very, very nice tiles that should be hittable, but Lukeman's drawn maybe one too many vowels to have great plays. He has like aerogel on his rack, but the board does not really look like it's there's an easy spot for it. So I'm not even sure. It could be another rough turn for him trying to somehow fit a bingo on this board.
Yeah, it is sort of rough. I mean, you still have a lot of space to play bingo, so I'm sure at some point it'll happen. Lukeman still ahead around 60 points, though, so that's got to feel good. Harshan with the J and the U draw. Do you play Ouija here, Will, from the O and Iodine, just to open even more stuff up? This is a crazy situation where there are bingo spots, but by playing Ouija, the bingo spots are really, really dangerous. You could see Ouija come down, and that second S coming down with Ouija's for a nice 50 points without a bingo for Lukeman. So it's kind of worrisome. I'm not liking these options for Harshan.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, that's a play where if you really expect that is your opponent's rack fully random? Is your opponent's rack, no reason for concern? Then Ouija setting up a big S hook that you don't have could be worthwhile if you feel like there's roughly as good of a chance, maybe not quite as good, but close to as good of a chance that you may benefit from that S hook as your opponent. But I feel like a really long think on iodine, 5 minutes of think or making a play and then an insta play of the cue is scaring me a little bit. I'm not sure if that's warranted, but I think I'm not playing Ouija here just because something is off. My alarm bells are ringing. And in fact, Harshan is going to take a much more defensive tack of just playing Ahi, which looks very solid to me, Josh.
I feel like this is just a not a blunder, but why wouldn't Harshawn play JAI and if? Is he really trying to play defense because of the last play of QI? Is he sort of honing into Lukeman's range of tiles by blocking that E that is really Harshawn's best lane? I feel like you have to play Jai and just hope that Lukeman missed at this score. I don't know. I feel like that's a mistake.
Interesting. I kinda liked it more, but maybe I'm, a little more fearful of the last 2 turn sequence by Lukeman. Just something feels off about it to me, and I feel like I may be behind in my quest to get the next bingo of the game down. So, I can appreciate his logic, but I also appreciate the logic of, "Let's leave that E open," which is gonna combine so nicely with my ORTU leave. Course, we've been mentioning the E, such a nice tile to play 8-letter words. So yeah, do you block it? Do you leave it open for yourself? I appreciate that it's tough to suss out an 100% clear answer here. Maybe the right answer was to leave it open.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I would love to get Harshawn's thoughts there because I don't even know if he considered JAI. It is one fewer point. That is something about it, but I just feel like at this deficit, you just have to hope Lukeman's rack was decent, but that he missed. I feel like ROUT on this board, you need an S, you need an E, you need so much to go your way to come back down 32. It's really interesting. Um, yeah, I would classify Aji as a mistake.
This is
Or
such a night.
Harshawn had great logic. And this is, yeah, what were you gonna say about Lukeman's rack? This is
It's
crazy.
it's just a nightmare scenario for him in the sense of these blank racks where on the first go round there was one bingo to find, and it was a high degree of difficulty one. And now you feel like there's got to be something, and again there isn't. And just look at Lukeman's time, right? This is what I mean by the nightmare scenario of the blank is it is the single most time consuming tile in certain cases to have. And you're seeing Lukeman is a fast player. So this says a lot that he's down to 14 minutes this early into the game. That's a huge chunk of his clock, Josh.
Yeah, and he plays GOE, which is I think a really strong play. You might just see it as okay, I'm playing off the letters I don't want, but the L, oh,
Up,
he's taking it back.
picked it up.
But this is such a good play because it blocks banishers. You don't have an S. It keeps the LE for down here. I guess there's something to be said about being a little bit more defensive. But what happens if you play GOLE and then suddenly a bingo comes down here? It's an even game, and you might not have a response with your blank rack. So, uh, I like the I like the energy of GOE. The GOLE might be a little bit safer.
Yeah, really interesting. The idea of keeping that L, improving his chances so much with the all hook. That's a great point. This is a really good recognition by Lukeman that with that LE combination, he is so likely to hit double doubles with so many draws. That's actually a very sneakily excellent play, as you suggest.
I feel like there's so much metagame and inference going on in this game, with the two tile plays of Harshawn followed by Iodine, a crazy block. And then the QI play, Harshawn blocking the E of Wena, and Lukeman saying, well, if you're blocking the E of Wena, I guess you should have an S for Banishers. So I'm going to block the S of Banishers. Napron coming down. This makes perfect sense for Harshawn opening the board, blowing it open with a deficit. The UT leave sucks, but I think this is what you have to do after a play like GOE when you don't have a hook for AA, don't have a hook for NY, don't have an E to play through. So, yeah, very interesting stuff from a metagame level.
And Lukeman drawing into that LE combination, but he can also make his blank an H, an S, other hooks to and he's got something huge here if he's able to. He's putting LE in front because that is the most. Those are the two, actual letters that he has that fit in this important spot right here. But if he makes the blank an S, he will have C lift, a word he definitely knows and would probably already have on the board if that blank was a real S for 96. Wow, that is a huge one for him to find.
And that's why you keep hooks. I mean, it's such a good play with a blank C lift, no, not opening anything. But that was, I think, what Lukeman was thinking. There's a good chance that after GOE, I get to play a double double, and this double double. I mean, it's so good. It opens nothing. The board just gets so much more condensed after this play. So if he finds C lift, he's going to be in a great position, up 100 points. Nate Braun, the only thing saving Harshawn from or just being totally dead on him.
Yeah, timely opening there, but what a nice, you know, play to score so well and open nothing back. That being said, if Lukeman is really fixated on LE, he may be playing something like Flea Pit if he sees it here. Yeah, it makes a spot where an S would score okay, but it's not devastating for your opponent to have an S because it limits the damage to a 4 or a 5 letter word or something shorter. So
Or with an E, right?
what?
Is flea bite? Oh,
So
flea pit.
pit, yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
yeah, right,
no,
right.
there's no flea bit.
Correct. Yeah, just flee.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, that's 80 points, not bad, but of course the 96 would be tough to leave on the table here. Luke, been thinking about metaphile. Does that actually why does he have that? Oh, data file? Does that fit? No, I'm not sure what he's looking at.
Yeah, sometimes Lukeman's thought process is very obscured. Not only over the board, but as as the chair of WESPA, he's usually got something good in mind. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. He hasn't found C lift, otherwise he would have played it by now. And it is kind of weird. Consider that you have to really think about sevens on this rack and fetials. You could think of that, but you have to think about the anagram. And like you said, making the blank and S makes it a whole lot more difficult. But
Yeah, a real S and it's on there already. I'm sure that's what I'm believing. But look at that clock. I'm really amazed by that. It's taken a perfect storm of tough positions to make that happen.
yeah, and the thing is, the pressure is so strong right now. Lukeman knows he has many bingos available. He wants to find the best one, especially given that his clock is low. If he only scores 80 points here, Arshan comes back with a bingo. He's only up 20 or so. And yeah, it's going to be a tough position ahead in many cases with only 9 minutes left and more than half the game to play. So unfortunate. Looks like he's going to be playing Fellatio instead of Sea Lift, which is it's a nice find 2-0, but this is a huge miss for Luke Lobby.
Yeah. A lot of points left on the table, and now you're, opening some stuff in the top there, potentially good plays to the triple, which did not previously exist. Admittedly, you are blocking the R, O, and N of Napron, so there is a benefit there where every so often, if Harshan has a bingo in those spots, maybe you're happy that you played this instead of C lift for many more points, but that's not the case here. And in the general case, bit of a mistake. He'd be the first to tell you that, but he still takes a nice big lead. Let's see what he can draw. If he draws something good, he could take command of this game regardless.
Oh, that Y is so good for FY, excuse me. Luke was gonna have 40 plus point plays if that F stays open. Harshan already looking at Leku, which is a nice play under the AA and NY. But now at this score, maybe Harshan wants to leave that open.
Yeah, it's interesting because he can also play Lucan there, but is Leku potentially a little bit better to not score quite as well, but keep a little bit better of a nucleus of bingo tiles together. And more importantly, if you just look at Lucan on the board here, looks a little bit tougher to me to slot a bingo underneath. And with Harshan down by so much, might be nice to just play Leku instead in this spot because all you need is a tile that underlaps the U, be in an early position of the word, little bit easier, and he would have two such tiles on his rack in the N and T. So some benefits to that. Seems like a good play. That being said, Lucan scoring 4 additional points also looks tempting.
I just want to correct you. It's Lukeman, not Lucan.
That's my mistake.
Yeah, Harshawn, 2 letters off of his opponent's name. The other option here to leave things open is to play Tofu, which is a thematic play because it blocks a scoring spot when you're behind, and it keeps the bingo spot open that Lukeman might not be able to use, but it keeps the K, which is not a great bingo tile. So I'm liking Leku here. I think thematically makes a lot of sense, and that's what's coming down.
Yep. Could be a decision that Harshan is very grateful for. If he draws into something on the bottom row, that area could be just a lifeline for him to actually be able to play a bingo. He probably knows that in most cases, Lukeman is quite likely to play in this upper corner, if only because it's going to get him the most points available. And in fact, there you go. Yay on the board. And that's a fantastic play for Lukeman. I feel like under normal circumstances, Josh, I would be saying that Harshan is a little low on the clock for this point in the game, but by comparison, it's not even a question.
Yeah, there's still a blank out. There's still almost half the game to play. Lukeman down to under 8 minutes, and he had some time to think on Harshan's turn, but it feels like he did not conclude what he was going to play on the top right, which is a little bit surprising. It feels like an obvious thing to look for at first when your opponent is thinking, but there are just a bunch of very close options. Waft is great because it keeps the Y to score with, and it's a nice 42 points. Offie, if you want to part with the Y as well, YEA, keeping the W, like you mentioned. So I think this is a great play, but it's a little bit vowel heavy, and that's maybe a little bit of a concern, though not that many vowels left in comparison to consonants from Lucan's perspective. So I think this is a great option.
Yeah, looks good. I'm probably playing yay there just because I like the balance of my leave a little bit better and I don't immediately see a great spot for the Y. Yeah, I guess there's the ego hook. Oh my god, that draw.
Okay.
Well, why would he keep this Y? Well, I was about to say this is like a marginal hook, but now it means everything because he could
He's
play
found it.
Sedowary and you go.
He's found it. Oh my
Unbelievable.
goodness.
Crazy. So that is a huge, huge draw for Lukeman there. Maybe this is just exactly what he envisioned for that Y. That would have been a little ambitious for my taste, but it's definitely worked out for him to keep that Y and draw into a bingo ending in it.
And this position for Harshan might not look that bad at first glance, but it's actually horrendous, Will. He's down 100 points. He's drawn an X, a U, and 2 Rs. What do you do here? It's
His
so bad.
options are just brutally awful. It's crazy. If you try to come up with, just look at the sim results here. It thinks that literally his highest scoring X plays score 22 or 23 points if you play Ox here. That's the most that he could get for the X. That is a brutal situation. And this play of XU, which the engine favors, looks so terrible, Josh. This just can't feel good to make. But Harshan is clearly thinking about it, which says a lot that he's come to that conclusion so quickly. And you know what? Is that possible that this would be an incredibly timely block for him here as well?
Yes, it would be. So the only thing in Harshan's favor here is the clock. There's really nothing good about this position other than the fact that Lukeman has only 7.5 minutes to try and trudge through the rest of the game. Down 100 points, his letters suck. There's a blank out. Maybe you could draw that. There's three S's. There's some E's. The E is the most important thing for Harshan. And this blocks Zedawari somehow. I mean, it's not great because Lukeman can still easily score 40 and keep the blank, but yeah, Zedawari would have been probably a cold shower to end the game on the spot.
So Harshan's saving himself. He's going to need something absolutely beautiful from the bag. And I don't even know, frankly, what that would be. Looks like a draw of OD. Again, not that many draws. We're going to save him there. Lukeman thinking about just playing Za, likely parallel to the X. Normally, you would consider playing your O over your A, but that is too risky. If you play Zo in this spot, not only are you giving up the A hook, but also the D with 3 unseen. So Za would be definitely justified from a defensive standpoint.
Yeah, and if Lukeman plays Za, are we gonna see Trues as a response for Harshan? Just so awful looking, opening that triple for almost nothing. This is so bad. And yeah, Za blocking, I think Harshan would have played maybe Rod or Trod there, making Ox and Duh. So just another brutal play. Just so easy.
Yeah,
Harshan down over 100 now.
agreed with Trues looking like a solid choice. That's just been a rough draw. Lukeman has I mean, the board is still not that easy to get bingos down, but Lupin doesn't really need one at this point. If he happens to draw one, that's great. If not, he's still up by a ton and he should be able to cruise to victory here. So either the board opens up and he's likely to get a bingo, or it stays closed and he wins with ease. As you say, the only advantage, and even that is starting to dwindle a bit, is the clock, and it doesn't matter if you finish with 10 minutes and your opponent finishes with one. You gotta score more points. That's the key.
And we see Trues coming down. Harshan was just about ready to play Dort, which would have been also a good play underneath the EKU of Leku. And yeah, I guess Lukeman doesn't have great options to that triple. So there's still a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Harshan. I don't think Overdie is going down. I don't see an 8-letter word
He
for
needs
Luke.
to draw Wanderer, baby. Come on. Let's see it.
Why would you
Oh, there's
just
only
yeah,
one R.
nice job, Will. You just did it again.
Well, it wasn't possible anyway because there's only one R
Oh my
unseen.
god, dude, look at this.
Yeah, this is
Ah.
brutal draw for Harshan. In a way, it's reassuring, in the sense that Harshan has put up unbelievably consistent results in the biggest events in the UK and the world for several years now. And he's shown why that is. Every time we watch him at an extended duration on the stream, he's playing so accurately, so tuned into these tiny nuances between plays. But even he is going to run into games like this from time to time where he draws CDGMNRS.
Wow. Yeah, that is not what the doctor wanted.
Literally.
Wow. Okay, well, Lukeman has to move. That's the only thing. There's still 33 tiles unseen. He seems to be moving at a snail's pace even now. Verdoy's, yeah, he's seeing stuff. Those things don't play. You gotta just work with the board here. I think anything up top makes sense, like Dover or Roved making Vax. Um,
Sure.
so here we go. Gonna have 4 minutes left to make at least 4 more moves, or under 4 minutes if he's just gonna sit there.
Yeah. Dover seems like a great oh, is he gonna
Don't
play
play Dovey.
Dovey?
Don't play that.
No, he's trolling.
No, he was thinking about it, and that's what he was hesitating about.
Yeah. Dovey with the Y, EY, not a valid variation, but there are very similar words that are valid. So I think he gave fleeting thought to that. But now, what the heck? Is this an exchange rack? Is this I need points, so I have to play somewhere? If you play, you're almost because you have no vowels, you're going to be blocking parts of the board that you need to stay open if you're harsh on. So we could be looking at an exchange here almost by default.
Yeah, yeah. I think you exchange. I guess you could play Grr and keep CMNDS. Does that even hit things? I think, yeah. I think if if you're harsh on, you just exchange and hope for 2 or 3 bingos in a row at this point.
Yeah, just brutal, brutal. Not a great draw for Lukeman, but again, this is a great time for him to not have the best tiles when you're up by over 100, holding the second blank, and have even if the tiles aren't going to help him bingo, they are going to help him grab some decent scores in a variety of places. He's continued to have decent scoring tiles throughout this, so he is definitely in the driver's seat here. If you're exchanging, are you just? I think you would be want is there any argument to be made to keep the M, Josh, as it is such a useful tile for this particular lane?
Yeah, maybe. I think that's a great idea actually. To keep the M. Maybe keep MNS, MRS. Really funny. Like both, I think both players have only drawn consonants. Okay, the last vowel that was drawn was that O for Harshan, but other than that, Lukeman drew 2 consonants after Za, I think. I guess he just drew an I and an E. Okay, never mind. But it just, for some reason, the vowel consonant ratio seems to have not budged on the vowel side for like the last 3 turns. And now suddenly there's almost as many vowels as consonants for Harshan. So he's keeping RS. I think, yeah, I think maybe he needs to hope for the P. Maybe drawing the P for up is the right idea, or drawing a bingo from the W. So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's
And
probably you could go either way with those exchanges. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, I just wanted to add the fact that Lukeman's so low on time, exchanging is even better because it delays the game. It basically creates more time spent on moves. So okay, okay, that looks like is there anything there? Will DEEORSS?
I'm looking, I don't see anything immediately. I feel like it's tantalizingly close to a bunch of things, but it's
Yeah,
possible
no
that
endorses.
yeah, it's possible Harshan has drawn way better, but has missed out on actually having a playable bingo. But even if that's true, getting a little bit closer is definitely a win for him. It may be a little bit too late to actually win the game, but better than nothing. Lukeman with Vogie lined up. Not sure if he's just getting set to play that right here in a way that doesn't open anything new. Okay, he's gonna play Yogi instead. Close
Wants to
plays.
keep the V for defense, I guess.
Sure, that could be. Still gonna run that's a solid scoring play, and it's gonna run his score up even further. Look at that. 140 plus point lead, and there's just not enough tiles. If Harshan had a bingo right now, maybe he's got a sliver of a chance. But I think given that he won't have one now and Lukeman will get a chance to continue to deplete tiles, I think that may do it here for this one. But let's see. I never count
If
Harshan out.
if you're trying to win the game, maybe you do play endorses and you put down the E a bit late and just hope that Lukeman misses IE.
IE time pressure, IE gambit.
It's, I mean, you're so desperate. I don't know. That's not how Harshan's accumulated 1,500 spread by playing phony twos on purpose, but I don't know. Do you just play the S off with jabs and say, I'm very sad here. And
Yeah.
Hearthstone's gonna look like it does look like you should have a bingo here, but turns out no.
Yeah,
Wow.
crazy. Jabs would just be if you're Lukeman, to see Harshan play jabs here would definitely be a brain breaking play that you don't have that much time to process what to do about that. Like Lukeman has Vum set up on the rack. Maybe he's thinking about playing that just on top of the W of Wena in this area. Harsha going to play ES and Iodines, which is comparable to a lot of these other plays. Lukeman quickly responding with Vum.
Did he write down the score?
I don't know.
He has to, unless the bag is empty. Um, yeah, this is the thing when you're low on time, you start to do things. um, I think he did. So.
So let's
Let's see what
see.
Harshan draws.
All
Okay,
right.
he gets the M back, so he's gonna be able to bingo now. Good.
A bingo coming down here, and there are enough tiles in the bag to maybe give Harshan some hope here. But of course, Lukeman been sitting on that second blank for quite a while, so you can't. From Harshan's POV, he could get it. We know that he can't. But this will cut the gap quite a bit. 83 points is nothing to sneeze at. He's going to be back in range. And again, this time, could the time start to,
Yeah,
that blank too, Josh, if you don't have a bingo, it can sometimes be a little bit annoying in situations like this. It feels like you don't want to burn it for nothing. But if you're not playing it, it restricts your options a little.
yeah, and Harshan could easily draw a bingo here with the unseen tiles the way they are. Something with ums. So I wonder if Lucan's going to try to block ums, which you can't really do. Like how would he do that? He could just play get, I guess. Just play. How do you? Yeah, get with Yum. I guess you could block this way. And let's see what Harshan gets. Gonna get that S? No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, if there was a chance, it's probably gone now. But then again, with 6 tiles in the bag, Harshan's gonna get one more turn after get. Lukeman might go over time. There's something possible. Lukeman's gonna make sure he's not emptying the bag with this play, because if he empties the bag and Harshan gets a bingo, it's over.
Yeah, Get, I'm sure he's gonna play with Ume just to make this, much tougher. Oh, he's gonna
Oh, he's just oh, that's a great idea. Oh,
block
this is fantastic.
yeah,
Yeah.
block everything. Burn that blank, block everything, leave 1 tile in the bag. Nice idea.
Yeah. Like it.
Really tough for Harshan to still win after this in the general case, and in the specific case here, it's hard to imagine him having a tile that he can fish that will even give him a 7-letter word, let alone one that will play.
Yeah. And even if I mean, he could try and hope that Lukeman hasn't tracked and whatever, but Lukeman's drawn into Gestalt. That almost fits. Oh my god, that almost fits under Miss Doer will.
Wow, only OL preventing Gestalt from playing all the way across right here. That would be unreal. Um, what a bad beat that would be. But oh, look at this. So um Harshan considering playing Point.
Mhm.
If a T is in the bag, that does give back Sajeedal. So he maybe that works out better for him, but I think arguably you wouldn't want to do that in favor of just something maybe down from the C that you can confirm doesn't give any eights. think otherwise you're basically never getting bingoed on here unless you make that spot for the S hook. In fact, it's a moot point. Lukeman will not bingo if poined is the play, and that would be the case 6 out of 8 times.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine. It's the only way to score more than 21 or 24. So and there's chances of drawing out plays that Lukeman might not have time to properly see and block. But yeah, you are losing to Sagital, which is very unfortunate. Oh, sideways blank alert.
Oh yes, we had one. Cross that
Let's
off your
go.
bingo card. Um, so yeah.
I
Um,
wonder I wonder if either player is going to go overtime here.
yeah, that would be amazing clock management by Lukeman to have been so low on time the entire game and still squeak it through under the wire. That's how you use your 25 minutes, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, Lukeman, I feel, did not play this game very well, time wise, and also he missed a few very key plays. But um, he is such a good player, so even despite all of that, he knows how to sort of win the game, like sort of close things out. And the play of sights is a very good, classy way of just saying, "All right, I'm leaving one tile in the back. I'm going up 80 points here. You're dead."
Yeah,
Um,
that was a good that was
hmm.
great instincts by him. And that is the way, right? Like when you have a lot of time on your clock or when you're playing 25-minute Scrabble, you can do a little bit more actual calculation and iteration of, well, what would happen if this happened? What would happen if that happened? And when your time gets low or when you're playing blitz, you just have to lean on your instincts. So the players with really good instincts um, tend to shine in those situations, which I always thought I was not one of those players, but I did surprisingly well in the Blitz tournament a few years back. So my instincts aren't as bad as I thought, but Lupins are very good. Certainly Harshans are good, but he's also using up every last second here.
Yeah, and Harshan does like to do this no matter what. Each turn is a separate puzzle, whether you're gonna lose or not. But with 35 seconds, I mean, what? Yeah, he's starting to to panic a little bit. So Enolic is the choice, which is pretty cool. That doesn't give back Sagital and will threaten some outplays. So 23 seconds for Harshan, 15 seconds for Lukeman. Let's see if he's been lulled into a sense of oh, wow. Gosh. Of course. Of course they reset the clock.
Why did they do that?
Because they're challenging he's challenging Enolic.
Oh man. All right. Well, I don't even know how to fix that issue with the clocks, which now Luke's gonna he's just
He had
gonna
he
play
had
fast.
9
Like,
seconds.
yeah,
He had 9 seconds.
maybe he'll take a courtesy
Okay,
10-point penalty.
he should take a 10-point penalty after this, yeah.
Um, and Harshan should be able to go out here as penned, however you say it, through the E of misdoers.
And Harshan had 23 seconds or
Yeah,
so.
he's not gonna go over with this. So, in any case, it's academic. It's purely academic. Of do we assess 10 points to Lukeman or not? Harshan doesn't seem bothered by it. 4 time penalties. We see 424 to 320, 346. Big win for the WESPA Prez. Lukeman Owalabi reigns behind WESPA now. Um, Tough game for Harshan for sure. Really a trollish game with a lot of good plays getting blocked in devastating fashion for him.
Yeah, huge win. Definitely can't understate how important this win was for Lukeman, who was trailing by 3 games from the top of the standings. So he's gonna go up to 11-8 Arshan down to 13-6. So many games left to play. Lukeman could definitely still make a run for it, but any other losses at this point in the tournament would make things very, very tough for him. So, yeah, we'll see if he's willing to talk to us. And
it was a slow game, so if we're
crazy
trying to
game,
get the
yeah.
tournament rolling in a timely fashion, it may need to be a quick chat because I know the players, they're wanting to start their next game on the hour. So, it's very possible that Lukeman will need to hustle to his next game. But of course, if we can talk to him, we would love to do that. Next game, I believe we've decided is going to be the young phenom Sam Crispin, who is holding strong. If I'll just put up the standings here, 17 years of age, he's rapidly approaching 17 wins in the tournament, which that's pretty impressive to have more wins than your age in a tournament of this stature, but we're going to see him go up against the 2024 champion of this event, Ed Martin, who is steadily working his way up the standings. He is currently in 10th place at 11-7 with his round 19 results still pending. So very exciting. I've really enjoyed watching Ed play. He really, has a lot of strategic depth to his play. Of course, Sam is one of my favorite players to watch already.
Yeah. Have you ever had more wins than your age, Will, in a tournament? How many wins did you have at Alchemist?
Well, I was probably already in my late 30s by that time. So I had 27 wins at that tournament, but I was much older. I
Mm.
started playing Scrabble at age 25. So I had a pretty tournament Scrabble anyway. But I've had a pretty limited amount of time to play tournaments big enough to have that number of wins. So let me just confirm that we have the time.
Um, well, I mean, it's Lukeman's tournament. If he wants to delay it to talk to us, right?
That's true. Yeah, he can do as he pleases for sure.
Yeah, we can have a very brief turnaround, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got the headset on. Let's hear from our boss,
Hello.
Mr. Lukeman Owalabi. Lukeman, it's Will and Josh here in the booth. Can you hear us okay?
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Well, you about gave
Perfect.
us a heart attack with the clock there, but you definitely had a great performance here against the defending champion. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I don't think I played well, particularly, but after my first two, when I played the iodine, I was thinking maybe I missed something. Yeah, but when I didn't see anything, I had to just, play iodine in a way that kind of conditions the board, taking out all the floats and just, keep my blank. So that was what I did there. I'm not sure if I missed anything there, but I definitely didn't see anything. But when I played Fellatio, I don't know if I could have played to the end, but I decided to play. I saw other moves with Fortia, but I purposely played the Fellatio just to kind of block, take out the N and uh, the R. So I was thinking I just needed to start managing the board at that time. So when I picked the second blank, I knew it was gonna be tough for him. Unfortunately, he blocked my Z bingo, but yeah, I'm happy that I finally you know won that game in the end.
Yeah, it's so crazy how like Hubris and Banisher came down within a minute. UI came down within like 5 seconds, but some of your turns were just so tough and looking for bingos, looking for a bunch of stuff. And it ended up, did you end up taking that time penalty in the end?
Yeah.
Uh,
10. I took
okay.
10. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah, well, you have now improved your record against Harshawn to 8-6 lifetime. So one of the only people in the world who has his number a little bit. So
Oh,
congrats on that.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. I didn't know that. I think I think he has beaten me the last couple of times, but this one definitely feels good.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
needed to slow him down. I had a terrible start, by the way. I went 0-4 at the start of the tournament. I couldn't believe what was happening to
Wow.
me. But you know, I'm in there now, so I'm just gonna try and keep it up.
Yeah,
Very cool. Very cool.
you've been storming back. We noticed that you were not among the top and now steadily working your way over the 32 game main event. As is often the case, the cream does eventually rise to the top. But yeah, that was a very tense game to watch, even though you were in firm command from the mid game. But a great win for you. We know that. I'm not sure if you're needing to get to your next game or if you want to hang out with us for
Did I
another
miss?
minute.
Did I miss anything with the iodine?
So you had one and only one available bingo on iodine, and it was hominoid off of the H of hubris. That was the only playable bingo in that position.
Oh yeah, oh
Tough
yeah.
one.
I was thinking I actually played humanoid this tournament, but it kind of flashed, but I wasn't gonna play it because I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that's a tough
Mm,
one, but it worked
mm.
out as your play did still block some of the bingos that Harshan had in that position. And then on, if we're, reviewing that stuff on the fellatio turn, could have played as a double double, where you probably were keeping that L. By the way, the play of GOE was a brilliant one by you to keep LE to try to hit that double double.
Mhm.
Fantastic play by you. But actually, you needed to burn the blank as an S and play C lift in that same spot.
I didn't think of the anagram. I didn't think of the anagram. I mean, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I
So
didn't think of that.
yeah, we were saying
Yeah.
that if you had a real S, that play would have been on the board in 2 seconds, but because it was a blank, it escaped your notice there. But really, a lot of other really high level plays by you in the game, and you came away with the win.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. I gotta go.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you, Lukeman. Thanks for
Yeah,
chatting.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Lukeman.
So, all right. So, there we go. There's Lukeman in true competitor fashion, Josh. He wanted to know what he missed, so we let him know. But otherwise, definitely some great plays by him there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, lovely, lovely. Okay. Yeah, so a little bit insight into how Lucan was thinking, very defensively minded, which is great to see that sort of strategy at play. It's great to see it work out, even despite a few misfires. So all right, Ed Martin versus Sam Crispin. I'm looking forward to this. Like you said, Ed Martin won the 2024 version of this tournament. That's the version I played in. I don't think I played Ed, unfortunately, but yeah, he's a fun player to watch, and we'll see if he can continue to try and stay very close to the top here and compete for another title. And yeah, we don't know. Tomorrow we'll know whether or not we'll have a repeat winner of this tournament. But so many games still yet to play. Also, we're gonna have a special guest tomorrow. Will don't want to spoil too much, but we might have a third commentator for y'all. So Sam going first in this game, probably just about ready to play. There was a tea break, I think, right after this round, so players still a little bit slow to get set up, which is good. I want some tea as well. Cheers.
Yeah. So, all right, there we go. We got somebody, one of the two players coming here. We think that's probably, oh, that might be just Rick Kennedy checking in on the
That's
stream.
Sam.
Oh, is it Sam? Okay. Um, So I think he's going first, so he's on the other side there, but we'll get that sorted. But I'm just getting the scores reset here, and there we go. Okay, so we should be good to go. Those tea breaks are, yeah, deceptively brief, as I'm sure the players are going to be headed back in shortly, trying to get the game started roughly on the hour. So we're right about at that time. I gave Ed the Sweden flag. That's where he's listed in the WESPA database right now. I believe he is originally from the UK, but living in Sweden and comes
That's right.
back to the UK to compete seemingly in this tournament. He's made a habit of it, as a lot of people have. And Josh, you mentioned that you've played in this one a couple years ago. I was mentioning either yesterday or day one that I've sort of resolved that it's a tournament that I really want to play next year in next year's iteration. I've been behind the boards here on the stream, but I'm really excited to play in it. What would you say about it as somebody that's actually attended?
Yeah, it's just great. The location is so cool. Milton Keynes is a really, really cool city. It was built pretty recently as like a smart city, so you're not going to see pretty much anything like it. I would say in your travels, unless you go to very specific places. Basically, the way that the city is laid out is there's a bunch of commercial areas that are pedestrianized. There are just like parking lots separate from that. The bikeways and pedways are separate from the streets, so you never have to interact with car traffic if you're walking around. So it's a great city to walk around in. It's very calm, very nicely laid out in terms of a city, and the location. The hotel is very nice. There's a nice bar. I know, Will, you don't necessarily partake in that sort of thing, but nice place to play anagrams or play some after hours Scrabble. It's a really nice hotel, really great venue, super well run tournament. Yeah, let's not forget that this is a team effort. So many people behind the scenes just making sure this runs smoothly. So many games. The food scene is great. There's a nice, I think I think there's a is it oh my gosh, I think there's a Nigerian restaurant, Jamaican restaurant, uh, lots of Indian and Pakistani restaurants, really good stuff there. They're talking. Rick Kennedy yesterday was talking about a Turkish restaurant, I think Mediterranean place that we went to 2 years ago. That was super good. So yeah, really no calls with the city at all. I loved it. It was so awesome. That's my very brief monologue about this
On,
tournament. I hope I
on.
can make it next year too.
Yeah, we got to ask Rick how it was over there at the Turkish place. But here we go. Got our players, no delay. It's going to be Sam Crispin. Look at that, 15-4. Super impressive start by him. If we just quickly show the standings as we get the game underway in the bottom, you can see that loss dropping Harshan to 13-6. So it looks like he's lost both of his games to start the day. Still that huge spread tiebreaker in his favor, but the 15s are Peter Andronowski, Lewis Mackay, and Sam Crispin, who opens the game with Fiorin. Like a really nice option for him here.
Yeah, this is definitely what I would do. No need to play short here. Something like Fino might come to mind, but yeah, take those 10 extra points. Actually, take those 12 extra points for Fiora and just keep the lone A. This is perfect. Like we said, do not put vowels next to double letter scores. This does everything right. Great start, Sam, and he only takes 36 seconds. So checking off every box for the opening. Sam Crispin over to Ed Martin, AEEFLMO, which is pretty nice and balanced. I don't see a bonus for him though, Will.
Yeah, maybe there were one or two tiles that actually do that. I know the S would have given him something, but of course, if you're seeing your opponent play an S, that's usually bad news. So it's hard to know whether to actually hope for an S there or not. I guess you slightly would hope for like a 40-point S burning play might be the best outcome. If you're Ed, then you get to play Lee some as it happens, he should be able to overlap Fiorin and keep a leave that at least gives him a solid chance of bingoing on his next turn. Feels like you're looking to play your F, your O, and your E here. If there was a compelling reason to play longer, you could definitely also do so. You could play foam here if you wanted to play alongside the left side of Fiorin. So there are a few options that are all worth consideration.
Yeah, so foam here, bow here. Nothing is great. Definitely realize in this position eventually that you are at a slight disadvantage at the very least. You don't have any prime tiles. The M is nice, the E is nice. You play foe, AELM is a pretty balanced leave, but only 17 points. Foam a little bit more, a little bit higher scoring. We might see something like a mole as a full overlap, just to sort of make things a little bit tougher for Sam a lot of the time. But yeah, I think foe is just standard.
Yeah, not a big hit according to the engine. It does slightly prefer foam on the left side of VRN just for the extra points, and probably because AELM isn't so good of a bingo leave that you would want to sacrifice too many points to preserve it. But this is definitely a reasonable play to make if you're Ed. Let's see if he connects on a bingo here. Meanwhile, Sam is sitting on the J. Would be hard to imagine him not figuring out some way or another to use that tile.
So yeah, he was going to play jab if nothing changed. He had that lined up, but no longer plays unless you think JOO is a word. Some people kind of think that, I think.
Eric.
But I think there's just one play here. Scores 34 points.
Yeah, the sad thing is that Ed has plate men available to this end, so you would love to see an overlap right here, but it doesn't seem like there is one anymore that uses the J. So if we see Benj, we're likely to see Ed bingo in response, and then we're off to the races with a very, very open board. Or are we going to see Bajan or Bayan, however you would say that, in this spot right here? That would be a hilarious play to make.
Yeah, I mean, you could play that word here in a little bit of a safer positioning, potentially not opening the triple, but opening a double double, opening an S lane. I feel like neither of those plays is really agreeable. So I think playing just Benj, if Sam sees this, keeping the RAE combination is just or RAA combination is worth it. I mean, the two A's is kind of ugly, but I don't know. That's what I would do, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the AA combo is not ideal, but you're scoring so many extra points that it becomes more attractive just for the points, and you're willing to suffer that hit in leave value. And I guess if he's going to play that word, he'd probably play it here. It looks a little safer than playing it here, exposing easier triples. Maybe is the double double lane something you want to avoid after Ed's play of foe? Maybe, but in a vacuum, I think you would rather avoid opening easy triples. But this is actually a deceptively tricky decision if you don't see Benj and just say to yourself, man, that's a lot of extra points.
Yeah, and I also want to call you out a little bit, Will. Why would Plateman be sad exactly? You seem to be very, very biased towards our young Sam
Is that what I
Crispin
said?
here.
Well,
Yeah,
I
so
well,
Plateman would be kind of sad. I was like, what do you mean sad? We love
I
bingos.
no, I meant it. So I'm not anti-Ed. I really enjoyed watching him play 2 years ago. I felt like it would be sad because Sam wants to overlap in this spot so badly. So from his perspective, the fact that he cannot do so with a play that uses the J feels sad because this is where your eye is drawn of like, man, I would love to play in that spot. I can't play there. And of course I get hit with the bingo to the N in the spot where I wanted to play but cannot. That was the sort of tragic element to it. But yeah, in fact, I will be thrilled if that happens for the future of the game Because if Sam plays something here, Ed bingos, we all of a sudden have a wide open board with all kinds of stuff going on. That should be a lot of fun for us to commentate. So I'm not sad at all, in fact, about that outcome if it happens.
Okay, good. Things have been
World,
fixed in the
the
world.
world's healing.
World is healing.
Okay,
So Sam
good.
taking a long time here. Feels like his instincts are telling him he has something that he's missing. Nothing looks great, but he has not spotted the four-letter word. I really think he sees Benj, he plays it. That's what I think.
Yeah, if the tile movements that he's making are indicative of his thought process, we have not seen evidence of Benj yet. And I think it makes sense, right? In your mind here, it feels crazy that the best play would not use an A. I just feel like that would be I would be limiting my decision space to plays that use
Yeah.
an A. And if you do that, Benj is not going to come on your radar. So
Yes.
yeah, that's got to be part of it. Um, I just think 34 points, right? That's I saw BEN getting closer.
I think here's what I'll say here. What you just said is a great point. So the thing about playing Scrabble at a high level is you need to have some sort of pruning structure in your mind, some way of sort of dealing with the depth of information that you could potentially be looking for, a way to sort of just find plays quickly. And that's what top players are so good at. But sometimes, because of our mechanism, okay, I have to play an A here, of course. It'll stop you from finding the high scoring play of Benj keeping two A's, which is not usually what we want to do. However, I've been watching a lot of Nigel Richards as one does, and I feel like he's been keeping two A's a lot. So I feel like people should sort of hone in on that and realize two A's isn't that bad. But yeah, this is a matter of simply just not having the most sharpened pruning process. So J Nana is the
Oh,
play, which is, according to the engine, around a 13-point mistake. So could qualify as a blunder. This was really just a miss of the high-scoring Benj, but makes a lot of sense. It would block one plate men, but sadly, it doesn't block the other. That won't open nearly as much.
it's interesting too. Big point sacrifice for him there. He could have played it in a way that doubled the J for an additional 7 points. If you imagine slotting this word over a little bit, he could have played it here, which would have opened up. Let me get my whatever, you get it. He would have played it here, doubling the J, opening a triple in the process. This much more defensive in that aspect. But getting 7 more points and not floating the N, which in a vacuum you're not caring about, right? I don't want to insinuate that floating ends out in space is something that should be avoided. It's only in this particular case. We don't want to be too results oriented. But
Oh,
okay. So we took it for granted, but yeah, no plate men here for Ed. So he's not capitalized on that N reappearing for him here.
all right. So yeah, a couple of big mistakes by each player. It seems like Ed did not see the platemen play prior to Jay Nana. He never saw it, because if he had, he would have seen it still played to the end of Jay Nana. But it is a tough one.
Yeah, for sure. Clearly, if had he seen it, he would already have been thinking about it, of course, with that N of Fiorin open.
Whoa,
Ooh, nice.
this is
Ew.
interesting.
Hmm?
It was worth considering Dewey, but does this block Ed, or does he have something through the end still?
Yeah, it blocked, matured. It's a very defensive play with that AE not taking any hooks. Oh, he has undreamt through the N of Janana if he
Oh,
spots
and he
that one.
has Mudajar. Wow. Through the J as a double double, which is probably better than Undreamt. Wow, this is crazy. 68 points for Mudajar not opening that triple is actually probably slightly better than this.
And look at Sam's
Although,
rack. Sam is poised with that blank on his rack. It seems like there should be something good, but let's see what he
what
can come
is
up with.
there?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it offhand, but yeah, Mutajar. Let's just take a look at that for a second. We'll do it from Sam's POV, even though it's not his turn. So right now, this is his rack, and in fact, the engine suggesting no triple triples for him. That is not something that's going to be easy for him to conclude. Definitely expect him to use several minutes on this turn, going through the alphabet. Best play available for him is Sabatier for 86. No triple triples. But if we reverse to the previous turn, Undreamt, this scoring 71. Josh pointing out Budajar for 68, leaving a T, but not exposing a triple in the same way as Undreamt. I feel like if I saw this word, I would be playing it instantly. But it's possible that maybe given the context of some of Sam's previous plays, or if you just don't want to risk running into a triple triple, this might be the play.
Yeah, I mean, as the Sorcerer Supreme once said, this is a potential play hitherto undreamt of. Mutajar, 68 points somehow is possibly better than the only bingo in the position. That's another thing where you just are not looking for that. You're not. You're just looking for bingos. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. So quite the dynamic game so far. Not a flawless game, but still some great thinking by both players here, great playing. And it's going to be fascinating for me to see, for all of us to see, how long is Sam going to spend here? Because you can see the clock. He already had a big tank on his play of Janana, trying to work out what to do there. And once again, just as we saw in the previous game, that blank sapping time. It is the most time consuming tile to draw.
Well, I am so worried about Sam's clock already because it's not just that he has an open tee in sixth position in a triple triple with a rack like this. He's also on stream. That added pressure of like, I cannot miss a triple triple if I have one. He has to go through every single letter in the alphabet to make sure that he's not crazy, that he's not dreaming, that there's no triple triple available. I don't know how long Sam's going to take, and I would take probably at least 5 more minutes at this point. Hopefully he doesn't do that, but we might see a huge disparity between the clock times and Sam with only around 10 minutes to play more than 2/3 of the game. Crazy stuff. I can't believe, I mean, the B is such a terrible tile, Will. This is proof.
The one saving grace here is that I feel like with the blank in hand, looking through that T, when you go through the alphabet and iterate through the tiles, because of that B, if there are any bingos available with various letters, and there are a lot, right? There's N bingos with obtainer and things of that nature, abortive, sabatier, unplayable, borosite, things like this. You're probably gonna fireboat and by 4-8 don't play. All of these things, I think Sam is going to be able to just take one trip through the alphabet and realize that, man, there are a lot of words here, like a lot of the letters where I think there should be a bingo. I'm going to find them quickly and confirm that they aren't triple triples. I don't think this is one that you need to double check and triple check necessarily. But as you said, playing on the stream can change the calculus a little bit. I do feel like Sam is amazingly composed for such a young player. Maybe he's not that worried about oh, I'm on stream. He's just wanting to play well.
Yeah, we'll see. Down to 13 minutes. You're right. He's very composed, but a position like this, especially for a newer player in the top ranks who hasn't had the experience and necessarily studied the dictionary as far as some of the other players, feel like that's so much pressure. If I were in this position, I'd be like, can't miss a triple triple, can't miss a triple triple. And that would just totally dominate my thought process. But look at this Saboteur lined up. How long is Sam going to take before committing to this top bingo? Looks like he's ready with 12 and a half minutes. Very impressive stuff.
Great work. Yeah, this is great work by the youngster here. 86 points. This is his optimal play. He's got to cast out any kind of nagging doubts of, did I miss something here? The turn is over. Unbeknownst to him, he nailed it. This is the optimal play here for sure, just on the basis of scoring points. Forget about whether you missed anything and move on. In fact, he didn't.
Indeed. So over to Ed, who's down 32 points. Could have been worse. He realizes that Sam was just probably a tile away from tripling on him. And he's had all the time in the world to consider what he's going to do, probably thinking Sam is almost certainly going to play through the T. So I have to find a plan B. Most of Ed's top plays would have been using that T since it's such a huge spot. But now, how long will Ed take? He's got a big time advantage. Nothing really opened other than that S in Saboteur. He just has to make sure there's no bonus to that S. I feel like if he's seen the play of Lowly Go, that should come down relatively shortly, but it's already taken over a minute.
Yeah, this is a tricky word. Could be forgiven if that escaped anybody's notice. Other really fun word would be twigloo for 22, just getting all that clunk off the rack. I think a pretty normal play, if you don't see any of those things, would just be Joe here, right? Like this is a normal looking play to, you've got slightly more vowels than consonants. You can use two vowels. Of course, you don't love using your E here. But if you don't spot those other weird words, you've got a simple play that stacks up reasonably well against the others. And as you said, Josh, you definitely want to be cognizant of, if you play quickly here, you could start to force some errors down the stretch of the game.
That's right. But Ed taking some time here. I guess things are kind of uncertain here in terms of what do you do. Joe scores a little bit more than the other options. But we're seeing I guess thinking, all right, maybe I can draw one of those four remaining ends. Maybe Ed isn't of the mindset that the G sucks. And this is going to give Sam a very easy decision, which is fantastic for someone already pretty low on the clock. And a double G. Don't keep the G, folks.
Yeah, dangerous game to play. Keeping a G without the proper support of the I and the N, and ooh, another blank. So in a vacuum, that's a great thing. Is he going to have easy plays to find? I think with the rest of his tiles there, he is not going to necessarily have to spend that long finding bingos with that rack. I feel like he'll have something that he'll be able to play here if he can come up with something that doesn't pluralize. Play in that spot seems very solid for him. That second blank should not burn through as much time as the first. And it is a great, great tile for him to draw to solidify his advantage.
Indeed, and now Ed is actually in a far worse position than he was last turn. He made a little bit of a fishing play. Did score very well, 19 points. He could have scored a little bit more. And he kept some balanced tiles, but balanced tiles can only go so far if they don't score anything on this board, and no way to score for Ed Martin. IGG will play, I think, in this same spot, but Pig instead, keeping the G again. Pig scores 21. IGG Ig scores 24. I think another small mistake for Ed Martin, and he's going to need some help here.
Yeah, for sure. I think the leave of pelt just looks way better. If you exchange this G for a P, you have such a better chance of drawing into a bingo, hitting this S of Saboteur. And when you don't, you're going to have much more flexible scoring plays. The G just doesn't mesh as well with as many letters as the P. So, subtle mistake there. Not a huge one, but a big enough. I guess one of the things about this is if you draw right, maybe you can make plays that are setup plays in the future that open more space on the top. So there is some future value potentially to this play. Don't think that's enough to prioritize. And Sam, considering whichever word he can play, I guess he's probably going to try to play it here. The trick, Josh, is what can you play that doesn't take an S hook that you're sure of in that sense?
Yeah, that's the tough thing here. Is it tanging? Is it tanking? Tanning should take an S. Yeah, kind of.
I think tanging is probably what he wants. If he can be confident in that, I don't think it's
But how can you be
necessarily.
confident?
Yeah, I don't think that's an obvious one either. But if you were gonna tell me tanning, I feel like that one has a really good chance of taking an S just as like the thing we do to get sun. Certainly the thing I don't do. If we look at my complexion, we know that's not something I do, but I do know it takes an S. Tanking, I believe, also takes an S. Yep, in this lexicon. Tanging feels weird enough that it almost certainly doesn't, but we'll get word from our producer what this blank is. It matters a lot.
Indeed, we'll see what the blank has been designated as. Blank A. All right, so tanking. I don't think this takes an S, but you'd
It
never
does.
know.
It does. It does. It does, and now it's gonna be a big deal, right? Like,
Oh,
if Sam played this thinking it doesn't take an S, and Ed eventually, given the game situation, Ed has a huge incentive. If he draws an S bingo, he is gonna have to try it a lot of the time. So, oh, he's going to play gluteal to get rid of a lot of this clunk on the rack. Makes a lot of sense here to me. He's trying to draw into, maybe he's realizing the S's just got way more valuable and I got to try to draw one.
yeah, I mean, no plays here really for Ed that left that S of Saboteur open, which is a good lane for him. But man, uh, will he draw those S's? It's so crazy. Okay, there is one. There are 4 S's unseen here. So the thing is, oh my god,
Whoa.
XZ on the draw. So maybe just with the T, no, there's only one T left. You might see tankings be played without a bingo with similar letters. What Ed has, yeah, this is crazy stuff. It makes sense for Ed to take some time or to play quickly. I mean, in the position just to really put that time pressure on. We see 37 tiles left, but only 9 minutes for Sam, and suddenly the board is kind of weird. Really hard to find a decent play with a lot of racks.
Yeah, no question. It's going to be tough. The best scoring plays that Sam has are far from ironclad here. He can play Hales or Hoyles in this spot, both of which give back very hittable triples. Going to go ahead and play the much, much safer Hori. This also has an issue of leaving AEI. He is drawing into a consonant heavy pool. If he draws some vowels out of there, he could be slowing down for 1 or 2 turns here. And that gives Ed with all that power on the rack, although not that obvious where he's going to play for huge, huge scores here. No really simple places to bomb the X or the Z for 60 points. But he's looking at least in the 30s, for several turns here, maybe in the 40s.
All right, triplicated A's and 2 E's for Sam on the redraw. Ed considering playing XU. There's a couple of spots for that. Play it here. You play it here for 1 fewer point if you want to leave the G open for potential ING possibilities or setup possibilities even. I would probably sacrifice the 1 point, but then again, it gives back easy counterplay. Although it opens a lane, I think it's going to be pretty easy for Sam to just clap back there, but he's doing it anyway. However, with this rack, Sam can't do anything in that position. So very interesting stuff here. I wanted to mention tanking is such a good play for Sam because of the Saboteur position. He was definitely tanking, but look at this. Aya, no tankings anymore, Will,
Wow.
unfortunately, but that's a great play.
Yeah,
Regardless.
if he has any doubt of that hook, you can remove all of it with this. If tankings was not valid, this might be an unnecessary sacrifice over just Ava in this spot, which scores really, really well, 27 points. But if he has any doubt of the S hook being valid, and it is, this play really nicely defends that long term, and it is worth maybe a little bit of a sacrifice here with Sam clinging to a bingo sized lead.
Look at this. Sam still doesn't have. I mean, he's drawn an O. Okay, he does have a hook to UP, but it's so funny. I think in Ed's shoes, he's thinking, well, obviously Sam's going to have a good play there, so maybe he wants to go there, but he doesn't have any great options that use that spot. So, are we going to see something like levies here? Do you just
Levers.
blow the board open or levers? Yeah, levers even better. Setting up the Z.
I think so. I think that's what we see here just because Ed is still at that score differential. Now he's just had tankings blocked. That was going to be his pathway back, especially if he felt like, maybe Sam isn't thinking that this takes an S hook because he could have played other stuff. Maybe that doesn't pluralize. And with that taken away, I think getting a little bit of opening going here with some very, very good floaters to play bingos that are tough to close while also scoring points as well. It
But
go that direction.
over name, right? That's gonna come back to haunt Ed. Oh no. And
Quickly
Sam
spotted.
sees it immediately, even before writing down the score. Oh man, it just fits. But once that O comes down, oh, once the O comes down, very likely we could see an 80-point response with ZE here, except if you draw CCSSK.
Oh,
Oh,
brutal.
Jesus.
That is brutal. Because there's like one vowel in the batch. If you keep that S, you're going to bingo, or rather score a ton in that spot after over name. Oh, are we going to see over
Don't do
mean?
it. Don't do it.
Oh, moments before tragedy, if that's what happens. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Overname makes less sense than overmean.
Sure.
Is Sam going to be sure enough to play overname? He had it lined up immediately, but then again, he doubted it. He almost played it. He was like, wait a second. Is it
Yeah.
overmean instead? So, wow. If he doesn't play this, the next best thing is pretty good. Venomer to the R still gets the job done pretty well, blocking the RS of levers, but that's a huge, huge difference between the two plays. And overname would end the game pretty much on the spot if Ed doesn't have a huge response.
Venomer also gives back Zek for a huge score, and that certainly gets Ed a fair bit closer. So obviously, Venomer would be a fair bit better than phonying. So there are three outcomes here. Oh, looks like Sam is maybe not willing to pull the trigger on a bingo he's not sure of. I just want to call out, though, Josh, his first instinct was over name. He set that up quickly. And I feel like that is so often as the players check their score here, just confirming. Very important. They have a good sense of the score gap between them. But that first instinct, I feel like learning to trust that is an important thing as a Scrabble player.
Absolutely. Yeah. But sometimes your first instinct is wrong.
True.
Someone mentioning, yeah, like if Sam studies this word and has guessed over mean before, maybe that's his first instinct and he needs to fight against that. Um, he's got it lined up again. Is it going to come down? This would be amazing.
Oh my God. It's a big swing, right? Playing it validly over name is like a almost ironclad, and it's been pointed out too. Look at the unseen tiles; they're kind of crazy. It's very, very consonant heavy with a lot of duplicates and a lot of heaviness in there. Also, a Z and a Q with only one U still lurking. So, I just feel like I'm not sure what that tells me, other than if you don't bingo, you could, well, at least Sam's keeping an A, which is very nice, as he
Did
does
you
opt for Venomer.
did you see for a second he had men lined up here, setting up the only remaining hooks to men? That would have been really
No,
funny.
that's crazy. That
But yeah,
definitely has
I think you
some.
play this over that.
This is a
Pretty cool.
sneakily really good draw for Sam.
Wow. Yeah, so
It
many
does
vowels.
it doesn't look like much, but all those vowels, and he drew the U without the Q, which means if Ed draws the Q, he's going to have a hell of a time playing it.
Yeah, so Zek almost certain to actually, are
Do
we
you
almost
play
certain Zek?
Zex? Do you
No, yeah,
play
I think you
do you
actually,
Yeah.
wow.
I
I
just
think you're supposed to play Zex for 9 fewer points, get rid of an S instead of the E. The E is so valuable here. I'm going to run the simulation. I bet you there's a huge difference, and that Zex is far better.
Look at how close on the score Ed is after that, though. So the swing of Venomer for 36, but Zek for 62, a bingo level score. And Ed with a beautiful draw. Oh my God, look at that
Wow.
draw. That is phenomenal for him to get 2 vowels out of that pool. From Sam's perspective, those are the only 2 vowels that he could have. And he just drew them both on that draw. He had better realize that he needs to hoard them, though, because if he uses them, he is not drawing any more from the bag. That's it.
Yeah, and the Q is going to be so key here. Ed has 2 of the 3 remaining S's, so he will be able to play QIS a lot of the time with oops or SH or something. But who draws the Q and at what point can totally um, either capsize you or yeah, maybe it means victory in some particular cases. But you're right, like Sam's got to feel so good here. Only 2 vowels remaining out of 14 tiles. That's got to feel good, but he's only up 22 points and only has 4 minutes left on the clock. This is actually super interesting. So apparently the play of Zex was around 10 points better according to the engine than Zek. As we anticipated, Hilt coming down, keeping the 3 vowels. This usually looks horrible to keep AIU, but it's so strong here, Will.
Yeah, it's very strong. Keeping AIU, this is like the best ever time you could concoct for that leave to be so strong. And look at how his leave fills up. Sub-arid and Ribod, don't think either of those play, but you can just see he drew 4 consonants, which he fully expected was very, very likely. So great recognition by Sam Crispin, leaving the 3 vowels, knowing how likely it was to get a draw like that. And now I'm just fascinated for Ed. How do you even do anything to either score points and or keep your vowels here? It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's only, I mean, from his perspective, there's 3 vowels left, so he might be able to draw one. He might be thinking that it's okay, but it really is not. What do you do here? 3 tiles in the bag. The Q is still in the bag, Will. I am not liking Ed's chances.
It feels like he has to avoid that Q, but something that I just want to say is that one of the 3 tiles in the bag is the N, and he has the I, and maybe, just maybe, is there a way that he can do something that gives him an ing word that could be threatening? Even then, he has to dodge the Q. So if he empties the bag with something like send, which looks like a reasonable play to keep both of your vowels, he's going to draw that Q, and any ing play he has is not going to involve that letter. He's going to be in deep trouble in the end game. So this is a really tough situation. I think he
Looks like he's already ready to just play DE to block the Q. He's trying to Q stick, it looks like. Very
interesting.
interesting.
That's not going to work out just because Sam has the U. And if he's at all concerned about getting stuck, he's going to have U, I, S, plenty of tiles that support the Q.
Let's see if he leaves it in the bag, though. We saw the Q as the last tile of the last round last night. Jeez, that's a lot of stuff. Let's see. Oh, no!
Use the last tile. Crazy.
Again. So Sam has to be a little bit careful, of course, but like you said, he has the IS for QIS. He has the U. Wow.
So
Crazy stuff.
really fun play here for him. If he just plays BURS, he's going to leave AIDS, and then he will have 2 spots for playing out if he draws the Q. So this prepares very nicely. You have to open your mind. I guess you could play bars equally in the same spot, but maybe you do slightly better with some of the other draws too by using the U. For example, if you use the A, keeping the U, the C draw is not as good for you. Whereas if playing the U, it's better to draw the C. So Burrs, at first glance, looks like it sets him up really, really nicely, even with the Q. And I'm looking at this set of tiles. I'm just thinking, can I beat sinks? That's my concern. You just have to make sure you can beat, or I'll let you say that word. But can you outscore those plays wherever they play? And I think the answer for sure is yes.
Well, yeah, but only if you don't go overtime. And Sam's down to 2 minutes in such a complicated one in the bag position. He's considering many, many options here to keep the U just in case the Q's in the bag. That play of DE definitely tells you the Q was in the bag at that moment. So I think Sam has the math right in his head that there's a 1 in 3 chance. And it looks like he's really locked in onto that fact. But he's only got a minute and 40. He's up 30 points, which is a nice cushion, but it could go away in an instant. CINQS is a big threat. It's 38 points, which would, if Ed plays it now, put him in the lead. So you got to be careful. You got to not go overtime.
Yeah, I just think that feels like the biggest threat, right? Because if the Q is in the bag, you can make plays that prepare for it. And you just know with CCINRSS that he's really, really going to struggle. And we're going to see raised come down. This might be an attempted block of the better place to play sinks. Makes a lot of sense, but he is going to draw that Q. Oh, raise. This leaves quids
Yeah, this is perfect. Now he
and
has squids and
squids.
quids.
Perfect. This definitely should get the job done. Nicely
Nice
played.
play. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. This is going to be a winner for Sam Crispin. Nice work by him to hold his nerve.
Yeah, this has to win 100% of the time. There's just there's just nothing. There's just no threats anymore. And he might not even go out. He has quad through the A of Braze now for over 50.
Oh. And was there even anything? Oh, that's brilliant to set this up if you draw the Q. And was there even anything like that that Ed could have had on the previous turn? I'm not sure. I don't think so. So this spot only favors him as a potential extra damaging play with the Q. Nice work.
Yeah, Engine saying this is one of very, very many 100% wins. And to do that with such a small amount of time on the clock, I think is actually a pretty good spread play too. So nice job.
So Sam poised to run his record up to 16-4. He's going to need one more win to match his age, which you were asking me, have I ever done that? The answer definitely no. I've never had a tournament with more wins than my age, but Sam Crispin with many rounds to go after this. Just do a quick as Ed thinks over this move. We are right at round 20. So we've got one round before lunch. Look at all these rounds to go. We've got 11 more, well, actually 12 more rounds after this one, which is going to be completely amazing to see how this tournament finishes up with so many great players in contention. With that many rounds, we know Sam's going to get 18, barring a crazy occurrence.
That's right. And Ed now has a lot of time, but there's nothing to do here. The game is lost. Do you block quad? The best endgame, according to the engine, does block quad. Circs, the nice obscure 5-letter word that cannot lose the S. Thank you for showing that. And that would basically force Sam to just go out with quids, just
Yeah.
because
This is
it's
played
threatening RENS.
quids for 24. And then, oh, look at this. He has this too, but it's better to go out barely. But squids as a backup down low is, this is why he can afford to set up quad. He'll have two other places to play this, and Ed cannot block both. So yeah, there's a lot of options here for that queue. So good on Sam. Ed's got to think through this. I think it is interesting from Ed's perspective because you've got the two outs, but those plays are not actually the biggest threat. It's the non-out play of quad that he has to worry about because it scores so much more. That's not that obvious to come to that conclusion. So he's working through it. Let's see if he comes up with it. Always impressive to see these players nail these tricky end games, Josh.
Yeah, and there's such a big chance in this particular endgame of making a big spread mistake, which at this stage of the tournament is somewhat important. There's a lot of people at 11 that are at 11-8 right now. I mean, Ed's going to go down to 11-9, which is really, really rough to try and come all the way back from that. But yeah, you could make a big mistake, see quad, and say, okay, well, I'm just going to block that with Scar and then give back squids for a massive score. Don't think we're going to see that, but you have to make sure your tracking's right and make sure you're assessing things properly. You're working with your opponent's rack and your own. It's very complicated. So Ed's going to do a little bit of tracking / calculation, make sure that he's not doing something disastrous here. He probably knows he's lost, but yeah, you have to know the word circs. It's a really weird 5-letter word, and you have to see it to be able to make the best play here, and it's not obvious.
Yeah, not at all. It's also been pointed out that circs, I think, is like slang word for circumstances, and it is a sticky S word, tricky one to know. Um, so yeah, it's not the most obvious word to know or play anyway. But it is just, the nice thing about it, just to get both of the C's off the rack and while also accomplishing the goal of blocking quad as we're discussing. So, tricky one, but that is the solution. Yeah, I have this quote which Penumbra on YouTube chat is referencing where I am definitely a grinder. I try to solve every end game correctly, even when I'm up by a huge amount of points, even though I know it's probably annoying to my opponents. And even when I'm down by hundreds of points, I try to solve it correctly because I view every end game as practice for the next end game or learnings for the next end game. And you never know when the same principles that you would need to solve the end game in front of you might be necessary to solve one where it's the only winning play. So, all right, we're going to see.
This is what I thought he was going to play, actually, if I had to guess, Cinch, because it sets up Cerise, but it also sets up Quid. And Quid now is going to block, I think, Ed's only outplay if Sam plays that, but he has 50 minutes to do so. 50 seconds, not 50 minutes.
50 minutes he might get.
50 minutes for sure he'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's interesting. So now Ed has an out of SRIS here, and Sam, without the time to calculate, he's going to go ahead and play. This is his second best play, but it does allow Ed to go out next turn, whereas playing Quid for a small sacrifice would guarantee Sam one more turn in the game. So subtle issue, doesn't affect anything but the margin of victory. Let me give everybody their points here. Ed, I think, certain to go out here, but let's wait till he does that. Then round 20 in the books after this.
Yeah. I wanted to mention how there's, speaking of the word circs, as they make sure the clock gets stopped there, Sam Crispin gets a very nice win over the 2024 MGI International Classics champion, Ed Martin. In one of the classes that I teach here in Montreal, after school classes, there's a girl who loves to give us anagrams, really tough anagrams to try and solve, and she even puts them in alphabetical order. She's really brilliant. And the last one stumped me, and it was the anagram. She gave the alphagram of circumstances, and I wasn't
Whoa.
able to solve that. So yeah, and that's why the word circs is like front of mind, because I was telling people how circs is a word that means circumstances, after that word was given. But yeah,
Nice.
really cool stuff. Quid would have been the best play there. I think they're discussing that. Hilt, yeah, it was a very interesting game. Lots to talk about. Once they get the scores in, once they're done with the postmortem, I wonder if we're going to get to speak to Sam.
Yeah, we're discussing that now. We're also looking at the next pairings. I think we've sort of made an executive decision, Josh, that we're going to go with Lewis Mackay versus Rashid Balagun next game as two players that are up high in the standings that we haven't necessarily seen as often as the rest. Lewis is potentially, depending on Peter Andronowski, if we put the standings up on the screen, you can see Lewis in second. So I think he's a great candidate for us to see. Otherwise, I would have picked Ed Martin versus Peter Andronowski, who is in first, but we just saw Ed, and it's always a nice courtesy to not, until the very end when the top players are really cemented at the top. We do try to move around a little bit with who we show on the stream. Lewis has definitely warranted an appearance with his strong play. I fully expect that we're going to see some of Peter this afternoon if he certainly maintains this torrid pace. Look at that spread, Josh.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So we'll see if he, as the results come in, if he was able to win his last game. Rounds are still in progress. Games are still in progress. But if both Lewis and Peter lost their games, we'll see Sam back in the lead here potentially.
Yeah, that would be an unbelievable performance by him. There we
Oh,
go. Lewis with a win. So we may be seeing it's good timing that we picked that matchup potentially as he, depending on Peter, if Peter drops this round 20 game, maybe Lewis Mackay, who has achieved the pole position in the tournament so far.
indeed, yeah. Really, really cool stuff. Okay, wow. Crazy game, Will. So much stuff went on. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, what should we ask Sam? What do you all want to hear from Sam out there in the chat? As we are going to get to talk to him for a minute or two, apparently, about this one. We'll get that screen ready as we prep the next game, Lewis and Rashid. But yeah, it's going to be good to pick his brain about. I mean, certainly there were some positions early on. This Janana position really was tough. We'll have to let him know he didn't miss anything on Saboteur. Talk about tanking, all of the above. We'll just have to see what he was thinking.
Hi guys.
All right. Hey,
Hey,
Sam.
Sam.
Will and Josh
Hello.
here in the booth. Another great win for you as you continue an excellent tournament so far. It looks like at 16-4, you are going to join Peter Andronowski and Lewis Mackay at the top of the tournament. Has to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, feeling great. I mean, I'm on a roll of a lot of blanks, which is unusual, but and I'm getting them like back to back as well. So I'm feeling quite happy with how I'm playing, though. I don't think that that's why I'm winning, though. If that makes sense.
You made a number of fantastic plays in this game. Josh, where do we start?
Well, I just wanted to ask you about the tanking position. So, what were you thinking on that turn? What was your sort of modus operandi, your mode of operation there?
With tanking, it was just like, well, there's so many things that I could play there, but I just didn't know what took an S and what didn't. I was closest to playing tanging with a blank G, and I was pretty confident that that didn't take an S, but I also thought that tanking didn't take an S. And that's part of the reason why I played AIA later in the game, was that, like, even though I don't think it does take an S, I could be wrong. And I'm blocking
It does. It does.
It
And you
does.
blocked
Oh.
it, yeah, in a timely manner. So we were speculating exactly that you were probably thinking, oh man, I would love to play tanging here, but that word in and of itself is difficult to know. Is that even a word? Tanging. What would that mean? What is that? So picking the sure bingo that you suspect doesn't take an S, but then realizing, well, if it does, there's so many S's out, and being wrong about that would be
Yeah.
devastating. And you don't have that much of a better play on Aya. To take that turn to just go ahead and block the spot made a ton of sense there. So it was very good probabilistic thinking both ways. But yeah, it does turn out that tankings is a word, if you can believe it.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to do is because I spent a long time early in the game, I wanted to get it down quicker.
Yes.
I mean, I still did spend maybe 2 minutes on tanking, maybe a bit longer. But that whole thing
Yeah.
of I could spend 6 minutes and still not be sure which one takes an S and which one doesn't. So I'm just sitting there going, I don't think tanking takes an S, but it is best to just play one of them than spend 4 or 5 minutes more.
Yeah, you don't want to
100%.
have too many tankings in one game, you know.
Yes, the self-descriptive play from earlier in the game, tanking on some of those earlier turns. But I just feel like for me, super impressive play was Hilt. Maybe you talk us through that one because that was an excellent play by you.
Yeah, the pool was quite dire at that point in the game. I think there was only like 2 or 3 vowels out from my perspective.
Yep.
So keeping AIU is suspiciously very strong,
Yes.
considering what's happening.
Just
And
great recognition on your part there.
yeah, I was setting up quit into the T of Hilt with a Q draw, and there wasn't a lot to do with the Q. It was quite a bit of an awkward tile to have. And I felt that spot next to up was quite nice to score on a board that was running out of places quite quickly. And I think that considering the Q was out, this QI spot isn't actually that dangerous because if he
True.
plonks it down, it just doesn't give him anything more in the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, makes
And
perfect sense.
That
What
was a
else,
great
Josh?
play, and I mean, being so low on time and coming up with these cool ideas was really impressive. And like finally, I guess the position where you almost played raised and then switched it to braze, you must have been much happier to put the B there rather than play raised, right?
yeah, Braze I'd established it was a better play in my head, but I just had a moment where I went, "Oh no, I'm on stream. Braze isn't a word, or it might not be a word." But then I was like, "What are you doing, Sam? Trust yourself." Because I know it's a word. It's just I'm sitting in a position where it can just lose me the game if he plays sonks and then draws into some scoring play. So, and also I don't think I'd fully noted that Braze gave back quad until I put it on the board, and then I was like, "Oh wow, this is much stronger."
Yeah, it's really strong. Yeah, it worked
Because
out
you know,
beautifully.
right, from the play of DE that the Q was probably still in the bag, right?
I figured on DE that he was fishing for CINQS and oops. That's what I figured, and so I wanted to block the S hook by like coming across. That's really my whole idea of Braze.
Nice, yeah. And there was one more thing to I guess think about when it came to what was the turn? Oh yeah, so on the J Nana turn, we were very curious to because you took a very long time in that position. Did you feel like you were missing something? Did you feel like you didn't really know what to do there?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't really know what to do in that position. The whole idea was like that he's just played foe and it looks quite fishy, so I want to block the S hook of Fioren's. And I don't want to play it with the doubling the J because that opens the triple and another S hook. And I felt that when he bingos on the board of after Janana, then my response was to score way more than any other player. I thought about like Aber with Riff, but setting up the J, and like Bear setting up the J down here. But they were just too easy to block with Aber taking loads of things in front and these with Bear being so obvious.
Yeah, I think the thing about all these plays is you would lock into almost certainly you would think you have to play an A there, but actually you do have just Benj hooking Reb for 34 points, which feels enough. It doesn't do anything to address Fioren's, so if that was your goal, it doesn't accomplish that. Indeed, it makes another S hook, but it probably scores enough to be worth doing. But we were thinking it's really hard to generate that play because it leaves both of your A's, which is not something you're really looking to do there. So that's really all we would say. Other than that, Sabatier, there were no triple triples.
Yeah.
You did a great job finding the best
How sure
bingo.
were you?
Yeah.
How sure were you
Not
that,
at
that you
all.
didn't miss anything?
Not
Like
at all. That's why I spent
percentage
like 8
wise.
minutes. Percentage like 50-50 basically.
Yeah,
I
but
Nice.
you
bottle
nailed
telling
it.
it's written out on my sheet, but
Yeah, you nailed that turn. You made a number of other amazing plays when you needed to in the game. We know you probably have to get to your next round game, but another
yeah.
great win for you, and we hope you can keep it going. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, guys. Hand you back now.
All right. So just talking to Sam Crispin there, that was another great win for the youngster, 17 years of age, moving up to 16 wins in the standings here. And let me turn over all the round numbers and records and stuff like that here as we're going to get set for Rashid and Lewis next round. So just looking over the standings, actually, as we do that, oops, that's the schedule.
Oh man, I
So we're
was so enjoying watching how quickly Sam. He's so
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
his
Sorry.
look at this agility. I need that. I
Yeah.
need it.
Very
This is
talented
great.
board squarer, for sure.
It's just so smooth. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
No, not at all. So I was just gonna cut over to this
OCD gone.
as I'm getting some of the results in here for Rashid. Looks like he dropped his previous game, so he moves to 11th place, but he's going to get a crack at one of the top players in the standings right now. And that's Lewis, who we saw earlier, who he was talking about how he sort of restarted his study regimen and things like that. And Lewis appeared to be in very fine form. We saw him on the stream earlier. So definitely looking forward to this matchup, Josh.
Oh yeah, me too. And we haven't have we seen Rashid?
We've seen him once.
We saw him earlier in the tournament, but yeah, such a strong player. Yeah, I remember that game now. So many games, man. How many games left? 12?
Yeah.
Cool
So,
stuff.
yeah,
This
you
is
could
gonna
just
be a fun one.
so we'll let the players know they can start anytime. They can go anytime. And yeah, this is going to be just a quick peek as they do that at the standings. It's round 21. We're going to have a lunch break where we're going to air another classic game from last year's edition of this tournament. In fact, I've picked the clinching game that I guess I won't say a spoiler alert. Round 32 of the last year edition. We'll air that during the lunch break and be back with 5 more rounds of play after that. Super exciting. Now we're starting to get into the thick of it here where the players that are going to be contending, the cream is starting to rise to the top here. Players are going to make a late charge up the standings that we don't expect. This is where it starts to get really fun.
Indeed, indeed. So Rashid gonna draw from that really cool bag. I haven't mentioned I love that tile bag. It looks super comfortable and the colors are very, very nice. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. H-O. O
Ooh.
blank.
Ooh.
P-O. Oh my goodness, what an opening rack. Triple O-T-H-Z blank for Rashid.
So going second, he would
No
bingo.
Zuthome, right?
Yes, he would bingo to an
Oh.
E, and he sees it. Look how quickly he put those letters in order. I think he had them in the correct order, but he's going first. One of the rare times, maybe not that rare, that you would prefer to go second than first for Rashid.
Oh, Lewis is in second place, right? Because Peter won his game.
Oh yeah, right. I gotta update. Thank you.
So do you play Woots or Trues here, or do you just play Zoe or Zoo? I feel like I would keep the blank. What about you, Will?
Yeah, tempting to burn it, but it's still
Oh,
such
Joe.
okay. That's also solid. Maybe a little more defensive depending on where you place it, although you do give back that D hook. Hasn't picked an O up off the rack. There we go. So it's coming. I think it's so close between these plays. But wait, do you?
Jomo.
Oh, are you're suggesting more blank burning plays?
Yeah, Joma would be, I think, the only blank burning play that's potentially worth it. What were you gonna say? This is so interesting placement wise.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about where to place Zoo, and if you can draw into stuff, if you place it in aggressive spots, like do you place it? Do you play Zoo where he's just played that, and then you have the option to play Zootome if you draw an E or an M, burning the blank on the next turn, or is that too risky?
That's too risky.
Because
That's
the
so
hooks
cool.
are just all over the place, right? You're getting so many hooks. So in any case, I think this is a perfectly defensible play. How about you?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but it just looks weird, and I think like Lewis looking at that, like, oh, I don't think I've ever seen Joe open like that. Is he thinking Rashid has to have an S on his leave, and that he should try and block shows?
So you would be more apt to see it slotted 2 squares to the left so that it doesn't create the S hook, but it does
Well, it
create
takes
the D hook.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'd be thinking. Turns out the engine's favorite choice is exactly this play by Rashid. So great job on that. We're gonna see Jin setting up the Y. This is really cool.
Yeah, nice. I mean, that gets taken quite a lot, but if these overlaps may be too tempting some of the time. You may be seeing, I mean, in this particular case, Woot under there is going to be really hard to turn down. And if that's what, unless there's a bingo that I'm not seeing just yet, but you can then, if that is the play, and there you can see Rashid has it lined up, we're going to see Yoni, Yor, any number of nice hitting Y plays. So very clever by Lewis there.
Yeah, so Woot, I mean, 39 points, keeping EE blank, really, really good. Even if that spot is taken, Rashid has very good chances of getting a 7 or 8 letter word next turn. So yeah, totally makes sense to do this, and I think Yor will be the play for Lewis in response.
Yeah, close, very close between that and Yoni, with what's better between EIN or ER. In general, ER is probably slightly better than EN, but then duplicated E is not as good as EI. And I'm sure you get more bingos after. I think the key is that after your, the EIN leave combines very well with this R. You're going to get a lot of bingos through that R. Whereas if you play Yoni, the EER leave doesn't look quite as good through this N, or certainly the I. So yeah, your standard, Lewis, very likely to play that one.
Yeah, it's a 4% difference between the bingo chances. You're a little bit better. So it's very interesting sometimes at the high level you're thinking about, okay, what letters do I want to keep? But sometimes just floating a letter out there is almost as good as keeping it. In this case, the R is a perfect floater for Lewis. You're coming down and Rashid drawing the Q, QI getting blocked on top of Jin. And
Is it time for require burning the blank, or does that hook with too much stuff? It scores 70 points, Josh, but hooks with all kinds of hooks that are likely to be on Lewis's rack. And in
I
fact, he
think you
will
would play
not
a
have any.
bingo. Oh my goodness. Three. Oh my god. That's one of the worst draws I've ever seen. He's just dropping the Q, but 70 points. You would play a bingo that takes hooks, but
Yeah.
QI for 11, 59-point sacrifice to almost guarantee a bingo next turn and not open things as much. This couldn't be that much worse.
Yeah, makes sense. And now Lewis having to navigate this atrocious draw. I feel like he'll have plays that he can put on the board potentially, but exchanging, leaving something with with the ing combination might be better than usual with this R open. I feel like if you keep something like EGIN after exchanging EII, the R is going to be such a good resource for you to bingo subsequently. So very tempting to exchange. Could you play Gurney? Is that worth putting on the board, opening up a triple back? Is this something where this play tells you anything at all? Tough one.
I
Tough
think
one.
this play tells you to play Gurney, because feels like the triple isn't going to get taken for much. You're blocking 2 floaters, creating a new E floater, but I think Gurney is worth it here. You have to be sure that that's valid, though.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lewis knows it.
Tricky. I could easily see an exchange as well. And if we do see that, I'm certain that Rashid will have something good, frightier at least. Does he have anything to the E of your? It's kind of tough with 2 E's already on the rack.
Yeah, I don't think he has an 8 with the E, but yeah, he's going to bingo no matter what. It's just a question of what Lewis is going to do. He exchanges 3. Again, this is a very good play, keeping the EING, hoping for another bingo through the R, or maybe a 7 under Woot or something like that. Makes a lot of sense. But
Engine likes it a little better than Gurney. The engine isn't, at least I'm not having the engine assume anything about Rashid's rack, which is definitely a factor there. If you can read anything at all into that Chi play, but it's definitely promising that the engine likes it in a vacuum. And over to Rashid, he has 1 bingo that scores way better than anything else, but it is a risky one. So not sure what he'll. Okay, he's thinking about. So wait a second. Filterer. So if he plays filterer, it would play here. That is valid, by the way, for 74, but refilter here would be 86. So is an R in the triple lane enough to scare you away from taking 12 points? I don't think so, but I don't know. Tough one. After exchange 3, that's a little scary.
yeah, no, I tell my students never sacrifice 10 points. There are some cases where it makes sense, but I don't know. Even after an exchange 3, it's you're very much more worried than usual, but I don't know. I think you have to take the 12.
Interesting that in almost every case, there's going to be a T open for Lewis to bingo. He'll have counter bingos through a T after pretty much any play through the R. Don't think Rashid can really avoid that. And that's fine. From his perspective, he'll be happy to get a whole bunch of points. I think he is now thinking about refilter, which is his best play and just scores so much better than anything else. So that would be a great find on his part.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like I've phonied with, was it pre-filter? There's some filter word that I've phonied with, so every filter word now feels like a phony.
Did you play FILTRED?
What?
Did you play? So this, I believe, is acceptable in the Collins lexicon.
Oh, no.
But it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't take. Can't do that. Is that okay? That would have been my guess of phony.
But yeah, I think Lewis just has to wait here, see what Rashid does, because depending on what he does, he might have a bingo, he might not. It looks like Filterer is going to be the play. It is a lot safer, but this will give back Enigmata at the very least.
Yeah, both of the 8s on Lewis's rack through a T fit in exactly this spot. He'll just have to pick which one he prefers. They're going to score the same amount. Lewis had targeted a main, which would have been a really nice overlapping play on the board as currently constituted, but he is not going to be playing that here as soon as he looks through open letters on the board. We will confirm. I'm pretty sure this is going to be an L, but if by any chance Rashid glitches out and calls it a T or something, I'm not sure what you call this. We're guessing L.
And Agamenate Enigmata, I mean, it's pretty easy stuff for someone like Lewis Mackay. So like you said, I'm pretty sure that's coming down pretty soon. He's already got Enigmata on front of mind. Maybe Agamenate's slightly better to put the A in that triple area rather than the E, but maybe it's a good idea to sort of create a second spot, given that the F and filter is already open.
Interesting. Yeah, probably really hair splitting. In general, I would agree that it's easier to dump some of those high scoring tiles here, just playing verb forms like ed, or comparative adjectives and things like that. The a little trickier, but again, as you suggest, maybe Lewis views that as a good thing given the openness of the board. And look at Rashid's draw, Josh.
Yeah, this might look bad on the surface, and he isn't going to use either of those two triples, I don't think, but he's got a ton of points underneath Woot for just Leal, Leal, getting rid of two of the L's, getting rid of the duplicated. Oh, he's just going to play too fast here. I feel like you have to think about this a little bit longer. Underlapping Woot is such a high score, 37 points instead of the 24 for life, keeping the second L. So similar leave, but a 13-point difference between the two. And that F was not worth blocking for 13 points.
Yeah, you just see the gap in valuation and points are huge. And again, it also shows that
Ooh,
principle of what are you reacting to?
equally?
Don't think so. Don't like it.
No.
Um yeah. But yeah, I have a joke that's not appropriate for the WESPA YouTube channel. If it was just my Twitch, I mean, I am on Twitch. So people on WESPA YouTube, earmuffs. As a Crohn's disease sufferer, I should know whether that's valid or not.
Mhm.
Okay, earmuffs off, WESPA people. Um, so in any case, yeah, big gap. But I just wanted to point out that from Rashid's perspective, playing down here, um, you benefit from that principle that we mention a lot sometimes, Josh, where if there's one open triple spot or scoring spot, that's not ideal going into your opponent's next turn, but leaving two of them is actually kind of nice because you have some assurance that you may get one. So Leal for extra 13 points would have benefited there as well because you would leave both triple spots open with an expectation that you would get one of the two on your next turn as well, increasing your score then too.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very important concept to think about, especially when the triples aren't so bad. They're not super dangerous. It's nice to have two open. So Rashid has spotted Alify. I think. I mean, that would have been nice to play with YE, but it plays for so much there. This is 45, so this is a spot Rashid should have thought about last turn, but he gets to benefit from it now. 45 points, keeping the lone L. Very, very nice at this score to take a 50-plus point lead.
Great play. What can you say? Scores fantastically. In a way, this spot we are emphasizing the triples, but maybe you could say the same thing about this overlap spot, which basically hits just like a triple, 45 points. With all those overlaps, really, it's fair to say that between this E, which arguably was the weakest of the three scoring spots, although you could still get hit pretty hard with high scoring tiles there. This might be the weakest of the three compared to this and this. Three good spots, all of which are now taken up, and the board is way tougher to score on now.
And wow, that draw from Rashid getting some of what Lewis threw back earlier in the game. So he was feeling good probably with the potential blank draw, potential S's to draw, but now maybe not feeling so good with three I's and two A's. Over to Lewis, who doesn't have a great position either. He only has one vowel, and there really doesn't seem to be a clear spot to play in. Are we going to see a use of an S? I feel like just something like sin or sit in this spot makes a lot of sense. Sit would set up the H actually for ETH. So maybe that's the play here, but to come to that conclusion, I think would take a decent amount of time and sorting through other potential options. I feel like Hind will a little bit too risky at this score.
Yeah, something I want to point out about this position that's important if you are not super well versed in the Scrabble dictionary is that hawk is an adverb that doesn't take an S. So this is a key nuance here. I'm sure the players both know that very, very well, but that really devalues the S. The actual really important tile that Lewis has here is the D. It's okay to burn your S's in this particular position until a good S hook comes open. You wouldn't want to burn both necessarily, but actually, I think keeping the D is important because if you draw E's in particular and draw something starting in S and ending in D, that is the likeliest way that you can draw into a bingo as opposed to the normal way of keeping your S's. So I definitely think burning an S is way more justifiable than usual here. Um, Otherwise, a play like Dush or something like that would normally look pretty solid, leaving INTS. But unless Rashid opens something new, you might actually be hurting your bingo chances with a play like that.
Yeah, that's a very good leave INST no matter what. But in terms of this board, it's just not great. Engine still prefers Dutch slightly over Sit, like I mentioned, but it's not a great position. It's kind of ugly. Lewis in a bad spot. We saw him in a bad spot yesterday as well, but he's such a fighter, and I'm sure that he's going to do his best to try and get back into this. And having two S's with a board like this, all it takes is a decent draw and find. I like this. I like the energy of this play, setting up both S's, balancing pretty nice. The H can score, the H can bingo. See what he gets.
Yeah, this is a play that is directly in response to the fact that it is not a good S board and he has the S's in hand. So he's making a play that takes an S hook. Makes all the sense in the world. You got the S's, make a play that supports them, and he's doing that. And there's a very nice draw for him, Josh.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, that was a really good play of find, and now he's benefiting from it. Drawn two E's and a blank. That is hard to get better than. So it looks like alibi is Rashid's choice. This is a very nice way to get rid of two of the three eyes, not open too much, given Rashid's still in the lead. But we're going to see the game tied after a bingo from Lewis Mackay, and we'll have to see what Rashid's going to be able to do about that.
Yeah, tricky to pick one that doesn't give something back. The best place to play would be down here, the spot that Lewis just opened in terms of the amount of points that you can get. There's certainly some relatively high scoring bingos down there. The Hests, Ethoses, those plays still give triples back to Rashid. So Lewis is probably going to take a minute or two to see if he can find if there was a play, for example, that put a C as a blank or a V as a blank, he would love that to deny access to the triple. None exists, unfortunately, but 81 points is likely to be too much to turn down.
Yeah, you also want to look for eights potentially ending in T here. Can't forget about that spot. And I think we're going to see some time here being used. It's around midway through the game, but this is the last blank. So probably not such complicated positions ahead. So this is a good time to use as much time as you can to try and find the best bingo here. So yeah, Neshist and Ethoses and Behests, I think out of those, Behests might be the safest, making fines. Put that on the board here. It's opening up another triple here, another triple here, but look at that draw from Rashid. He's drawn the X. He's going to be able to pounce back on any of those 81 pointers. Other than that, 70 points. If you play through the A of Alibi, that can't be worth it.
He has Neshist set up there. Is there anywhere else that plays other than here? A blank N in this spot is arguably this isn't that bad in terms of like increasing the value of overlaps too much, but I do feel like I would prefer a bingo that starts here, Josh. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you got to open the two triples rather than just the one. Um, it's a little bit of a mistake, not a huge one to play Neshist according to the engine, but I think just in terms of uh, what it just looks like, what the board looks like, I think just visually makes a lot more sense.
We'll see. Lewis has spotted an 81 pointer. I have no doubt that he's probably already spotted some of his other options as well. I don't think Ethos is likely to escape notice. Um, so we'll see what he goes with. Does the engine prefer Ethoses or Behests? I'm curious. I feel like my gut is Behests would be a little
Yeah,
better.
yeah, behests. And in terms of details, by playing something, you could play, let's say, hateless through the A. That's basically like a normal play through the A. That would open one triple, and on average, you're giving your opponent um, an average score of, I think, 38 points. But after opening these triples, that increases by 6 points. So still not enough to justify the 11 extra points, and you're allowing yourself to score more after play like BS. But this seems like a small inaccuracy, possibly Lewis in C behests or ethoses. But I really feel like you should have opened two triples here.
Always worth mentioning that this word is more obscure by far than ethoses or behests. Rashid not batting an eye, but I do feel like in a vacuum, you might be likelier to get 5 extra points on a challenge of this one if your opponent isn't sure. Rashid way too canny and studied up for that. And we're kind of seeing a potential example of why this play sometimes works out worse. Is I don't know if Rashid's going to do it, but he has a 57-point play in response through this N. If you started your bingo here, you would not be as likely to worry about stuff like that. So I mean, Rashid does have, from Lewis's perspective, he basically has as powerful of a scoring rack as could possibly be expected. The X and the K and an S. Um, but yeah, he's running into that. Or will he play taxi?
Yeah, the taxi I think is probably better here, given that Rashid's going to be taking a small lead, and no need to float an S. So if you play axons through the N of Neshus, that S is just going to be a problem for a long time, unless you happen to draw the first bingo there. So I think taxi makes more sense despite sacrificing 10 points. And like you said, the J, the Q, the Z, they're all gone. So this is about as powerful as a response could have been that isn't a bingo. So Rashid retaking the lead, keeping the K, which could easily help him score next turn. So I think he's got a slight advantage here. And given Lewis's draw, it's not terrible, it's balanced, but he's not going to have much to do in this position.
Yeah, not a good draw. Um, Not a terrible draw. It's kind of mediocre. Whereas Rashid just got what I would consider maybe a terrible draw there. NNNG to his OKS. That is going to be really tough. Lewis, meanwhile, the reason why this rack isn't terrible is that you're still going to get a 30-point play, which is like a little bit below average for a player of Lewis's caliber. Can't be that bad of a rack if you can play pro bang for 30. And he spotted it really fast. Looks great to me here. Just to burn through some tiles, try to draw some of the other S's. Again, not a great S board, but you're always happy to see that tile come onto the rack.
Yeah, and if you're watching Scrabble, you're a little bit new to the game, or you're maybe a new player, and you're seeing all these terrible racks. Well, think about the final scores of these players after drawing such terrible racks. They're still scoring 400s, maybe 500s sometimes, because they're just so good at dealing with all of this adversity. And it's really just sort of inspiring if you think about it. You might say, "Oh, I mean, I hate Scrabble. I don't know what to do with these racks." Well, they're teaching you. So pro bang, a fantastic word, fantastic find Lewis found it so quickly, keeping a lone A. Rashid with these 3 ends, probably going to find a decent play too, and just maximize his chances.
Yeah. Lewis pro bang, Rashid anti bang. Oh, and look at that. A bingo finds its way onto Lewis's rack. Will it play Polaker? I know. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, man. Is that possibly ever getting blocked? What a draw. Does he have
Great
anything
draw.
else? I'm not sure. Heck,
Pectoral doesn't fit. Yeah.
yeah, not quite. But yeah, this is a tough, tough position for Rashid with those 3 ends that just so constrict his ability to do very much. And I certainly don't think he has any plays with just the one vowel that could possibly block Olaker. And there we go,
And
Lewis,
why
so
would you
solid.
even ever play there? You're actually down by 6 here. You really just have to focus on yourself here, and do some self-care with the tiles that Rashid has here. He's looking at Nong. That's the best way to get rid of most of the junk. You could play Gonk, I guess, up top here and just open a huge triple. That doesn't feel good at all. But Klong may be the best of a bunch of terrible plays. Keeping 2 ends, but you can't draw another N. Nong's still a good play though.
Yeah, Nong is up there just because, the leave is the most flexible. KNS, you're only keeping the one N, not going into the next turn with duplicates. But Klong through the L of Alibi did score a fair number of additional points. And at such a close game score, it's hard to turn down an additional 11 points. So Rashid taking that low score, and he's now going to be, ooh, look at that. Evokins. I hope he doesn't think that's,
No, there's no way.
but he arranged it so quickly. But wait, the L of Polaker gives him a bingo. Vel Scone.
I was thinking where like these Dutch words, like with the rack with VK, there's so many Dutch words. So wow, that is insane. Polaker gonna take a bingo lead, but if Rashid finds Velskoen, he'll soar right back into the lead with 2 tiles in the bag, which is ideal. 3 U's to draw, a V, a W out there. This is a huge, huge point of contention in this game. This could be the biggest swing we've seen.
Huge word knowledge check here. Rashid could be arguably a favorite depending on Lewis's draw if he spots this word, and if he doesn't, he is in deep, deep trouble. Let's see what Lewis draws. 1 U, W, but the red not that bad. It could have been way worse than this. The WU combo not ideal, but there was a great chance from look at what Rashid's looking at. There's a really good chance of Lewis having much worse than the WU combo. He could have WUU, WVUU. There's all kinds of nasty combos lurking. So not the best Lewis could have drawn, but not the worst either.
Yeah, and if Velskone is played probably through the L of Polaker, although it does also play through the L of Alibi, notably, Rashid will be ahead 20 points in a really ideal situation for timing. Leaving 2 tiles in the bag really allows you to maximize your chances of going out before your opponent, which is huge. So even with this decent draw and Rashid likely to draw UV and maybe UUV, I think he'll still be in a favorable position. Crazy stuff here.
Lewis would have play. So Velskoen does not block the P. So something like Pit Saw is still going to hit pretty hard, but you really want to play that uses the U here. And I'm not sure that there's a great play for Lewis through that P. Uses his U. Maybe there is, and I'm not seeing it yet, but
Stupid. Keeping the W.
Stupid. Yeah, of course. The W, keeping the W may be a little bit better, but you're still worried about redrawing those U's, which doesn't really help too much if you keep the W either. So it's very tough to see how you avoid some of those clunky endgame racks. But maybe it's okay. Either way, Rashid not showing any sign that he's even thinking about a bingo here means we could be seeing a miss. Looks like he's getting set to play neck, which goes on top of Nong. He might be trying to draw a bingo, which is definitely possible for him. But this is a huge miss.
Such a huge miss. He's down 60 points, narrows the gap by around half, but that P being open, the board being not so friendly, the bingos, Rashid's going to have to get a lot of help from the bag. There are some good tiles. There's an R for the over combination. There's also 2 U's and
The other V.
another V. Let's see what he gets. UR, that's good. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's about as good as you could expect. I'm not sure if that actually gives a threat of a bingo, but it keeps him close enough that maybe he'll be able to fish for one on a subsequent turn if Lewis doesn't, and Lewis isn't going to empty the bag here. So it keeps him close. There's definitely enough space on the board, Josh, with the T at the top of the board and the letters of Polaker that Rashid's close enough to still threaten.
That's right. It's a complicated position. Lewis probably realizes he's in pretty good shape here, but there are definitely threats to deal with. I think you have to be careful not to score too little because the deficit that Rashid has isn't so huge. If he gets a 45-point play, he could very much get back into this game. So it's a very complicated pre-endgame position. Lewis has 7 minutes, probably not quite enough time to be comfortable trying to make the right player, but this is huge. This is the most important position of the game for Lewis McKay, and I don't know where you start here. I think you want to block the floaters, Polaker, or just try to score as much as possible. You can play up to 5 tiles. The play of Pit Saw, like you mentioned, 36 points increases Lewis's lead to 71, which might be enough to outrun a bingo.
It's so scary to leave either the U or the W, though, which makes me feel like it doesn't block anything, but what about just WUS just to get rid of those tiles and set yourself up to draw UV and not be in a horrible position next turn? This looks so bizarre at this score where you for sure want to be blocking stuff. But again, the UUVV lurking is also such a salient threat. Could you ever make this play, Josh?
I don't think I could really. I feel like it just doesn't make sense to let Rashid make another move and leave the board as it is. I feel like you have to either play 5 tiles or block as much as you can. But it looks like he is considering WS. There is decent chances after that play of even if Rashid bingos, if he bingos immediately, he's drawing 3 tiles. Maybe he draws VUU or something. He can't go out. There are decent chances that if WS comes down, followed by a bingo, Lewis will still be able to outrun. I just feel like when Rashid doesn't bingo immediately, and he might even pass up a bingo in certain circumstances, I don't think I could make this play of WS, but Lewis is definitely considering it. And if this is his first instinct with how much time he has left, there's a pretty high likelihood that that's going to come down. It's going to be the word that he thinks about the most.
I don't trust this engine analysis in full, but these are a couple of the plays that a very short term, not that trustworthy sim seems to like. Interesting to think about also, what about just WUD? It's possible that with 1D lurking in the pool, that you do block something at least with this play. It doesn't block much, but it blocks a little bit, including the C of Polaker. And it blocks 7s ending in D, which are not impossible to have here, though again, not that likely. And it does at least accomplish the goal of getting the WU off the rack while also keeping the S, but it just doesn't score very well. I think I'm actually favoring the play you suggested of Stupid for 33. At least that scores a bit better and blocks a couple of the more salient threats, the open triple lane into P, Stupid going down right here. But again, I'm sure the engine does not love it when you draw UV to pair with your W.
Yeah, this is a very complicated position, but Lewis just going ahead with WS. I mean, this is a good play. I just feel like it's not thematic. I don't think it's the best play, but it might very well be. It's a very strong one. I just feel like we're not playing this in a vacuum. WS does block some stuff, by the way. It blocks the stuff that would potentially start at this square. and play through the LAC. But I feel like play of neck tells you something. You're not playing in a vacuum. Rashid probably likes the 4 tiles he left. Anyways, it's still a game.
Yeah, what to do here? So 3 tiles in the bag. Pretty good draw for Lewis there, I have to say. So he dodges well, I guess Rashid had some of the tiles already that he was hoping to dodge. But it even has a bingo. He has Tedium on the rack. Don't think that
And
helps
ID
him.
Adam, yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty nice draw. Flexible letters and the D for Zoe if he needs it in endgame sequences. But with 3 tiles in the bag, Josh, it does restrict Rashid's options at this score. You can't use more than 3 tiles, and that is going to restrict the ability for him to score. Oh, over spur. Oh, that would be very ambitious. Risk the game on that or play something else and try for a bingo next turn.
Hold on. If that gets played, we'll get into an endgame where Rashid is drawing DAV. And does it matter? Like, if Lewis loses 5 points in that endgame challenging over spur, is he going to lose the game? This could actually, if it gets played, which I doubt it will be, this could actually be in a very rare situation where Lewis is not in a position to challenge in the endgame. Oh my goodness.
That would be fascinating. I think of Lewis as having such good word knowledge that I think he would probably stick to his guns and challenge anything he's not sure of. But with the game on the line, you better be 1,000% sure. And it's hard to ever be 1,000% sure of an overword.
Running the possible end game here, and it would actually be incredibly close. The best end game for Lewis after over spur would win by 7. So he would be able to, if he calculates properly, he would be able to afford to challenge and be wrong.
But that's
And
way
of course,
too
if he
close for
does
comfort.
challenge,
Oh my God, that's so close.
That's crazy. Rashid putting a lot of thought into this. Oh man, I kind of hope he plays it just to see what happens. But yeah, it's not an obvious endgame either. The endgame after over spur is the best endgame is to play audit through the D here. Setting up meld. That is the best endgame.
Oh,
which is insane. It's a completely insane sequence that requires finding not only a ridiculous like in between move, but also a play through a blank tile. Oh man! And what's the second best endgame? It's probably not even close. Crazy.
Yeah. So, in actual fact, if Rashid tries to fish for something, given that Lewis is up by 67 here, if Rashid plays in a spot like if he fishes a U, as has been maybe suggested, and Lewis just it's so likely from Rashid's standpoint that Lewis is going to have a play off of this P, right? There's multiple. If he has the E, it's basically a lock that he's going to have vamped, tumped, all kinds of stuff through this P. It doesn't feel like if you're not going to play over spur, you have to play something like ERP here to prevent vamped from just winning the game on the spot or imped or anything like that? Or do you pray that you draw the E? What threats are there if you remove the E? Let me check this. I'm curious. What are the bad
I think ERP
things?
is fantastic, and he's playing it. I love this play. AD gives you Savored and Zoe. This is great. This is a great play by Rashid.
If the E's in the bag, you can still be hit with Vapid a lot of the time. So
you have to block the triple. Yeah.
There's just
Totally.
not that. Yeah, there's not that much that you can even do here.
Oh, he drew it.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay. But the V is the last tile in the bag, so I think from Lewis's perspective, he's gonna block over sad and savored. Is there any other threat from his perspective? That's just so unfortunate that Rashid doesn't know that Lewis doesn't have
That's it.
that second V.
His only threat.
But-
You're right.
But oh my goodness, wow.
Crazy.
That's a good play though.
Great play. Rashid threatening a potentially winning bingo, depending on what Lewis plays. This is a very delicate position. There are definitely ways that Lewis can misplay this or potentially misidentify the threats here. I fully expect him to nail this, but it is not necessarily trivial here. Could easily misstep.
Yeah, if he plays his high score of Tedium, the word on his rack for 26, he's actually going to lose by, I think, 9 points after over sad. So you have to be a bit careful. You have to remember this is still a lane. It doesn't really look it after the play of Erp, but there are 7 squares here, and you really have to hone in on that and make sure you're blocking. But I think that's what Lewis is going to do. But he's down to 2 minutes. Time crunch. Is there a threat through the T of tubed, or is it just savored over sad?
Yeah, the thing also, I think you mentioned, Josh, working in Lewis's favor is the first with this time crunch. Oh, beautiful. This is definitely the right idea. Fantastic work by Lewis. But the thing that's working in his favor in a time crunch is that with 8 possibilities to evaluate in a one in the bag end game, the first thing you're going to start with is the duplicated tiles that are there because that is the likeliest thing that can come out of the bag. So Lewis's very, very first thing that he's looking at is, well, all right, there's 8 tiles unseen. 2 of them are Vs. I don't have time to calculate everything, so I'm going to start with the V. And sure enough, that's going to lead him to block over sad. Great play by him. Definitely a play we expect him to find, but Rashid, phenomenal job to give himself a shot.
Yeah, what a game. Another amazing game. So this is the last game before lunch, folks. Rashid is lost here, unfortunately. Idiatum was the bad news. He's going to double check to make sure he's not missing something else, maybe through the T of tubes, but Lewis is going to go out no matter what next turn. Rashid's down a bingo. So great job. We're not going to get an interview because lunch is about to start. But yeah, another great game.
Yeah, sadly not this time. Lewis is more than happy. He gave a great interview after his first win on the stream. Would be more than happy to do that, but they are a little bit under the gun to get that lunch in. Packed schedules here at the MGI International Classics. They got to eat because then they got to fuel up and be ready for 5 games this afternoon. We got to do the same thing, Josh, which I'm still feeling good this morning. How's your stamina holding up?
Pretty good. I'm still thinking about the ERP position. If there's maybe some way for Rashid to set up a potential triple through the P by playing like her or something.
Interesting.
It feels like ERP was such a good play. It had so many benefits to it. But yeah, I think if Rashid looks back on this game, Belskoen, that would have been his chance. According to the engine, it was pretty even at that point for Lewis in that position with the rack he actually had. So it would have been really, really interesting.
Yeah, those are the type of words where, is that a word you're going to play on a game-to-game basis? Absolutely not. That might be the only time in Rashid's life or Lewis's life that a game comes up where that word is relevant. But Scrabble at this level is played so accurately with such command of the dictionary that you would expect a handful of players to find that. I wouldn't have been surprised if Rashid found that, and I wouldn't be surprised if when we tell him about that word, he face palms and says, "Oh, I know that one. I just didn't see it." That's just the Scrabble at the very, very tippy top highest level.
And with time dwindling, Rashid in this end game does want to try and maximize or minimize the losing margin, and he's looking at scored here, which is pretty nice find that scores 30 points. So scored well. That's what he's doing. It's going
Both
to
players
allow.
will have the same tiles on the rack after this.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Wow. Snapshot that stuff. Instagram that joint, as they say.
Ava. Nice play. Definitely a nice play.
Yeah, the best outplay here is Van for 18. Top of the board, I think. And Lewis is not going to miss that.
Yeah, he'll find that in relative quick fashion here. There we go. Nice win by Lewis. So he does his part among the 16 win players. Looks like Peter Andronowski did his as well. We don't yet know about Sam Crispin, but a lot of great players chasing behind, just out of reach with a lot of time left, Josh.
Yeah, great game. 442, 368. Lewis going to maintain at least second place here. We see Harshawn still in the mix. Sammy still in the mix. We'll be taking a look at those pairings post lunch to figure out who we're going to feature. But yeah, what a great game.
I'm wanting to see more of Peter Andronowski. That's my feeling. So if it's remotely a good matchup with him, I feel like he has earned the right to appear on stream a bunch more. Look at that spread and record. He's been killing it, and he played great in the first game we saw. So definitely that's my gut, but let's see how the matchups fall. But yeah, I think as we said, we're going to pass on the interview, though Lewis is always game out of respect for the players' lunch break. And we're going to take our break as well. Again, we got a game coming last year's clincher in the previous edition of this tournament. Very exciting game. Won't give any spoilers if anyone's unaware of the result of that game, although we have said it a few times on the broadcast. But yeah, break time for us, Josh. 5 more coming. Any thoughts from you before we head into that?
Nope. We hope to see you back here in around just over an hour for more Scrabble. So many games left to commentate, to enjoy. I'm going to be enjoying some food. So yeah, see you guys soon.
Here we go. Break time. About that, and we're ready to rock shortly. Harshawn going first. It's been debating in the chat here, some people. What is the advantage of going first? You explained it very well yesterday, Josh.
Indeed, as has been mentioned, something like 20 points at the top level, which is the equivalent of around half a turn. Given that, there's a 50% chance the player going first plays one more turn than the player going second. If they end the game, that's one extra turn. Turn's worth around 40. Half a turn is worth around 20. So pretty balanced game, all things considered, similar to the advantage of white in chess, going first in Scrabble. But anything can happen, and it all comes down to this, Will.
Yep. It's a classic, fallacy that this game matters more than any other. It definitely does, because now so much more information has been determined. But what I mean by that is Scrabble isn't really a game that's designed to be decided in a one game, situation. You have to take the totality of all the games and analyze it. But it's much easier for us to sit here and say, this is it. This is the one game. It is, in fact, but all the games that came before matter as well.
They just need to mute. They need to mute the computer. That's all they need to do. It's really like this shouldn't happen. there shouldn't be anybody being able to hear us in the headphones. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, just a little technical thing there that should be standardized among live streams. There was an issue last year as well with people being able to hear our commentary. Well, not our commentary. I was there. Anyways, been fixed now. Arshan going first. Yes, this game is for all of the marbles. I'm so curious to see this opening rack. Arshan. EAR. That's so far so good.
Oh, getting better. Oh, what's that last letter?
That last time. Yep.
Oh, a bingo to start for Harshan. He can play tarried or tardier. He's going to go ahead and play tarried. No wasted
There's some
time.
opening theory here. I think.
Opening
I'm pretty
theory.
sure that this position has been looked at before.
Live.
I've opened with this rack before.
Let's hear.
Do you play tarried for 70 or do you not open the vowel?
Twisker, please play Twisker again.
Oh! The Twicers is good, right?
Yeah, it is. It's
That
good.
doesn't
But Kevin played this same bingo earlier. If that E was either an A or an S, we might see the same bingo that he played earlier. Let me flip this board. He has co-write lined up. That would be so funny.
Co-writer.
Co-writer. Oh man, that's huge.
By far his best play.
Nice. He found it instantly. That's going to be an absolute crusher to Harshan, who thinks probably he's gotten off to a fast start, but he now is going to bingo himself.
Not the same bingo as before. Urbanite was played by Harshan right here to a T, but now I think we might see something else. Braunite, maybe something better. What is going on? Some fireworks. The start of this game. 3 bingos at least. See what Kevin draws.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. This is
exactly
what we wanted, Will.
Yeah, if it's a shootout for all the marbles, all the better. I mean, that's what could be better than that, right? So yeah.
That's crazy. This is the exact rack he had, Harshan. To play Urbanite. Like, how does that happen?
That's insane.
How does that happen? Yeah, scripted, exactly. Oh, man. All right, Harshan to respond, take a 50-ish point lead over Kevin McMahon on this wide open board. I think you play Braunite through this T, maybe?
Sure.
It blocks all these floaters, but then creates this situation. Okay, not a bingo draw for Kevin, almost gazumped. But yeah, if we see Braunite here, we're gonna see Izzard come down. Imagine that eye. I know the board is a little bit tilted. So that'll tie the game back up. We saw Braunite here. We're gonna see Prize. Very similar situation.
Yeah. Tricky to decide where to play it. I guess I do favor this positioning if I'm taking a lead. It just blocks a lot, but maybe, geez, I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it. This is already so open. If you play here, all this stuff is open. So you might as well lean into the openness, I suppose. So this is interesting. I wonder.
I'm sure it's a toss-up.
Yeah, it's probably better to just make a decision relatively fast, but my gut initially was that I want to play it here just because this is staying open no matter which, right? So if you play here, this is still open, but playing it here blocks a whole lot more stuff. So yeah, I think I favor this. What do you think, Josh? What does your instinct tell you?
This is probably what I'd do. I think it's more manageable. Feels more human.
Is there any eyesed word? Probably not.
Ooh. Something like Geyser almost. Oh, there is M prize.
Oh, that I assumed that like Grise or something. I didn't see M prize, but I was thinking Grise at a minimum would go down here. I thought something with Z as a double double would be really cool or something there, but
Yeah. I heard you
yeah,
for sure.
M prize.
Worth looking for sure.
Yeah. So this looks to be the spot, right? If you're Kevin, you want to find something here. I'm very, very confident that he's going to. Let's see what Harshan draws. Ooh, second blank with the J and a million vowels.
Oh,
Close.
that is
but no cigar yet,
good.
but a great draw. Yeah, we love this draw for him. So Kevin now, he's got to find one of his good plays through here. And if he plays, he sees Grise, but if he plays Pies, he probably, so just imagine these two are gone. The rest of these letters combine very well with this E, with merge type words, right? Like demerge, remerge. Definitely some good stuff that you get with those letters. It's kind of a sneaky good leave on this board with an open E potentially, so I don't think I think I'm playing Grise. So but a Grise.
A Grise is a problem. So I would be thinking after Pies, what two vowel draws or two tile draws work through this E, but more importantly, I'm looking at what happens when the Z comes down here. I have this P or this G to re-overlap. So I'm looking at what I can do next turn, and I mean, it looks really nice to just play like Dep or something. So Grise gets played, opening the A hook. These players are going to see this A hook? I assume so. But maybe it won't matter. Maybe we just see Jiao.
Natural and normal to play that here. I feel like that is a nice situation for Harshan because normally you have a blank and you're going to want to burn some time looking, but he's going to know that Jiao scores enough points leaving the blank for next turn that it's better than probably in most cases. It's similar or better to bingos he might have. For example, if there was like an airball type bingo through this I, Jiao would probably be better than that. So he can make that with some confidence. Trust his instinct that there isn't likely to be anything with the J, C, and all these vowels, and move on. And we see what he draws. It's an even game right now. It feels like the odds of this game being a blowout are not great, Josh, which is all we ask in the booth here.
Yep. So, yeah, we're probably going to see Jiao at some point. It was mentioned actually in the chat briefly. That's the A hook that cost Dacha the game against you, right, Will?
I was not going to mention that, but that was insane. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing in that game. A beautiful endgame sequence by Thatcho where I thought I was sunk. And then the unimaginable happened when things like that happen, you think to yourself, oh my God, this could be my year to actually do this. But I had a stumble against none other than Harshan. Had a winnable game against him that I sort of talked about it before. In Scrabble, you can be making 3-pointers and doing trick shots and making amazing plays, but you got to also make sure you make all your free throws and your dunks. And I missed the Scrabble equivalent of a dunk against Harshan.
And there's a video on that right here or there on Will Anderson's YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitch, I highly recommend you also watch on YouTube, unless you're subscribed to me on Twitch, in which case you won't get any ads or you have a good ad block. But in both cases, if you have both streams open, you'll avoid the ads by switching to the other one. So we love everybody that's watching. We don't discriminate between platform. We're just trying to expose as many players or viewers as possible to this amazing tournament So Xiao does indeed come down after a long think by Harshan. He's probably looking for some bingos with that rack. Blank makes things a little bit more difficult to sort through. So totally understandable use of time there. Back to Kevin, who's already decided probably, if nothing changes, that he's going to play Mift and ME. Nice score of 34 points. Won't get him quite back in the lead. But something like that, maybe now Afid is on the table, keeping the MP combination, which could be okay. What do you
Makes
think, Will?
sense. Yeah, I mean, those plays both look pretty good. I would probably play Mift here just because MP, while it's a nice combo, it doesn't feel particularly good as like a bingo leave, or there's no spot that I want to score with it necessarily. So I probably would just play Mift in the absence of some consideration about that play where I say, oh, it's not good defensively. But now, Arshan, does he have a bingo to come back? I'm looking. I don't see Pucelage, which comes to mind with this rack, or maybe a couple other things. This would be
Okay, so just Miff here.
Oh, that's surprising. PED, definitely a little bit better of a bingo leave, but I don't think it's that many points better. 6-point sacrifice here for this. Let's see if it benefits Kevin. I mean, yes, you're giving up 6 points for this, but maybe if he draws a bingo, he's going to feel good about his choice. So we will just have to see. What does Kevin draw? Harshan unlucky to not draw a bingo. Kevin drawing fantastic tiles here. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's
What
gotta
does
be
he
good.
what does he have?
Snaps. No.
What does he have? This looks like
Oh, and we can find these. Last game of the day, Will, we gotta... There might not be anything for either player.
How is that possible? How could he not?
I mean, you're gonna find it faster than me. But yeah, Myth comes down. Kevin's down 15. Harshan's turn with the blank. He's got to be feeling good with all of these lines open. Eventually, he's gonna draw into something somewhere.
Is there
So he's
really
taking time.
There's really no bingo here for I can't believe that. I'm just staring staring a laser through his letters. I cannot believe there isn't anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you have to look so hard on these boards. You really do. You have to just double check, triple check, make sure there's no weird nines available.
Yeah, the
With either of
nines.
these racks, both of these racks fantastic. Harshan with the blank, even more thinking to do. This blank could be any of the 26 letters in the alphabet. So Harshan's going to burn some time. He had
Yeah.
lined up peace. That doesn't fit there. I don't know.
Peaceful. No, he's probably lamenting that the Fs are one spot away from peaceful, which is absolutely agonizing for him. If these were just one lower, you'd be seeing a bingo here, but it's not to be.
Some huge love in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much, Jake Lowe. Yeah, Harshan to act. No bingo. It's kind of weird.
Very.
We're going to see it take a long time. If you're Kevin, you want to be planning ahead, have the time advantage. You have all this time to look for options. So we did see him quickly conclude few positions where he found the best bingo or the lack thereof in this tournament. So I don't know how long Kevin's going to take next turn, but depending on how long Harshan takes, most of Kevin's thought process will already have been done for him. We might see something like Dames, DAMES. Nice way to overlap, score a bunch of points, and keep very, very well.
That looks great.
Grized, is that good? Or just
I was thinking about that. So I thought, what about something with the D here? The problem is that's not valid. So Grise, A noun, ugrise, a verb. Could we see Kevin try to put a D on here and play drap or something like that, setting up his S's, keeping a great lead? This looks fantastic if grised is a word, but it's not. So that is a huge trap that I feel like at least I would be very tempted by.
Yeah. Just a mention of messed. That's 43 or 42 points. That might be worth doing,
That's
even
a
though it uses
lot.
both S's.
That's a lot of points.
So great options for Kevin, and actually not fantastic options for Harshan in terms of score. However, he's going to bingo very, very soon. I can only imagine.
Yeah, still a lot open.
Engine suggesting EEE. Does not look great.
Yeah, this looks a little uninspiring using both of the E's, but there are a lot of them still to come. An open E at the bottom of the board as well, and there's just like so many good lines everywhere. After that play, the board has a lot of opportunity for bingos. So Harshan can play that. I think, just to be clear, what's going through Harshan's mind right now is, oh my God, could I be missing a bingo in the clinching game? I've got this blank. Surely I have a bingo here somewhere. That's what's going in his mind. It's very easy for us to put this rack into the engine and say, oh, he has no bingos, he should play P. When you're actually sitting in that chair, you are in mortal fear that somehow your brain is playing tricks on you. And it looks like he has Auceps.
He's found Austepses. So he's going through all the options with like a second blank. This is extremely impressive. And he's concluding that he plays PEE. Honestly, this play looks so like feels like there has to be something better, keeps better letters, but I think this is what you do.
29
Best score by far.
Yeah. 29 points. Nothing even
And
close.
back to Kevin. Is there some chance of him thinking that he
Grised.
has to have a bingo here?
Now he has a nice, like, he can now,
Agedness.
he can use one of his S's here with, something here. Daps. That looks very good. Oh, and Harshan's draw is awful. Wow.
Guayacum.
This is a horrendous draw. So Harshan has been on the verge of bingoing for several turns, but these draws are just holding him just a bit back. He's close to random stuff. Acicula, Sapukaya, all of these other words, the two A's and two U's are just too much. So this gives Kevin a golden opportunity to score a bunch of points and draw into a natural. I feel like if Harshan had had a bingo in any of the last basically 3 turns, he might have been pulling ahead here, but these draws holding him back.
Wow. The suspense in this game, honestly, Will. It started off with the fireworks. Now we're into the throes of it all. We're really just witnessing the lament of these players. They're so close yet so far. I don't know. This is a great fairy tale that we're witnessing here.
People are saying Guayacum. Is that actually fitting anywhere?
These are just people throwing out words that
All right.
are available potentially, theoretically, but
Yeah,
it does
okay.
not appear like anything
Got it.
will fit for Harshan. Brutal. So, like we said, messed possible play, dames being blocked by P. Daps, as you mentioned, looks very strong.
Yeah. Seems solid.
35 points. I don't think you'd play messed with daps on offer.
Kevin has
I was trying to dap you through the camera.
Oh, the dap. Nice. Got you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I need to
Not
return
awkward.
that. Whoa.
Hey, what an incredible idea. Just drop the S and Harshan's gotta be like, what?
That's
What is that?
yeah, this gives
That's brilliant
Harshan
play.
a ton of info, but he can't do anything with it, right? You just know that Kevin's other tiles after that are so
This
strong.
might be the best play.
It very well may be. I'm looking around though. Has he actually drawn anything?
Unstated.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. I'm looking around. There were so many things that Kevin could have drawn that hit a bingo, so this definitely made sense from that perspective. Not sure the U was one of those. Harshan has to be terrified by that play that Kevin's tiles are very strong. But Harshan knows he's got the blank. The other one's on the board. Kevin can't have that. And he can't really do much with all those vowels. And it looks like he's going to play Awa somewhere. Not sure where. Just on top of Bra Knights? Sure.
Why not? It's your best score.
Brutal, but it is actually
That does
his
anything.
best score that keeps the blank, which he absolutely must do here. He needs to commit. The board is open. There's plenty of stuff that he can draw. If he just gets one good draw, he's right on the cusp here. And yeah, no bingo for Kevin, despite having really good odds at it.
Yeah,
What?
this is
Harshan going to
brutal for
draw?
Kevin now. Yeah, we'll see what Harshan gets. That's good. That's good. That's gonna bingo.
Included. Cuddlier included. But is it, I mean, is Kevin ever blocking that stuff? And if so, is there anything up high? I don't think Kevin's blocking down low here.
Nucleidic almost. Nucleidic is good.
Yeah.
Well, you know that too, Will?
Nucleidic?
You knew nucleidic?
Nucleidic. So I didn't know nucleidic, no.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
But yeah, what the heck do you do now if you're Kevin?
He's got 41 points on offer for upset. But
really?
after playing off one of your S's, being down 35, 41 points, blowing your rack up, really something you want to do? Not at all. He's going to play ups probably, or just up.
Just up, okay. So
that's
many more points on offer for the aforementioned, as Josh said, up send. But this is going to bingo way more often, and that's pretty important, given that Harshan is poised to bingo now. They're confirming the score. There we go.
Included or cuddlier, both probably the best two options here. Look what they do to this otherwise extremely open board. Goodbye.
Yeah, shutdown time.
Goodbye. And
luckily, Sendals.
Open an S-hook.
Sendals, yeah. He's going to preserve his chances. You know, Sendals would play here. If that didn't get blocked, it's about to be.
That's insane. That's insane.
That would be
okay. So both players poised to bonus, but Harshan already in the lead, playing cuddlier. He's gonna increase his lead to over 90 points. Sendal is gonna score in the 70s, open up a huge spot for Harshan. So we're gonna have to see what Harshan draws here. Cuddlier coming down. That was my fave.
Yeah. Included, just for the record, gives back the very easy Chi bomb with the Q still lurking. There's no reason to do that. Even though you probably know Kevin doesn't have that after the previous play, there's no need to tempt fate and open up a spot like that when you're the one taking a lead. You want to make sure you're minimizing the odds of those really high-scoring plays that your opponent can make. Interesting that peep. I forgot that. I know this word, but this is a slightly higher scoring alteration of playing peep with the E hook. I'll be impressed if Kevin thinks about that. I know that word, but I just wasn't thinking of it here as a hook. 2 more points on offer for him.
huge, brilliant idea in the chat that maybe you play included, given this last play of up signals bingo tiles, not scoring tiles. So maybe you open yourself up for
Yeah.
something
I would just hate
like
to
the
do
extra
that
Q
and
draw.
then not draw the Q and then Kevin bingo and draw Chi, you know?
Oh, this is a big, big, big mistake, honestly, Will. It's
Not
2
playing
points,
peep.
but this spot is quite dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Now, instead of, if you just imagine all of those words shifted up, maybe we'll show this real quick on Quackle from,
Yeah.
it's Harshan's turn, so we'll look. But just look. This is the play that Kevin should have made. Yeah, you give up a triple through an L, but plays going down just don't do nearly as much as when you shift the word down one. Now, all manner of high scoring consonants can go here, and that is exactly what Harshan is going to do here. So, little tiny detail, tiny detail. And I didn't see it, to be fair. But Harshan's going to play Hoon here, undoubling his ends instead of Hoot, the more normal Hoot. And a huge draw here for Kevin. He's going to need something very good. Oh boy, the two Ys might not qualify.
Well, yeah, that's kind of bad. But at least seems like Kevin's going to be able to score. Maybe something like Cowie, Doomy, I don't really like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
this
that's
isn't
a
looking great.
rough draw for sure.
Uh,
It's so
Q for
tantalizing.
Q for Harshan.
There's like there's like stuff up here, right? Like this isn't the
Almost,
word,
yeah.
but like this looks like there could easily be something up there with the M. There just isn't. So this is actually a really annoying turn for Kevin. But Harshan drawing this Q, it's not going to be that terrible for Harshan. He'll be able to play it, but it does slow him down a little, right? Just make sure that Harshan doesn't, for example, draw another bingo somewhere to put the game immediately out of reach. He has the Q that limits his upside slightly. It'll be all right to play it, but yeah, this is brutal for Kevin. He's gonna have to come up with something pretty
Engine
clever.
suggesting Yao setting up Moop
Ah ha ha ha.
and
Very
any number of
nice.
huge high scores
Yeah,
next turn,
even
but
even
that
just
runs into some danger.
even just Moy, right? Like at a minimum, maybe you
Yeah.
get something better. That's very clever. I feel like that might be a play Kevin could generate just because what else, right? You're going to be looking at plays up here for sure because with the two Ys, yup, hooks definitely jump out. And I would think you just want to use as many of these clunky tiles as you can. Doomy looks like it's going to be his choice. This is reasonable as well.
It is. It is.
Gives back
And now if you're
big
Harshan,
Q overlaps though. Just Quina again for the second time in this tournament, right?
oh wow, yes. Okay, I was gonna ask if you play like vinyl through the Y, but no, Quina looks fantastic. Although I guess the one issue is that V can really, really slow you down, especially with the lead. But
Without question. So
this is looking great for Harshan. He's got a 30-point lead, but this board is really hard to work with. There's really not much going on. He's got to feel somewhat decently about his position.
yeah, I think he's clearly a strong favorite at this point. From his perspective, it is far from ironclad. There are definitely still a lot of scary things that can happen. Doomy opening the board a little bit. He cannot feel like he's home free, but I definitely think when he makes. Oh, okay. Interesting. This
This
is
makes
solid,
sense.
but you're giving up 8 points from Queena. We'll see if that matters. The nice thing about it, though, is keeping that vowel could be valuable, especially with so many A's coming. E's coming. The E could really help this leave a lot. Maybe he gets a knockout blow from keeping this, drawing an E, and playing something through an I. You could easily see that play out here.
Yeah, lots of stuff can still happen. Think CINQ a little bit inaccurate. But it's good to get rid of one's Q. Probably the overlap of Queen was potentially missed, but you're right that keeping that vowel for safety, safety first when you're ahead is a very sensible approach. Back to Kevin, who himself has drawn a V, not what he wanted to see. Really, the only way to get rid of that, play Bewley, but there's no way he's doing that and opening up that huge triple.
Yeah,
So, what are we gonna see? WYN
that doesn't feel
keeping the V.
great, but at least you keep your E. Maybe you can draw some of the other vowels to balance your V out a little. Problem with that play is restricts the I a little. If you're Kevin, you want this I to be as open as possible to give you more get out of jail free bingos. This S is still lurking too. Imagine a bingo starting with DE deciding the game. It's possible. It's not likely, but this is still a threat that both players have to be thinking about. A lot of E's to come. Kevin draws ES. That could be huge. Devilettes or something. If he plays WYN up here and draws EIS, bingo here. Is my Nostradamus skills, are they running out, or am I gonna have one? I've been running
great
hot
so far.
with my prognostications. We'll see.
Yeah.
Brutal position for
been-
Kevin though. Really, really tough.
Oh, and it's mentioned even if Devilettes is blocked, I mean, this is just one very unlikely scenario. Levities will fit up top. So yeah, WYN probably the best that Kevin's got, but he's got to be very dissatisfied with that as an option. 60 down, not doing anything to open the board, keeping that red full V on his rack. Still, anyone's game. Certainly, Harshan's got a huge advantage at this point. Being
Yeah.
up big, no blanks to come, little to work with on the board.
This combo is pretty toxic though. So the nice thing about just playing win if you're Kevin is you get to within 34. That's a really good number. If Harshan's rack is like not that great and he gets in the 20s or something on his next move, a bingo puts you ahead, right? Even a little baby bingo is going to put you slightly ahead after that. But if you really get lucky and draw something really good, you could be up by 20-ish on your next turn. So the score is at a point where Kevin definitely can keep hope alive, try to get a bingo down somewhere on this rapidly deteriorating board. Very, very marginal options for bingoing right now.
So we're seeing Owly to open a lane. Okay, that's sensible. Engine was saying Valey, actually worth playing, or Vly, just demonstrating the horrible nature of that V on the rack. But Owly, a very sensible approach, setting up the lane underneath.
Yeah.
Kind of need that.
The score is what bothers me there. When you have 26 points on offer and you're only scoring 14 in a close game, your eventual bingos are not going to be as decisive. But oh, wow.
Re-invite.
Good draw. Re-invite. Playable now, up high. But Harshan.
I just feel that's getting blocked.
Yeah, Harshan
like
has.
the play's coming down.
Harshan has very strong incentive to play Venter. Oh, wait, no, wrong rack. To play, I don't know,
Maybe just Klieg?
anything. Yeah, anything up there. I love the idea of playing here if there is such a play, but maybe there isn't.
There isn't a knockout play there, so maybe
Yeah,
Gak is also on offer, but you've got to think as Harshan, I think the space that you can knock out with a play like
Klieg, definitely. Now there is some hindsight here of like, oh, Kevin has a bingo through the eye. Harshan has to block it. But even if Harshan is just looking at the position neutrally, he has to know that this eye is by far the most flexible bingo threat on the board. So looking up here to block it, that's definitely going to be a top priority. So I think it is a move you can make even without the commentator brain clouding your judgment of us knowing the other rack. There we go. Same principle here. Maybe a little better to get rid of the G along with this. But this is the right idea, and he just saved himself, Josh.
Yeah, this was a key decision for Harshan. He doesn't know it, but he saved himself from a pretty uncomfortable potential position after the invite. Even though with the lead that Harshan has, play of reinvite is certainly not decisive in any stretch of the imagination. But now Kevin's got to do something else. He's got to fish again. He's got to play off his V, maybe one of those E's.
Oh,
There's
the
nowhere to do
X.
that.
The X, a huge
Oh,
draw,
well.
too, for Harshan.
Guess he might see Ave with Eppies was just opened up. That's his best spot to play off EV, but
Yeah, nice.
where are you bingoing now? You're bingoing here. That's terrible placement.
S is
Gonna
still
give
lurking.
Harshan just such a great amount of counterplay. So this is very difficult. We might see something like Yevon. That probably makes more sense.
Yeah,
YEVEN.
that makes a ton of sense. Just scoring. You definitely need some points here. Ave is a great fish, but now Kevin definitely needs to make sure he's scoring enough that his eventual bingo actually matters, that it actually delivers him a chance at victory. If you continue to fish for very low scores, even if you get your bingo, it won't. It just will be for naught. It's not enough.
And big draw now for Kevin McMahon.
Where's that S?
Harshan's going to be a little bit slowed down by this X and this V and this G. There are a few E's left, couple A's, that S. Not a lot of bad stuff to be drawn.
Debitors? Oh, not quite.
Close.
If that O was the other S, we could be seeing debitors right here instead. Nothing doing. Still for Kevin, time running out for him.
This is really hard. It's hard to imagine an easy route back into this game for Kevin McMahon. But like I said, Harshan's not going to have much to do here with 9 tiles in the bag. His best score seems to be 30 for something ugly like Axion. Doesn't even inhibit this, sets up an S. I don't think he's playing that. So he's scoring less than 30 here, which means that Kevin's going to be down only normal bingo score. Have another turn to try and make something happen.
How does he?
Very curious to see how Harshan deals with this board now, given that this has just been opened up.
Is it crazy to just play racks?
Not in the slightest. Well, I think that's a pretty good play.
Your leave is terrible, but what do you care? All you need to do if you're Harshan is stop Kevin from bingoing at all costs. And there's not a lot of space left. This lane and then this marginal lane. If not that, where? Crazy bingos ending in I? Sure. If you have that, more power to you. But I feel like racks, for me, it looks paranoid, but I think it's definitely warranted.
Yeah, I love that. The more I look at it, exactly what you want to do here. You'll have the V behind to hopefully use to block off whatever space Kevin tries to reopen. And it looks like Harshan's spotted it. This is exactly the sort of play that you want to do in this position, given how difficult it's going to be for Kevin to bingo after this. So we see racks come down. Probably going to see bio something as a
To
response.
reopen somehow for sure.
But that's not really that great. That's only 6 letters. I don't really see the point. I don't know. I really don't know what to do after this play of racks if you're Kevin. But Harshan getting low on the clock,
Yeah.
down to 3 minutes. Definitely, we've seen that before in his games. He's reconsidering. He's going to play
Trog.
Trona. Oh, okay. This is fancy play syndrome, though. Will I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, it's really fun setting up the X. That's very clever, but I feel like, yeah, you're never actually getting this. Maybe that's okay. I mean, maybe just blocking it, forcing. I mean, is the idea, Josh, that Kevin's going to be able to block this and open up something new at the same time? But maybe that's okay because it's hard to open 2 new things up with this move. I guess the issue though is this, right? Like, what if you draw really awkwardly here? You already didn't
I don't
have.
think you will.
Yeah, it's clever.
Yeah, it's very good. That's probably good enough.
Yeah, good draw. But he definitely has plays
So
here.
if you're Evan, you must be alarm bells here, right? This has to be setup of the X. Harshan's certainly not ahead enough to play this without an X just to block.
Yeah.
So he's certainly incentivized to play maybe BO, OB, something right next door. But then what? This feels like Harshan can easily just come back and block, even with like a 1-tile play if you play BO.
Yeah, this is why I kind of like.
Just like
I like this
dots.
choice. I mean, I like this choice for him. I think it's actually, yes, it is fancy, but practically, I feel like Kevin, even though he's going to address it with his next play, maybe opening more space, Arshan should almost always draw something that manages to neutralize whatever new threat Kevin creates. And if Kevin spaces out and doesn't do anything there, then you get a massive X bomb and outrun. I feel like it's pretty good. I guess you're right that it can. There are situations, I guess, where it backfires. Maybe Rax is just a little more controlled, keeping a vowel for sure going into next turn. But even then, the rack wasn't that great. So I don't know. I think it's a good play.
It's certainly a good play. I don't know. It's so hard to analyze it. I mean, you're certainly the problem for me is that the result will be the same whether you play Rax or Trona.
Yeah.
Evan's just gonna play there, open something. So are you not getting more out of things by just parting with the X immediately, not running into the potential of drawing too many clunky consonants? I'm not sure. I mean, we know Arshan loves attempting to play as close to Nigel-esque as anybody can play. So
Yeah, this is
he
very.
was emulating that with this
Yeah.
X setup.
But the thing about Nigel is that his actually, even though he does a lot of these setups, almost always they are very carefully calibrated to actually be best and have very minimal downside risk. Not always, but usually. Whether that's the case here, I'm still thinking about this, and this is a phenomenal play to really cut our teeth into and say, was this actually best or not? I'm not sold, but the more I think about it, it seems pretty darn strong. So yeah, Let's see. Kevin was on the verge of playing a B in that spot. So yeah, Obi, oboe, I guess oboe.
I think there's some chatter going on about, yeah, you play oboe, you're setting this up, but you can also potentially draw Hetairai.
Oh
And
man.
that's what's happening. So that is actually not going to happen.
Yeah, the A's and H are here, but from Kevin's perspective, he doesn't know that. So practically, you know, from his perspective, definitely sensible. He's thinking maybe I can pull this off. But this pool now, from Harshan's perspective, definitely very strong incentive to block this area and very high confidence that there's nothing ending in I with this pool for sure. There's just no way.
Yeah, so this seems pretty much over, unfortunately. Not to spoil, but
Still
this
close.
the backs. You're up 23, you're
The
scoring
S
36.
still in the bag. This S.
And a brutal draw for Kevin McMahon. But Vax is going to empty the bag, and there's no coming back from this. So Harshan, Lama Badu Surya will take down this massive field if he just hits his clock.
Yep. He's
Got
on
no
the
time,
cusp.
but he's calm as a cucumber. And I don't think he has anything to worry about.
Yeah. I think he knows full
Incredible
well
stuff.
that this end game is going to be after this play, right? This is going to go up a solid amount, easily enough that the end game move order is not likely to matter. It's not going to be a close end game. So this minute left on his clock, he's not going to have to calculate endlessly or anything like that. He gets the S, which is even better. And as you say, Josh, GG's in the chat, GG's from us. And it is Harshan Lamabadu Surya, a runner-up last year, barely by one game, coming right back, overcoming a 2-4 start to win the MGI International Scrabble Classics 2025. Amazing work by him, amazing consistency in a series of events, every event he's played in recent memory. And he comes away with another win to add to an extremely impressive resume that is only growing.
Yeah, what to say? Just amazing stuff from Harshan, from the British local, to take down this crazy strong field. What was it, 54 players or something? All very high level players, veterans of the game. And as the other results pour in, do we have confirmation that Ben won his final game?
We do. Ben beats Sammy Okasaga in the last round, moving to 21-11. This game's going to be over with shortly. We definitely want to talk to Harshan after this one. But huge comeback by Ben Schoenbrunn, who was 15-11 at one point and won all 6 games today to finish second. Amazing work by Ben. We saw him on the stream a number of times. It seemed like we were cursing him to lose a bunch of those games, but amazing work by Ben to work his way back into an amazingly resilient and impressive second place finish. But Harshan playing Zag and Megs and co-writers, that looks like a fantastic way to score a boatload of points as this game reaches its waning phases here. We see Harshan clinching at last. What a marathon, Josh.
Yep. And Kevin played phenomenally well. What to say? This game just didn't go his way. That play of PIS, I feel like if you draw 20 different times, one tile, 15 of those times he's drawing a tile to bingo with. So Time running out. TIRE. Try and block Thagi, but Thagi still plays to the eye. And
Sorry, let me
that's going to
flip
be
this.
it for this one.
This board upright for everybody. Every last second bled off the clock here. Kevin's got 8 seconds to play his eye. See where he plays it. Oh, I guess Harshan had Thagi as an outplay to the Eye of Tyre. Whatever, doesn't matter. That's it. Final score appears to be Harshan 486 to Kevin's 411. Valiant effort by Kevin McMahon in this game. He was so close in the mid game. He had that one tile fish of the S, after which he did not draw bingo. Had he drawn one immediately, this could be a different game. Could have dug into that bag a little bit earlier. Was not to be. Harshan's win. Electric, Josh. Electric.
Yeah, huge congrats in order. And this game, yeah, beautiful way to finish. Started with fireworks, ended with tactics. Love to see many facets of the game being displayed. See the handshake.
Yeah, All right, everybody, we're back. Break is complete. Breakfast time for us, lunchtime for the players, and into the afternoon session, day 3 at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. Will and Josh here with you. Josh, we had 3 games on the stream this morning, 4 for the players. They're entering the home stretch. Standings on the side of us here, a little bit small, tough to read, but you can see all jammed up at the top with great players.
Home stretch is a stretch, I think. There's so many games left. Like, was it 11? 11 games left still? I feel like only tomorrow the players are going to feel like home stretch time. And maybe not at all. I mean, it's such a difficult tournament. It's 9 games a day, but things are definitely starting to settle in at the top. As you said in the previous game, the cream almost always rises to the top. So we see Peter Andronowski at the very tippy top with the best spread as well. So we're going to have to figure out what's going on. We're going to watch him.
Yep. Next matchup is going to be the number 1 position, Peter Andronowski, versus the Singaporean fast rising, I believe he's a Singaporean Grandmaster player, Ryan Wee. He has been steadily compiling better and better results, improving his world ranking, and just buffing up that word knowledge to the point where it should be a surprise to see Ryan miss too much on the stream. This will be his first game on the stream, and a very important one, not only for him, but for everybody else trying to knock Peter off of that top perch. He's going to need to lose some games with that huge tiebreaker to be caught.
Indeed. And if you are not familiar with Singaporean players, well, hopefully that'll change soon. They have started to live stream a lot of their big tournaments, and Ryan has been participating in many of those. So luckily for us, there is now a central hub for World Scrabble in the WESPA YouTube channel. So I'm going to plug myself, I guess, but really the channel is going to be so important to bring you the best Scrabble from so many different places in the world. Yeah, Singapore doing great stuff for live streaming, and we want to show you that as well. Lots of YouTube channels exist, but having live streams here centrally, I think, is one of the biggest goals of this channel. So hopefully we'll see more of Ryan in the near future.
Yeah, no question. That's going to be super exciting. More and more places, Singapore included, having increasingly frequent Scrabble streaming. Definitely want to encourage anybody out there watching along live or coming across the video after the fact. If you haven't already, consider subscribing to the WESPA YouTube channel here. Very important to grow as fast as possible. Get to those 1,000 subscribers where the channel starts to be monetized. Start reinvesting any proceeds we get from these streams right back into the community, people who maintain the channel, not least of which is yourself, Josh, as the ambassador of the WESPA YouTube channel. I'm very excited we heard it yesterday during break, episode 2 of the Parallel Play podcast. Excited to hear more and more episodes of that, something we sorely need in our content ecosystem. Keep Peter sitting.
Yeah. Peter's there. Very good. So things are happening. Lunch is just about done in Milton Keynes, United Kingdom, where this tournament is being held. Will is in the Pennsylvania area. I'm in the Montreal area. We're both stateside in North America. It's 9 a.m. here, 2 p.m. in the UK. 5 games left today. It's going to be a very, very interesting 5 games, I think. Standings wise, a lot can happen. But yes, I'm very excited for the content ecosystem to grow from this channel and others. Lots of people starting to create content. I want to feature content from around the world. I have this like really fun idea of maybe having sort of a vault of short form content that people send to WESPA and maybe we could take a look at that during the podcasts in the future, see what's going on in the rest of the world. We want to talk to you about countries, maybe like cities even. There are some cities that are just ridiculously strong Scrabble. Specifically, like in North America, there's been many different occasions where there were cities that are just like contain some of the best players in the world. Countries, yeah, country profiles, player profiles, that sort of thing. We see Ryan sitting down there. Lots of stuff is on the horizon for Scrabble. Very exciting stuff. Thank you, Will, by the way, for producing all this and bringing us to our first live stream on the WESPA YouTube channel. Really appreciate it. Let's get some love for Will, of course. There's Ryan. There's Peter. The tiles are getting unsquared. Yes, that is a word.
A word I've played before in one of my highest scoring games ever. My opponent, rest in peace to the great Sal Piro, opened with squared as a natural bingo. And bag came including extending that to unsquared. So I'm not sure how confident I was in that word at that time, but in any case, that is what the board is going to be once they're done. Really excited for this. Good for Ryan, who had a tough start in the tournament, to battle his way back into a spot where a run by him here in the last, 11 games of the tournament definitely puts him into a strongly in contention. There we go. Got the handshake, get the mix.
Oh, that was a good handshake.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Yep. Scrabble players versus chess player handshake montage. That could be some good content too. But yeah, this tournament's been not all about Peter Andronowski so far, but his results so far definitely the most electric, I would say.
He's drawing one at a time, and look at that L blank LO LOL blank. First tiles. That's so bizarre. I haven't seen someone draw like this in a long time. I don't think he drew like this the first time we saw him. But wow. All right, another rack you might want to go second with. But
Xylenol, he's slowly forming it. Incredible. Very, very quick to this huge bingo, the only one available for him here. 92 points. He saw it instantly. I guess, is there any doubt? But what a draw by him here. Start things off.
I only saw Aloxane, but if he gets this down, Ryan Wee is going to need some Xylenol for the headache that this will give him. What is Xylenol? I probably shouldn't have said that without knowing what it is.
Yeah,
there might be some doubt.
Certainly close to Tylenol. But yeah, he saw this very, very quick. Impressive. That might explain some of that big spread that he's racked up so far.
And this is a word that probably nobody has ever played. Maybe a couple of people in the world have played this, but this is a word you study, you see, and when it comes up, if it ever does, just have to scratch your head and say, Am I tripping? Am I making this up? What is this?
Yeah. Why is it not on the board?
For the exact reason I just said. It's just probably the only time he's ever seen this word outside of the context of studying the dictionary.
So he's got to trust his gut here. He clearly saw it immediately. So if it's not played, it's just a crisis of confidence in the validity of the word.
Oh, there it is again.
Yeah, he's back to it. I mean, again, we've seen this a number of times where your first instinct is a certain thing. And usually that's a really good indicator of something, right? I know it's an indicator that you're probably right, unless you're wrong. So is that helpful?
This is so tantalizing. Come on. There we go. Ryan, wow, this guy starting a word with an X after a 3-minute think. Yeah. And we'll see if Ryan knows this word well enough not to challenge it.
92. Huge start here. Blank Y. Great play.
And it's got to be if Brian didn't say hold, it's got to be very relieving for Peter. Looks like it's getting through without a 5 points. So great word knowledge on display by both players. And there's the second blank. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah. Saving grace of Xylanol, I guess, is that it makes a simple spot for that J, where you can hammer that pretty quickly. So that could be a nice way to get a chunk of that deficit back. But certainly Peter is about to. You gonna play gainsay, hooking this, making another huge hook? Maybe. Hard to say. But man, that's impressive. Impressive there by Peter.
Nanny guy.
Tylenol. Oh my god, that would be
Nanny
insane.
guy.
So this is not, it's not Peter's turn yet, but just to show, because this might be a little bit tough to, if it were his turn, this would be the word that we're talking about. 95 pointer here, putting the Y on the double letter score. That is the play that Peter makes here. That would just be completely bonkers. Gainsay is the play that I immediately saw. But yeah, not Peter's turn yet, so we should not get ahead of ourselves here. But it's possible that Gainsay is going to get blocked by Jai, and then Nanny Guy will become by far the best play, Josh.
Yeah, it feels like you have to play a word starting with the J right here. And what do you do there? Jai. You can't play emoji quite. You can't play Ojim. So it looks like Jai is probably the right call. But can't feel great.
Yeah, Ryan's thinking about this at an early deficit. Some of these early positions are a bit of a time sink when you're down quick because you want to be thinking about what's the best way to keep this board open long term. When you're trailing by this large of an amount early, by necessity, it forces you to think 2 or 3 or 4 turns ahead. When in a close game, you don't necessarily have to think that way. So sometimes you start to take longer durations of time, thinking about maybe Giotto instead. Because see, the thing about JAI is it's a little constrictive. It doesn't take a hook except an L. Whereas if you play Giotto, yes, you are inviting big counterplay, but at the least, these will become viable bingo lines that you may be able to hit in the future. Is that a worthwhile sacrifice? These are the things that you have to consider at a big early deficit, 92 points. That is definitely on the high end of opening plays.
Yeah, it's a brutal one. In any normal circumstances, when your opponent opens with a 90-plus point play, you're at best 15-20% to win the game already. With this response, Ryan's doing okay. But yeah, JAI, JA, Taj has been suggested maybe to preserve the S hook on Xylanol and score a little bit more at the expense of keeping a lot of vowels. Just a full overlap here of the ENO. But nothing is great. According to the engine, JAI, 20% to win.
Still a lot of game ahead. Of course, what we see is the second blank already on Peter's rack. That definitely hurts. A lot of the 20% that the engine is giving Ryan is instances where he eventually draws that second blank, or at the very least, Peter does not draw it, which gives Ryan the future of, future draws. So this is that 20 is gonna get lower next turn, almost certainly. But he's taking quite a while here. It's definitely a nuanced move, but I also feel like Another thing that I've had to learn, Josh, over the years is when you're trailing this much early, you definitely have this impulse to think really hard about those first few moves to try to preserve your winning chances, but you do need to leave yourself time because in a lot of cases, because you're down early, if you're going to win the game, it's very likely going to be a close one. You're down. You're not going to win this comfortably. Going to be a close shave at the very end. A lot of those end games that you need to win are going to be close. You still have to have time to execute the final phases of your comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that Ryan was primed and ready to just, have a good game, and Xylanol coming down after 3 minutes hit him like a truck and really just uh, took his momentum away. But it looks like he's generated JAI and looks like he's about to play it, but it's been 6 minutes of this. And yeah, 19:05 left on Ryan's clock. Usually these games last 12, 14 moves each. You can't take 6 minutes per move. That's 72 minutes. So Ryan's going to have to speed up, make his next moves, usually within a minute, to really have a chance at not going over and suffering big time trouble. So Peter now with Gainsay blocked, he had 6 minutes himself to find a crazy 8-letter word nanny guy with 3 N's. And because it hasn't hit the board yet, I feel like he hasn't seen it, Will.
I would agree. That is a tough one. And allaying with the blank L as Ryan nods. He was surely hoping for that tile, but allaying with the blank L is the second best play to Nanny Guy for 95. This play does have some benefits. The floaters of the bingo lanes created by this are not as flexible, but again, 13 extra points. Blank L, nicely spotted. If you're not going to see Nanny Guy, which I think 99.9% of us would not, a laying is still a fantastic play.
Indeed. And these are some nice letters for Ryan, some nice balance, but no D on the board for Entombed. And there's really just no bingo possible here. So I think hopefully, yeah, he's going to play Mob somewhat soon underneath the ENO of Xylanol, because that's a really nice score, 37 points, leaves the board pretty open and balances the rack very well. This seems like normally a hole in one for a player at this stage of the game, but being down 137 points and reducing your deficit to exactly 100 can't feel good.
Yeah. This is what's called for here for sure. Definitely plenty of space still. Not a great board at this point, but this does create a lane that makes it a little bit easier to hit bingos ending in certain vowels, especially the E that Ryan has. So he still has some hope. Definitely not the way he's wanted this game to start. Let's see what he draws. If Ryan's able to draw a bingo right here, it's going to be surprisingly close given the start of this game. And that could give him a springboard to continue that comeback. Oop. Ooh.
Thanks, Will. You did it again.
I take no responsibility for this. I will continue to say what I want as I please. With no regard.
This actually does bingo with the least 2 tiles, but neither of those tiles are available right now. So you win to Ite. He spotted that T would need to be between the I and the E. Minutiae with an M that he just played. That can't feel good either. So now for Peter, I think a really good play here is just to play Cakey, Cakey, right here for a very nice 35 points. Block off this double-double. Block off this double-double pretty convincingly. And then what's really left? This G, possibilities of ending in an S. And that's close to it for Ryan Wee's chances back in this game. So good equity play, and it also doubles as a very nice board control play. That's what's
Yeah.
coming down.
Nice work. Looks great for all the reasons you described. So defensive. I mean, even just keeping AE, yeah, maybe you would want a consonant, but he didn't have very good consonants to choose from anyway. So you're actually doing pretty well keeping AE. And are we going to see what are we going to see here for Ryan with severely limited options already down quite a bit? Well, there's the Q for Peter. Maybe that slows him down.
Yeah, it might be time for a little bit of desperation. You do not want to see a re-overlap here, a potential re-overlap. So maybe the C, allowing for some opening plays here of like QT, for example, CUTIE, hoping desperately for an S. The normal play to make here is Unai, UNAI, but that doesn't do anything great for the board. Sure, you're creating a lane here, but that lane sucks. But maybe that's what you do. I don't know. EAU is a big score. That's what he's looking at now.
It is. It doesn't do a great job of opening space, but there is no way to achieve all the objectives that you want to do here. So, seems as good as anything. I think I probably would have played a twee in this position, but even that has serious drawbacks because you would really that closes down a lot of the space here by playing something here. You can't play anything through the GRN. That might open multiple areas at once. Not that those plays would even score well. So situation is dire. Peter with a Q on his rack. Either he's gonna not score well to play it, or he's gonna keep it for next turn. So either of those things, technically good news for Ryan, who draws an S.
Yeah, and he's got Stingier playable through the G, which might stay open, might not stay open. I wonder about play of untax last move just to start opening space on the top, but maybe that's a little hasty and the leave too bad. It was a very brutal position, and when you're down by so much, your leave doesn't matter as much because you know you need some luck to get back in the game. So sometimes just taking the play that opens the board the most or scores the most is what you need to do when you're a little bit desperate early on. But we say that there's still so much game to be played. I have definitely come back from far worse deficits than this, even later on in the game than this. And I think a lot of us have. I've had somebody come back from at least 200 points mid-game to win, so anything can still happen for sure. And Peter saddled with the Q, not going to have any great options with it, but he has a really, really cool play available, Will. That's probably his far and away the best one. It has one drawback, but it's super nice.
Yeah, it's been pointed out in the chat on YouTube at least, but we just look at his rack here. Halogen leaving QA. This would be devastating to Ryan here, who is probably feeling like this G is incredibly unlikely to be addressed here. Some other option for Peter has to be more salient than this, but stingier. Getting set to go down, as we pointed out, and Halogen would potentially. I was wondering, would
Wow.
he just play Halo? But no, he plays the full blocking play here. Halogen for 31. Great play. Extremely tough for Ryan here, who, yeah, is scratching the eyebrow as if to say, oh my God, how could this game get any worse?
Crazy stuff. And yeah, the one drawback being it creates a new lane for S bingos. It's not a great one, but it is something. It is some resource for Ryan Wee. Now you have this 7-letter rack that looks good. No sevens here. Nothing plays. I think let's just do what unfortunately feels necessary and just play off an I, Will. Is there any other way to go here?
Question is where to play your I if you're just going to play the 1. Another possibility. So this would normally be a spot where you could just dump an I, but now I'm not sure you want to necessarily. I guess you're not. It's sort of a lateral move as far as is it opening or blocking. Yes, you do this, you're blocking this, but you are creating a new lane. I would be tempted to play yin here and just gamble, but of course, Peter is going to hammer this with quads, and it's just going to get worse. It's going to go from,
Or just Aqua.
oh yeah, Aqua, even better, saving the S. Oh man, crazy.
It could also be said that because Ryan's down by so much, he knows he needs to draw a bunch of stuff. Maybe you just take inties for the high score, 26, hope for another S, hope that the board gets reopened in a more palatable way later on. Oh, this is brutal.
Yeah, when these deficits get this big, you mentioned it in an earlier game where you have to do stuff a little different than usual, and it's okay to do that. You can make some plays that are a little crazy looking compared to the norm because your winning pathway is going to be crazy. So, yeah, what to do? He is just going to go ahead and play Kai, and I think I appreciate this. Yeah, it blocks halogens, but most of the bingos that he can draw with an S are going to fit in 2 spots, and both of them are going to open potentially
Don't draw another
multiple.
eye.
Oh, that would be the troll to end all trolls right here if he does.
But no, you're totally right. The position.
All right.
The positioning is better because the bingos are better. They hit the double. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I say that? Why did I do that?
Wasn't me this time. I know if it was
Yeah.
me, you'd be all over me, but I'm giving you grace on this.
Oh, maybe Peter's he's gonna play Aqua anyway. I feel like he's probably gonna play. Maybe you don't play quads because it opens an S hook. But yeah, he's gonna play that, and that's not gonna help, is it?
Neuritis doesn't fit. Oh my god. This is just brutal. Definitely, great to see Peter doing well, crushing it so far with that spread. But of course, my heart does go out to Ryan here, who needed a win here badly. And this game, through no fault of his own, to be clear, has not made any misstep that I would speak of here. Has just completely spiraled out of control on him. And now the eye draw after the eye fish, when almost anything else would have gotten the job done. And now he plays Chi, which also makes sense, trying to dodge the S, but also very importantly, the N. And Peter just has an N
Still,
to pounce.
he's still down so much. He has to hope Peter doesn't have anything there. I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He drew an O. That's good. And yeah, Peter does have an N, but he doesn't have anything great there. Fent is 36. I mean, obviously 36 is great here, but it leaves him vowelless. So there's still definitely some hope here at the end of a very, very long and twisted tunnel after this play of Fent. Ryan's going to have multiple bingo options to choose from. And I assume he wants to play something furthest to the left possible, hooking onto Kai just to open as much space as he can. Maybe here is the best idea to open this, create this tension, create this, create the possibility of forking. So maybe like triones makes the most sense.
Yeah, got to. I mean, how much are you trying to keep faith alive of coming back at this point? It is a 200-point deficit. I think it's possible, I guess. So you got to keep trying and thinking, how am I going to create multiple spots? So I appreciate it. It's just on the cusp of possibility. I'm just looking over. Yeah, what are the bingos that this is crazy because this would normally be such a simple decision, But again, this need to look 3 or 4 or 5 turns into the future makes it so complicated and difficult to ascertain.
Here's what I think. I think he's looking at Norites here, which would make Kai with the E hook. Nice find there. I think if you play triones instead, putting the 2 consonants, it's a very important distinction because let's say Peter has all consonants, he's then completely incapable of blocking the triple triple. So I think this is actually a huge mistake. And I say huge, his winning chances go from like 1% to 0.5% or something in this position. But I think you have to do triones and create that possibility of Peter not being able to respond.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Putting the 2 consonants there, if you do get your miraculous all 7 consonant rack, which Peter is so close to having, can really do well. And look at this, not a terrible draw either. The VW is not great, but ironically, I feel like a draw like that is kind of something like what Ryan wants. Like he wants to get a bingo, but also one that has high scoring letters in it. Um, so, but it didn't quite connect for him. So, what are we looking at here?
This is
Vector.
a good play.
Yeah, for
It's a
sure.
very good play. Yeah. It does take an S. That's the one problem, but does a great job blocking the triple triple, dealing with the constant issues. Yeah, I think by far Peter's best choice, and he doesn't hesitate at all. And yeah, I should probably start pronouncing that trionese since it's a sticky S. If I say triones too many times, I'll think trione is valid, which
Yeah, I suppose that the pronunciation helps to cement that sort of thing. Um, are we gonna see a play like Wove here, Josh?
woven.
Oh, Woven. I mean, this is exactly, I think, what Ryan needs to do here. Now there is a serious amount of volatility available. I like it. I like this idea a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense. The problem is you're sort of making it harder for yourself to open the top left some other way. So if Peter just manages to block the triple now, top left's going to be hard to access. Although there's the S hook on quads that's still there. I think it's fine. I think there's still a lot of space left. Yeah, this is a threat. Peter might just play Iwi pretty quickly here just to deal with the W in the triple triple lane, despite how unlikely it is that a triple triple will be drawn. But he's only up 136. I say only because multiple bingos could also be the cause of Peter's downfall here. So maybe he won't think to block things. Have you seen this possibility of playing halogenoid?
Oh my
Obviously, it makes
gosh.
absolutely no sense for Peter. But if Ryan ever draws that and knows the word, it would make sense to open another triple triple.
That is hilarious. That would be so funny to see that. Um, yeah, is that likely? No, but you could imagine scenarios where that is actually a clever way to open more space. That would be so cool. Perhaps similarly likely would just be something here, but halogenoid could, I mean, if Peter's rack looks like halogenoid could be a good play to open space. Gonna play Podex.
He doesn't care.
Diplex. Yeah, Diplex also played there if he wanted to undouble his eyes at a cost of leaving no consonants. Similar plays. Nice way to score. He's just going to risk. He's going to say, all right, if you have a triple triple through the W, more power to you. It's not that likely. And it gives Ryan another opportunity to do some board shaping, though.
Yeah, lots of eyes left, though, to redraw. So yeah, Diplex probably slightly better option there, slightly better version of Podex. But Peter doesn't triplicate his eyes, and even if he has triple eyes, he still has Iwi as an option next turn. So maybe it's actually an interesting little nuance of keeping the 2 eyes for Iwi if he wants it.
Interesting idea. with that one vowel on Ryan's rack, I wish he had two because then we would almost certainly see a play here. Although maybe not, because then a play to whatever letter that is would close everything off in one go, which is not what he wants. So maybe that's not what we would see in any case. Is there any Z? There's no real Z shenanigans to be had here. This is just too difficult to really work with, so we're not going to see any kind of cool ads set up.
Could you potentially try to manufacture a Miltz play by creating a word here that you can then put an L?
Oh, that would be hilarious. How could you do that though? I'm not sure how
I
you
don't
would.
know.
It might just be not possible to do.
Yeah. I think the play that Ryan might have been considering of Zhou setting up the D was pretty cool.
Interesting. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I mean, again, you're hoping for an S for vectors, then you're putting another, probably much more realistic, the D hook on Zhou. Way likelier for you to eventually draw something than a triple through the W. So that could be worth it for sure. Tricky, but he probably already thought of it, right?
Yeah, he's looking for other things because the leave is just very, very bad. I think it's cool. I think it's a cool option, and he might decide on it. There's a bunch of options here for sure to think about. You can maybe keep the Z. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it feels like there's kind of a perverse way in which games like this are actually fun to be in Ryan's position because you get to be at your most creative. Do you feel that sometimes?
Yeah, definitely. And that's the way to look at it, of course, if you're in such a ridiculous position so early on. Well, get creative. Try to figure out some really crazy plays you would never make in a normal game to give yourself winning chances. And that's what's so cool about Scrabble is that depending on what the score is, your options and your ideas can vary so greatly. So you could give someone a position like this with 10 different score lines and there will be a different best play. And Zhou coming down for 34 is the desperation score line, as I would call it, and makes a lot of sense.
It does. Not the easiest to deal with. You could just play Tiz if you're Peter to just block a little bit, but that does not address this. And in order to go far enough,
You overdrew.
Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Overdraw. I don't think he's mixed the tiles. So we'll have to see what happens. Peter's by rule is permitted to turn over the extra tiles. I think you get to choose one.
That's a U. Well,
oof. Is there even any hope to draw something with this set of letters? Bud.
Yeah, so just about this exact thing happened earlier in the tournament, but basically Ryan drew 4 tiles instead of 3 and didn't mix them with his previously held tiles. So Peter just turns over 3 of those. That's why we saw the U on the rack earlier on. That was a letter that Peter didn't touch. And IE were the 2 tiles given back to Ryan, and the M was thrown back into the bag. That's what we're getting word from our producer on site. So definitely drawing that U was not good. In terms of overdraw procedures, this wasn't that bad. Ryan definitely wanted those vowels. But yeah, this will happen. It's a very common infraction.
Cool suggestion of just TIAR right here, which would really effectively block the Zhou D hook. That's nice. I like that idea a lot. We'll see, what does Peter consider to be the most salient threat? Is it this hook here? You do still have the vectors hook. He doesn't have an S. 2 of them are unseen, so he's got to be thinking about that. And then, of course, the granddaddy of them all, triple through the W, which would instantly change the complexion of this game for sure, but is also by far the least likely.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this board. There's so many like crazy openings. The S on Vector, the D on Joe, the triple, the S on Squads is still there too. And if you're Peter, you're probably just thinking, well, lots of threats here. I might as well just, maybe deal with one if I can score well. But there's a lot of different threats, and maybe you think the Joe one is the most prominent, but there's still two S's out, and words with D in the beginning are far less likely than S in the beginning. So even if Ryan had D, it could still be that Vector's plays are still likelier, and you want to handle those. But Peter had no real way of blocking Vectors for a decent score. So Lati, a similar idea to TR comes down. That doesn't take any hooks either, as far as I know, and it's a nice way to deal with the threat.
Yeah, agreed. The only drawback compared to TR is just there are more R's to draw. It's like Peter's avoided them, so no worries there. But yeah, other than that, great idea to block it in that manner. And you're pretty close. Oddly, one more overlapping play here would block squads if you're worried about that. And if I'm Peter, I feel like now my biggest concern is a pair of S bingos. I want to try to get to a point where I can't be bingoed on twice by two S bingos, one after the other. That sequence feels like the scariest thing. We're going to see Wud in the top of the board. Scores 38, leaving good tiles. At some point, one of those last two S's is going to come out. Ryan would really like to get one and only one here, I feel. That's the sweet spot for him.
But here's the thing, it's a dead end to hook onto quads. It's a dead end to play a bingo here, but not a dead end to play with Vectors, which would necessarily almost open this next line. So not only is the Vectors spot more dangerous, it's also bad long term. So I think Peter doesn't really have to worry about squads right now. I think he wants to block something and just play here. Play anal or something and block Vectors, but it's going to be hard to say no to a play like Malawa, which is so many points with a 100+ point lead. I wonder what he's going to do.
Interesting. So Malwa through the W of Woven doesn't address anything, as you're saying. Anal definitely does cripple and basically fully block, I should say, the Vector's hook. And he's just going to go with this, which this is a great example. Maybe why does Peter have such a high spread? This play definitely works out better on spread more of the time. Anytime Ryan doesn't bingo twice in a row and threaten victory in the game because the Vector spot is open, this play is going to work out much better on spread. Keep a little bit better of a leave. Maybe you draw the S and get a bingo and win by way more than you would otherwise, which actually seems pretty likely at this point, given the pool, the fact that Ryan doesn't have one. So this play works out better on spread. But there comes a point where if you have all that spread, you're going to have to start thinking less about adding more of it and more about making absolutely sure that you have an ironclad lock on the win in each game, which I guess maybe this doesn't do quite as well.
Yeah, but might want to start nicknaming Peter something like the Honey Badger, not caring about the danger zones. But I mean, he did make some blocking plays. Lati was a blocking play. Keiki was a blocking play. But in certain circumstances, just do what you can to help yourself, and the win will come that way as well. So 150 points between the two. Reg is the play by Ryan. I think this is a pretty cool idea to create some play on the second to bottom row. However, this does kind of inhibit the future potential of bingoing with Vectors and opening that row that way. So maybe a little bit inaccurate in terms of really maximizing those extremely thin winning chances.
Yeah, I would also add, though, at this point, there's too few tiles in the bag for that to even matter that much. Like, making a bingo that creates another line, it's too late. You're basically looking at just one that cuts the cap at this point. But in general, it makes total sense. If this were like there were just a few more tiles in the bag, that would definitely be a big drawback of this. But at this point, Ryan's just trying to get one last bingo to cut this spread a little bit, save some face, not lose by 150 plus. And where are those S's? They're still lurking.
Yeah, you're totally right. The game just escaped both me and Ryan. I didn't realize there's so few tiles left. So yeah, at this point it's over. Yeah, if Ryan hadn't gotten that bingo immediately, it was there was no chance. So where are the S's? That's what Peter's asking. That's what Ryan's asking. They're probably both pointing at each other in their heads, like, you have an S, you have an S. But as it is so often the case, your opponent doesn't have the letters you're scared that they have. But in Peter's circumstance, of course, what you want to do is block vectors if you can. And he's looking at Neff at the very bottom left for 20 points, which will keep 2 eyes again, but just gets the job done, blocks the vectors hook, and keeps tiles that should be able to deal with any other bingos on other parts of the board and score well. P very much the best tile to keep here.
Yeah, for sure. Adding to Ryan's overall effect of being trolled very hard in this game is an unplayable 7 on his rack. I think that's going to fit anywhere. Add that to his list of grievances, which would justifiably be very long after this game. I think the coup de grace for me was fishing the eye and drawing the eye when he had absolutely overwhelming odds of drawing a bingo immediately and having to fish a second turn that just puts him so far in arrears, especially when Peter had the end to respond to Chi with chin. So tough one here for Ryan Wee. Not the stream debut at the 2026 MGI event that he wanted, but if he can shake this off and keep winning some games this afternoon, he's got a great chance to get back on where things may go easily, quite differently for him.
Yeah, and what to do here with 3 tiles in the bag? Of course, you do have to finish the game. Looks like Ryan's considering playing off a D and an E. You really do want to play off the B if you can. That's the worst tile in the rack. But if you draw a bingo that contains both S's, it'll almost certainly fit on the board no matter what you do. But I don't think you want to empty the bag anyway. I think playing off BE or just the B or a D and an E makes sense. And of course, we have a troll on Peter's rack.
IR Peter. Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Yes, indeed, you are. Nice. I just caught sight of that as I'm looking around, trying to figure out what should Ryan do to fish tiles off. But yeah, it's gonna be tough.
I think ED is a cool idea. Create a new spot or an S, but I don't know if you actually draw anything. Sore bite, one of those things that people think.
Sore bite and broiest you would get if you drew OS.
Oh, it is a word?
Yeah. Are you're smiling?
I thought it was, and then I was like, no, that's a phony. And then thank you for confirming. Will is my dictionary here today.
I'm fallible. I definitely need to be double checked and triple checked at times. But yeah, tough game for Ryan, as we're saying. He's got a good chance, actually. If he just plays his B, he will be bingoing here, right? Diester and dieters playing 2 spots. So, in fact, he would have a 66% chance of getting a bingo down. He may also be a little bit worried. Oh, where are we seeing here?
Oh, cool play. Setting up the B. That's cool.
really nice. I think we're probably likely to see a diet play. Is there even a good one? How do you Torii eye? Is that I guess it's okay, but still, if you draw something up high, it's gonna play there too. There we go.
And there
Nice
we go.
one.
All right. He's the
Ryan,
bingo out.
you see that face? He's like, huh, okay. 2 S's. Who knew I could draw good tiles?
It's so funny because in normal circumstances, you feel so lucky when this happens. But in a game like this, it's just like, come on, man, really? Easters, Bisters, so many bingos available for him, and they fit in multiple spots. So Ryan shaking his head. Peter, from his standpoint, can't really do anything, honestly. I guess you want to block Bustier. You can't do that. Can you block it with like Ori here? Tori blocks Bustier. Is there anything else?
I don't think so. So I guess you could do that if you're worried. That is the most. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and play Ori, which makes sense. This does seed plenty of bingos back, but it does take the sting out of them a little bit with that B hook that Ryan just cleverly created. That was a really nice play. I like that play a lot.
Mm-hmm. And Ryan isn't going to hesitate. He's going to play Beasters. Bitzers still fits with Regs, and that's slightly higher scoring. But
oh, sure.
No worries. 77 points and reasonable finish. Ryan Wee's going to get 393 to Peter's 474.
Yeah. So there we go. We got it to a reasonable looking final score, as you say. Tough game. Great opening plays there by Peter Andronowski. Xylanol to open after a bit of a thought. And we didn't see Nanny Guy, but we still saw a great follow-up play of Allaying, hooking the L to Jai. So very, very solid. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and honestly, you wouldn't think how terrible the scoreline was earlier in the game by seeing this final score. So good job by Ryan for saving some face there, and great job to Peter, but for just like blowing him out of the water and basically not having to worry about losing the entire game. We'll get to speak to him, I'm sure, with his thoughts here.
Yeah, I think we should have the opportunity to do that. We're also picking that next game. I think it feels like we have a lot of very similar choices here. A lot of good ones. I think we haven't had Sammy Okasaga, and he's playing Noble Onoshevwe, who we only saw once. So I feel like that getting a Sammy game, we haven't done that today, and he is still holding strong in very high position. I think what we're going to go with for our next game.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Sammy and Noble.
We saw an unbelievably tactical game between Noble and Toke, who has, I guess, fallen off the pace today after a great day one. Chief Toke Aka, which is, I mean, it's tough to stay up there in an event like this. So not a slight to him in that regard.
That's right. But yeah, with this victory, Peter continuing to cement his lead over the rest of the pack. Only a 80 or so point win, but his spread's already so good. This is probably one of his smallest wins of the tournament.
That is saying a lot. That is saying a lot for sure, because this is still pretty. There was a well over almost 200 point margin earlier in the game. I think it was over a 200 point margin. So yeah, it says a lot that, of course, it ended smaller than that, but still, this is a pretty good size win, but maybe below average for Peter so far at this tournament.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hello.
All right.
Hey, Peter, what happened? You only won by
Hey.
80?
Yeah, I know. What's going on with that, right? Wow, I'm sort of speechless. I can't believe I actually played Xylanol. Obviously I saw it instantly, and then I just spent the next 3 minutes just double checking that it's a word and not being sure of myself. But yeah, glad I played it.
How did you convince yourself that it was valid?
Essentially because yesterday when I played Sammy, I was going first and I had unraised with a Z, and I talked myself out of it. So I was just thinking back to that, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to be the guy that doesn't play Xylanol on stream.
Yeah, your first instinct, it was within seconds of drawing the tiles, you had them lined up,
yeah.
and often that first instinct is a good one. But I just
Yeah.
feel like you were up big early, but there was a really critical point that I think you made. Maybe my favorite play of the game, Halogen. That was a really
Yeah.
nice play. Tell us a little bit about that one with the Q in hand.
I mean, I obviously didn't have anything to play with the Q. The only thing I was really considering was a go next to allaying here, but I didn't like keeping QEH. What kind of leave is that? And I just kept on looking and looking, and then I saw it, Mabo, the new one, right?
Yeah, so a go would have been solid, but ironically, that would not have blocked the bingo that Ryan had lined up of Stingier. That would have formed a gone. So by playing Halogen, he had this really nice rack of, retins and another eye in tires, and you blocked him and forced him to have to fish. And that really solidified your lead to where the comebacks would just be too little too late. So that was my favorite play. Obviously, Xylanol is a co-favorite, but Halogen, really a critical play of the game. Josh, any other plays to call out for Peter here?
Yeah, so when you played Podex, were you thinking you could keep the eyes for Iwi just in case you wanted to block that crazy, unlikely triple, or were you just not concerned with it?
Well, I was gonna play Iwi, but then I don't know, why didn't I play Iwi? I think I was sort of looking at a 5-letter play parallel here, making Dex or something, but I couldn't really see anything. I guess there's no 5-letter word going that way, is there? Yeah, so I didn't like that.
I guess Dolia.
Is that a word?
Yeah, Dolia, but that's not, that's nothing to write home about. Podex actually was a very solid play. So it's more just the foresight to see that the I combination actually isn't as bad as it seems, with the ability to just plop it down on the W to block at any time. So yeah, another solid play.
Am I making stuff up, or is Malawi a word?
Spell
Malawi.
That's a country.
That's a country, yeah.
Yeah, that's a country.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you're not making it up completely, but you did well to play Malwa, which is valid, instead of that.
Yeah, I was not entirely sure. I was going to play but I was like, no, that's weak. I can't do that. And then at the end, I just had to laugh on the inside. IR Piotr.
That's right. He had that on this rack, which we were a little slow on the uptake to see that you had arranged that, but we eventually got there. So yeah,
a little joke.
Yep, for sure. It's been an amazing tournament for you so far. Of course, there's still a ways to go, but you are right at the top in an extremely tough field and making great plays every time we see you. Do you sort of feel yourself to be in excellent form right now, or is this just sort of what do you attribute this to, I guess?
I think I'm playing, I'm having the best tournament of my life. That's probably without a doubt. I don't think I'm playing any different than in the past. It's just that I think up until now, over all these years, just I found things weren't really just working out. And I don't know whether it's just, because of the time off I've had, or I'm just, I don't know, calmer or something. It just, things are working out. So it's, I'll keep on going as long as I can. Yeah. Maybe I can win this thing.
Yeah, you certainly can. And the momentum is in your favor. And we're loving watching it happen in real time, regardless of how the next games go. It's been such a pleasure watching you play for the first time. I guess I've watched you play once while playing you in Blitz match, but that was about it for me.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's really awesome to see, and keep up the great work, and good luck in your next ones. We'll probably see you very soon on the stream
Yeah, I
again.
hope so. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. All right,
Bye.
there you go. Nice chat there with our winner from this game, Peter Andronowski, with a very impressive performance again in a tournament that's clearly been full of them. I shudder to think what his average score would be at this point with a plus 1846 spread, which you see in the bottom left. We're going to get set for our next game. Just trying to revise the placements here. I think we're 22 rounds in, so Sammy's record is up to date. And Noble's record also up to date, though he drops to 11th place. So I think all of that is squared away. But yeah, Sammy's been right up there. We've seen him a number of times. One of my favorite players to watch, Josh.
Yeah, it's been great to see him again once a day. Especially, I always want to see what his fit is like every single day. He's always wearing something new, something fresh. So obviously that's not a huge concern, but it's fun. He actually sent me a message. He let us know that it's been actually 30 years since he moved to the US in Nigeria, and that in 2004, after unlearning CSW lexicon to play in North American top tournaments, he was the #1 rated player in North America.
Yeah, I remember
the North
that.
American lexicon, which is just insane. No one has ever done that before. I don't think anyone ever will, other than Nigel.
I think it's at Sammy at his peak, he wasn't even that active of a player, which I feel like he wasn't playing often enough to, when I started playing, at least in 2008 or 9, his period of activity was just a few years before I started to play more. And by that time, I just remember people like Joel Sherman and Joe Edley, like they would answer the question of who is the best player to never win a North American championship. They basically would say, yeah, I'll appreciate this answer or that answer, but don't forget Sammy. Like it might be Sammy. And we had a chat. Some people in the YouTube chat were talking about who's the best player to not yet win a world championship. Hard not to say Harshan. He's been in the finals twice and come down to the final game in one of those. Dave Wiegand comes to mind as somebody that's been so strong for so long. Nobody would be shocked. But Sammy, as I spoke about in my video on Nigerian Scrabble, had one of the most impressive world championship performances in the history of the game. One of the most stacked main event fields ever assembled. He came out in first place going into the bracket, where he promptly lost a best of 3 match against the Thai Grandmaster Goman, which feels so wrong for a 32 game main event to funnel into a best of 3 match. Sammy was trying to be graceful about that fact when I was talking to him and interviewing him about that, but he's right up there for me on that short list.
Yeah, it's crazy because like I was watching that. That was one of the first live streamed Scrabble events in history, and I don't know if it was the first match, but I have such a vivid recollection against Goman when Krem Wen was the opening play. Crewmen was the idea, but it was a double blank Krem Wen by, I think, Goman. And Sammy just did not see it. It's such a brutal way to go. And in the middle of the game, the most iconic thing ever is like Goman noticed that he played Krem Wen, turned to the camera and went like the biggest face palm I've ever seen. Best like YouTube thumbnail face ever prior to clickbait. And it was just insane. And the commentary, I also remember people ask me what my favorite commentary is for Scrabble. Obviously, I'd be remiss not to mention I love listening to Will. the current commentators, Will, Matt Canick, but the commentators during that event, I don't know who they were, but they had the perfect. It was just amazing, and I'm gonna butcher this so badly, but when the board recognized the play of Kremwen, because it was using a board that was trying to recognize the tiles that were played, one of the commentators was just like, "Has he played Kremwen?" And it was just like the best, like the best British accent and like uptick nuances in the sentence. And the reason that it was so funny is because we didn't have a view of the board per se, because the board was supposed to be recording the moves, and there were so many mistakes that the board was making,
Oh,
like
yeah.
tiles being in the wrong order, that we probably just assumed it was crewmen
That is
for such a long time.
hilarious.
Anyways, that's a little bit of a tidbit from way back when, before Scrabble streaming has got mainstream.
I feel like it's never occurred to me that I have to do that match. I have to find those games and do a video on that match.
I don't think they exist. I think they're from the Mind Sports YouTube that was completely shut down, unfortunately.
But no.
I've looked far and wide for the VODs, but I think they're gone.
But
forever.
even not the VODs, just the record of the games. We don't even have that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure we do somewhere, but yeah, unfortunately.
It's tough to track them down.
Maybe Wayback Machine. I'm not sure. As the players are ready here, a little bit of unsquaring, which is not a word.
That one's not. On. Yeah, that one's not.
Noble going first though, so he's at 13-9 minus 191. We can't count him out, but his differential is not very good. He's gonna have to win out pretty much to win this tournament at this rate. He can probably only afford one more loss. Sammy, on the other hand, can afford to lose a few more games, and he has a good differential, not nearly as good as Peter at the top, but in much better position to potentially take this one home tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
just looking at the standings, nobody at 15 wins. It looks right now like those top 5 have somewhat stratified themselves. But as you're saying, Josh, anyone lower down than that can just jump right back into the top with a nice string of wins. And just wanting to show that little bit of a gap there. Sammy, one of those top 5 players, wanting to continue winning so he can start passing those 3 18s ahead of him. So off to the game we go. Noble with his tiles, both players with their tiles. Bayou looks quite reasonable. There's an anagram of this word too.
Yeah, boyo, but I'd much rather buy you a drink one day, Will. I think this is probably the best play. There's also buai to keep the U, score a couple extra points by doubling the Y, but I think for sure I would do this, or boyo, the French word. Yeah, good job. Good job by Noble.
No time wasted making the optimal play there for Noble, who is just back of the top, as Josh was saying, thanks to a slightly weaker tiebreaker. But at the end of the day, you're looking to win those games, and he's been winning a bunch of them, 13 of them in this very difficult field. So Sammy with not the best tiles here. There's basically no way that he won't use the V. Getting rid of that tile is priority 1. And he also dumped the G along with it. That's what he's likely thinking. And the answer is, yeah, there are ways to do that.
Yeah, it's actually surprising. Like, this rack doesn't seem that bad to me. It feels very close to a bingo, but with no double-double, no great ways to overlap or underlap by you, maybe you go for Gavial through the A of Bayou. Maybe you underlap with Viga. It's pretty nice, I guess, to score 24 points and not open a bunch of floaters. But I think, yeah, once you crunch the numbers in, Gavial is a sort of more of a recognition that you're at a little bit of a disadvantage here, and you might as well open some lanes up and try to bingo as soon as possible.
Some interesting other options of just Vly, which is a surprisingly restrictive play in terms of it's going to make a really difficult board to navigate for Noble on his next turn. And it keeps a decent bingo lead with a G in it. No, it doesn't have the N, but a lot of the bingos you draw are going to start with G, which means they'll play alongside Bayou, which is not a given. Your opponent is much less likely to have a play that fits in that spot than you are holding a good bingo lead with a G, R, and T, all of which actually play underneath the U. That's an interesting one. I would not play that. I think Vig feels very normal to me. And then also Gravity, Josh, is not a play I had generated, but it just gets all that clunk off at once. Worth a thought.
Lots of really interesting plays here. It does come down to sort of a matter of instinct / style, I think. Hard to say that any play is better than the next. As long as you know what you're doing. Vig makes a lot of sense. Keep the A off for 6 points, but it's your only vowel, and you prevent those big re-underlaps of YA by doing so. So a very sensible approach. Sammy, if you're in the chat, by the way, let us know where you're watching from. And the question we asked just earlier, who do you think, it doesn't matter if you don't know anything about Scrabble or nearly anything other than Nigel, Will. But who do you think is the best player in the world to never win a world championship? He might be right next to me to my left. That's a very valid, valid choice for sure.
If you don't know any other players other than me, you can say me because you don't know Dave Wiegand or Sammy or Harshan that well, but it's definitely one of those three. I would aspire to be in that conversation for real. I've done nothing to really suggest that I belong in quite that level. I'm a tick below, but I'm working hard. I'm studying. I'm aspiring to get there, and who knows, maybe I'll reach it at some point. But just to
let's you know what, let me ask us a different question. Who's one of the only people in the world to have beaten Nigel in a match or a match type situation where you needed to win more games than you lost to win a tournament? I think the list is very short, Mr. Anderson, so you go ahead and be humble, but yeah, you're something.
Appreciate that. That's still yet to be a video on the channel. I'm saving that one. It's a gold mine for someday because there's a lot of fun stuff there. But in any case, we see Hoy, great play by Noble, just to keep really nice balanced tiles on his rack and score well in a way that doesn't really allow reparallels easily at all. It's not possible to play on top of YO. So this is a very safe play by him. And it's back over to Sammy with tough tiles to work with. Possible he's going to be, I don't know how grateful we could say he's going to be to have kept the A off of Vig rather than play Vega. But a play like Royal looks decent for him here just to score okay numbers of points and balance his rack a little bit. His odds of doing something great after that, Josh, don't feel phenomenal, but it seems like a solid move. Here it comes.
Yeah, nice find. I mean, this position is so bizarre. You almost always want to be playing a K in a position like this one and trying to keep something more balanced. But because things are so tight, just taking that score, not opening almost anything for opponent to work with, this is a great find by Sammy. And he's at a deficit, but anything can happen on a board like this. So, he might be the first to get the jump on Noble, get the first bingo down. A bid coming down pretty quickly, unduplicating the A's and keeping the nice P, which goes under the U of Bayou for a potential 7-letter word. So again, I really feel like if Sammy had gone a different direction, played Gavial against the very tactical and technical defensive Noble, from what we've seen at least so far, that might have been a more, I guess, a better way to try and face the opponent. But Sammy could play any board, anytime. Jot coming down, a nice way to hook a bid, drawing the J, 30 plus points, and suddenly the game is pretty much tied. But look at that draw for Noble. Oh my goodness.
Sammy is definitely comfortable on these incredibly tight, constricted tactical boards. After all, that is the style that is associated with many, many Nigerian players. And Sammy sort of grew up in that environment of super closed, hyper tactical play. And then now, having spent the last few decades in the US, where there are a lot of players who love those volatile, swashbuckling boards, I feel like he truly, above almost anyone else, has seen it all in terms of no board is going to phase him. He'll be able to operate pretty smoothly in any scenario. I do think of his style as being slightly defensive, but a little more hybrid, whereas Noble is all about defense. We've seen it, and he's definitely committing to it again, making great defensive plays early on. He has a bingo here that he's going to be able to pluralize bayous, and he's just got to figure out, probably, do I play royals instead? What is the most defensive option for me? That's what he's thinking about right now. Probably something making um, a royals hook. I'm trying to think. Do you worry about an S hook, Josh, or scoring plays? Ooh, he's
I
going with the other
think
spot.
Noble might not be 100% on Royal taking an S. That could be a thing too. So this is a safer option no matter what. It's just a lot, not a lot, but 5 points fewer to play Panties here rather than score 77 with Royals with Sapien or Spinate. This does open a triple, but once the triple is taken, I mean, the board is just so tight. I think this is a great option.
Yeah, another nice thing about this is if you're a defensive minded player, something that you're looking for are right angles on the board. Anytime there's a whoops, as the board spins on me, but anytime there's a right angle, and I know Josh has pointed this out many times as well, it cuts off a lot of the space that the right angle sort of forms. Look at how literally impossible it is to access many of these squares without a really long play or a bingo. It's so difficult to reach the edges of the board going in this direction after a right angle. You really are somewhat beholden to getting another S and playing something alongside royals, or getting really lucky with a bingo in a very specific position.
Yeah, great point. I mean, for Sammy here, there is one pretty decent play that he happens to have that will will start trying to access the bottom right of the board. Which, by the way, things do tend to trickle down into that part of the board. Will, you made a video about how the bottom right is the richest part of the Scrabble board, most likely to be used. But for the moment, the control that Noble has on this board cannot go understated. And if Sammy's to play Linux here, he's going to have to get a lot to stay in this game. Any O or U play is going to score pretty nicely on that triple. You see Noble's rack is really bad, but Aula is 24 points and doesn't open anything. So I think it's hard to quantify how actually bad a position Sammy is in right now.
Yeah. That being said, Sammy, one of the most patient players that we have the opportunity to watch. So he could be thinking, it's not time to hit the panic button yet. I'm just going to take some high scoring plays as I have them. I'm not going to go overboard to try to open this board up and give Noble way too many good opportunities in response. I do think a play like Linux does make a little more sense than a play like just XU up here, which would otherwise be quite tempting. I think a lot of the value in doing a little bit of opening with a play like Linux is just that Noble's not going to do it for you. But there we go. This is certainly a very reasonable way forward. And in this particular case, it actually helps Sammy a lot to block that dumping play of Aula Noble sees.
Yeah, and hopefully he's come up with a plan B. Another thing you want to do in positions like this is think on your opponent's time, and there we go. AUA very quickly coming down. That might have been a second idea for Noble, just blocking the remaining floats, central floats on the board. So the N and the T, most words using those, so long as they don't start an enter T, would have played on the board. But now after Awa, only nines are available. But This is going to be very interesting as Noble draws a third L. Is the Royals hook going to come in clutch for Sammy as Viver is his play? Makes perfect sense. Getting rid of that V and starting to work downwards. Is the Royals hook going to come in? We'll see.
Yeah. Is it something where Noble played panties here because he liked the shape of the board after it, or was it by default because he wasn't confident enough in this hook? We'll find out when the next S is played, I guess, or if it ever is. Noble exchanging, there was a great play available there, Josh. It looks like he exchanged
Did he have
all of
an
his
O?
L's. Now he,
LLLO?
yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he had an awesome play. And it would have been so funny if he played that because Sammy on day one played a phony word that is actually a skincare, I guess, company.
Fructis, yeah.
Fructis, but L'Oreal is valid, and that would have fit for 30 points. There were some decent options there for Noble, but he didn't look for them, I think.
Yeah, this does not really actually open too much else. Yeah, it gives you the triple at the top of the board from the L. But as far as this hook, there already is the Royals hook. So that's not really any worse. And you're getting a nice 30 points for that. But in any case, it's now Sammy's turn here, holding the K. Got to make sure we commit the exchange for Noble. He's got this K. L'Oreal is not on the board. This is what we're looking at here. What can Sammy do to take advantage of that exchange?
Yeah, so now scores are only within 32 points, so just one scoring play will tie the game up. Deke is playable to the right of Viver for 36, but that's so dangerous to float that K out there and then leave the board pretty bereft of scoring opportunities. I think Sammy's going to look for other options before settling on his choice here.
Yeah, couple other choices that are nice. Keno, the thing that's nice about this is against such a defensive player as Noble, you're creating two threats that are going to be difficult to deal with at once, and you're keeping a good bingo leave after this of EID. You can easily hit a 7 that plays here. I really feel like after a play like this, Noble is going to play to the K. So any bingo you draw is extremely likely to play underneath Keno. That could be a very reasonable choice for Sammy here. So we'll just have to see what he elects to do.
What happens in your mind if you consider Oin, AOINE here, which is the recommended play by the engine? Are you thinking, well, if Noble exchanged 3 tiles, he's got to have an S a huge amount of the time? This is why defensive players can really get into your head. He was actually just balancing the rack. Whereas, yeah, I'm very, very interested to see if Sammy wants to play a coin here, set up a huge spot for a double-double starting in S.
That would be crazy. Not crazy in terms of, wow, he's so crazy for doing that. It would be really interesting from a strategic perspective to see, and maybe if he wins the game and we get to talk to him, I have to see if he plays that. What was his likelihood in his mind of Noble having an S there? It looks like he is considering Keno, which feels like a very natural idea, especially against this particular opponent.
Yeah, it's a good point that you want to bring people out of their comfort zones if you know their style of play. Obviously, there's still a big threat of something happening on one of those 2 triples. But Sammy Fearless playing Keno, bringing the game within 4 points. And Noble's probably going to come back pretty nicely here, but he won't have a huge game-ending play or game-altering play.
Well, not through the K. If he spots it, he does have re-earned, which I'm not sure we've noticed here yet.
Oh,
It's
wow.
still fitting after Keno. You would think that might block it, but let's see if he spots it. I literally did not see it until the engine just spat it out at me. So is it possible we're going to see him miss it, as Sammy definitely missing on a bingo here? But look at that score. After all that defense and tight play, we've got ourselves an incredibly locked down board. I guess it just opened up quite a bit thanks to Kino, you could see it shut down again quickly.
Yeah. There's still some stuff that can happen, but re-earned is not being spotted by Noble. He's gonna have to have a eureka moment to see it at this point. And no, we're seeing Derek
Ooh,
be played. Is that's not
getting,
is that
it's not
a
good.
thing?
It's not good.
Whoa, no hold.
That's surprising. So Terek is a word. If that D were to be a T, that would be valid.
There's a hold.
Okay.
Sammy
Sammy
likes to do this right as you put your hand in the bag. He says hold.
I would have been absolutely shocked had he not challenged this word. No way should Sammy let that.
Still hasn't challenged.
He's going to, trust me.
Okay.
They just have to, yeah, he will.
Oh
So
boy.
huge missed opportunity. Not only re-earned was available, but playing a phony here is rough timing for Noble. This is going to come off and give Sammy a golden opportunity to play something of his own through that K, frankly.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Nebek, Terek, but no Derek. So we see the short word knowledge, short words being a problem for Noble again, unfortunately. So this is such a huge swing. There being one scoring spot open, the game being tied, but Noble can still find re-earned next turn, which would be so ridiculous.
It gives him another chance to find his bingo. So let's see, right? With a reprieve, now he has to look for something else. Is this an opportunity? And that would just be comedy at its fine. Scrabble comedy, Josh.
Yeah, Cole coming down for, Scrabble comedy for sure. Cole coming down for Sammy. Heal is also an option. 2 E's versus EO, the age-old question. But looks like read, same letters, Noble giving no information about the remaining tiles on his rack with this play. Unfortunate double miss of re-earned. Huge swing in Sammy's favor. Let's see what he can draw out of the back. L, G.
Oh, wow. So that's crazy. So this gives him a 7, but not one that plays, which is kind of a bad luck. Great that he draws the S. Love to see that. There's the 7. He's arranged it. He's put it on his rack. Now he's going to be looking for a place to play. Leg side doesn't actually fit. And meanwhile, Noble also with a 7 on his rack. So things are getting spicy in a hurry here. But I think the closed nature of this board. Oh, the A, Aida. Oh my God. Crazy. So Noble poised to strike first. Good call, Josh.
That is crazy stuff. And you see this common thing. You'll see this theme, the bluffing / psychological aspect of Scrabble. Many players, when they have a bingo, will make sure to keep their tiles separated, which is funny because I've seen Noble find his play that he wants to make and then put all his tiles together. So there could be something about this where he's trying to signal to Sammy that he doesn't have anything, when in fact he does. In this particular instance, it's hard to imagine a play that would make sense that Sammy would make only thinking that Noble had a bingo. But Analine will fit with Ida. Leg side will not fit anywhere on the board. Sammy's going to have to find an alternative play, but he's still in pretty good shape probably from his standpoint, though. 2 blanks still out. Lots of good stuff unseen. And Noble keeping the 3 letters he kept previously with the play of Derek, so Sammy probably thinking he likes those letters.
Check out this play for Sammy. Just ED right here. This is a really cool way to balance your rack a little bit. Yes, you keep the G, which you would prefer not to, but it sets your S up in an extremely annoying way to deal with if Noble does not have one himself. Ooh. Up guild. No, this is not valid. Oh man, this is a mashup of so many similar words. Oh, it's gonna be played. Is Noble gonna do anything? And it sets up a phony hook, Josh. Oh my god.
He does it again. I can't believe he's done it again. Sammy Okasaga.
This is incredible. So
Wait,
okay, no hold. This is not valid, and nor is the hook going to be valid. So Noble is going to have another opportunity to challenge this. This is actually kind of
or
interesting.
Sammy will challenge if Noble plays it.
Oh my god. Anyway, nice find by Noble. Getting that bingo down. That's huge. 69 points for him puts him way back into the lead, but I'm fascinated to see what Sammy draws here. This is going to be insane. What happens when this gets hooked? So I definitely agree with you that if
254 to 205, by the way.
sorry.
The scores right now. Sorry, you were saying?
I refreshed it. Thank you. And so what I'm curious to see, scented. Oh, so Noble could easily challenge this now, though, right?
I mean, he's committed to the pit, right? I mean, psychologically speaking, at the top level, you don't challenge things you didn't already try, but because it's a bingo, we see a... No, I thought for a second Noble was holding there.
Sammy's just going into the bag, no hesitation.
Wow.
So Sammy had descent in this spot with Anilines, and he
but
also
look how... Yeah, sorry, go. He had options.
Yeah, so it's hard,
but I think
right?
he thinks it's a word. I think he thinks it's valid.
Wow. Crazy sequence there. I thought there was a chance Noble would challenge the hook when it's for bigger stakes. But you're right. And now he's got a big Z play. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's still like he's still in decent shape to score like well over 50 points if he wants it. Just Moz, M-O-Z. It's right here.
What about
55?
Homers or Homer? Setting up your seat.
That would be ridiculous. Fessett would not even play after that. Wow. I think you just play Moz.
Yeah, sure. It makes sense.
HERS is so strong. So Noble's still in good position here, and I think that's sort of part of the psychology of not questioning certain plays, especially in a more steep challenge rule where there's some challenge rule where you lose your turn if you're wrong on a challenge. And most of the time, a word isn't challenged that's invalid. It's because the opponent has a nice response to it and doesn't want that to go away after losing a turn. So in this particular instance, it was only 5 points that Noble would have sacrificed to challenge up Guild, a word that I guess he thought was valid and Sammy thought was valid, but how sure do you have to be of this word to let it slide? I feel like pretty sure.
Yeah, for sure. I felt it was going to be such good content if Noble challenged the hook, but not the original. And I really feel like for that big of a score, it is tempting. But to your point, he knows he's coming back with a huge play right here. Oh man, this is really interesting. Why Rez over Moz, I wonder? Is there any reason we can suss out setting up the O hook? That doesn't seem powerful enough. So maybe a little miss. And I really wanted to see Homer.
I understand. I understand. You have HOM spot here. HO goes here.
Keep your scoring power.
Such a huge point sacrifice. So I think it's definitely a miss.
I would say, yeah. Well, we'll see. He drew nicely, and it's a tie game after all that. So we're definitely getting our money's worth in that regard. So yeah, let's see. It looks like Sammy is going to play just fit.
Huh.
Both players have an S, so they're both probably feeling decent about their chances of playing something with Anilines. A lot of things go underneath an O, so it feels like it's obstructed, but it's really not. So
yeah, I was wondering if Sammy was going to put his second T there, just an extra chance of one of those two blanks, but CES sees such a strong leave. We'll
Yeah.
see. See what he gets. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Wait, is that so amazing?
No, but neither. Yeah, this is tough because neither of the starting letters fit here. Raiders, tracers.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
but now they will. So I wonder about just HOM. Given the vowel shortage, it might have been better. Noble hasn't committed this yet, but also AEIS is a lot worse than EIS. I just feel like in this particular pool where it's so consonant heavy, you might actually do better a lot of the time keeping this A. And in this particular case, you make it a little tougher to hit an S hook. So there could be an argument in favor of just HOM. But that being said, that's kind of
Ooh.
armchair quarterbacking. I think this is reasonable. And he's
He
just gonna get
almost
burned.
had the sixth sense there to just play HAO or HOM or something.
It is the top simming play, according to the engine, at least my short-term engine, which isn't as good as the Macondo engine.
Homa?
Huh?
Homa?
Yeah, Homa was simming best in my
Yeah.
two-ply sim. So,
No surprises there.
ooh, look at that draw though for Noble. He's not out of it.
Nice. So still a blank out, but Craters will be the play for 75 points. Sammy's going to take a nice 60-point lead with that play.
Any reason
for
why
tracers.
not tracers to limit overlapping plays? Why not put the
Yeah.
C here and make it harder to underlap?
Maybe he wants the underlapping potential so that he can better face bingos, but where are the bingos going to fit? Yeah, I feel like tracer's probably a bit better.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my
Is
god.
there a crazy play?
There is a bingo playable and it is sick. It is so cool. It's not
Yeah,
a
I'm not looking.
it's not a crazy word, but there is a playable bingo here for Noble. It's a word everyone knows.
Oh, wait.
Everyone knows it. Many people probably know it. It's normal. But what a find this would be if Noble finds a way to bingo here. It looks like they're verifying the score. Holy crap. This would be so cool to see Noble find this.
Wow.
Yep. Spotted on YouTube, Andrew Gaming. Nice one. Good to see you, by the way. Holy crap.
And
Isotope.
unseen, dude. Wow, Isotope fits with 4 overlaps somehow for what, 88 points or something?
88.
Wow,
This is it.
I did it. Clip that.
You successfully you calculated that in your
Let's
head
go.
score?
I
Oh my
didn't
god.
calculate. I guessed.
That would be insane. I would never be able to do that. I would just say if I guessed it, it would be totally by luck. But yeah, this is it. They're verifying the score right now. But this would be insane to see happen. And man, would that make a difference in winning percentage for Noble here to come up with the 88-point bingo. But that is so off the beaten path to even think of looking there. But I guess maybe the board is so closed down that maybe you have to at least give fleeting thought to the idea that there is a bingo in this spot because there's almost nowhere else where you could fit one.
Yeah, but even with the bingo, there's so few racks that Noble's going to draw. He's going to draw 5 tiles where he's winning. Man, I mean, you have to play it and hope that you draw the other
second
blank.
blank. Yeah, draw the second blank, and you probably win the game, right? As long as you don't draw a Q and no U, you should probably be able to worm your way.
Oh!
So sick. So sick. Oh my god, dude. That is a fantastic play. One of the best we've seen on the stream so far. Amazing job by Noble. Let's see what Sammy draws. It's going to be huge. We're into the end game now.
Oh, that is dead.
Q and no blank for Sammy.
Oh no. Sammy is lost here, almost certainly. Wow. That is unbelievable. Out of nowhere.
From the top row.
Radioactive.
That is insane. Oh my God. So just before our instinct, Josh, is that the Q, no U draw and no blank draw, that's going to be game over for Sammy. We should just confirm that. I think we're 99% sure, but there are big plays like Sammy can play the word that I'm not going to pronounce right here for 41. That's a lot of points for him. There's definitely points available, but I just think that Q is going to be too much to deal with. Noble with the blank, going to come out with the win thanks to that incredible find in a pretty hopeless position.
That's insanity. And yeah, those are the letters we thought Noble was going to draw. And with that blank, he has more than enough to just outscore the play of Jif. He has 12 minutes. There's like zero chance Noble can mess this up at this point. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if Sammy doesn't play in this spot, he'll just play MEW for too huge of a score, leaving too flexible of tiles, right? That's just so simple. It's not that tricky for him to navigate that. So yeah. Is there a Q stick possibility? Is Sammy supposed to play Bewig so that if Noble doesn't go out, which I don't think he can, at least he gets a spot to play his Q? Maybe.
Maybe, but I mean he's stuck with it regardless. If Noble wants it, Noble wants to stick him, then he will.
Yeah.
But there's no need to. Regardless of what happens, you just go out in 2 and
Well, technically, Sammy has QAT and QIN. So it's not necessarily a stick, but those plays score nothing, and Noble's going to absolutely pound some big spot on the board. So you're not technically stuck, but you might as well be.
yeah, I guess Bewig, followed by, I guess, the hope that Noble misses QAT and blocks the eye on top of Bewig, and it's still just it's still not enough. It's yeah,
just a
crazy
beautiful
stuff.
play. Yeah, beautiful play. That's one of the nicest I've seen on any stream. To think to fit that in there is not easy. Seeing the word is one thing. I think many players might see that, but having the creativity to fit that in there is impressive. Nice work.
Oof. So yeah, Sammy's doing his tracking. Gonna have the bad news. He already knows that Noble has the blank. He's just double checking. But that's crazy. 2 phonies. You challenged off a phony, and still was not enough. That final draw, one of the few I would say that I think Sammy was probably well over 70% to win.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder
Considering the position.
What did it say after craters? 80%.
Oh yeah, no, I just mean with Isotope still.
Oh, you're saying Isotope would only give 20% win? Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's a lot of bad things that can happen. The pool is super clunky, and you're setting up an end game with very poor timing for yourself, I think is the real problem, right? Like Sammy's going to go out and 2 a lot for high scores.
Yeah, it's a good point that Sammy isn't actually stuck with the Q. There's enough spots for him. Even after a play. Well, I guess you could get stuck if you play GIF and then QI gets blocked on top.
True. So that's probably why playing GIF, nice dodge, to avoid angering anyone is maybe not optimal on a higher depth. But wow, what a game. Crazy swings in each direction. Noble getting out to a nice big lead on a dead board, making a big mistake with the phony. Sammy manufacturing points and a bingo for 96 out of nowhere with the clever up guilds. Noble totally redeeming himself with a critical find right at the end when the board was basically shut down. Amazing. It's been a lot of fun.
That's crazy. That is so crazy. Probably the most exciting thing we've seen all tournament, and there's still 10 games left. I guess 9 games after this one. As Sammy is retracking down to 2.5 minutes. But yeah, even his best end game comes up quite short. Noble will be gaining points at the end of the best sequence, and yeah, B-Wig is the best play according to the engine.
Cool. Tricky one. You have to sacrifice some points in order to make that play, but it's just going to be met with very heavy U in all likelihood. So, what a game! So we're looking at the pairings for next round. I think our current. Oh, by the way, as we can look at the standings trickling in here. Oops, something's wrong. Oh, I see what I did. There we go. See, it looks like none of the round 23 results are in yet. Noble playing quickly in this game, so that explains that. I guess Colin Northmore in 8th place has played 23. All the other top 7 players, we're still waiting on their round 23 results. But this is a brutal loss for Sammy, as he really needed this one to keep pace with the 18s. Now he's very likely to be 2 games back of the leaders. He still has plenty of time to make up that deficit, but man, he had to have been feeling very good after Craters. Just didn't go his way.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most brutal ways to go on a board that seems so dead. Just a random in-between bingo like that. But with 2 blanks out, those things are way more possible than usual. And looks like U is Sammy's attempt here. Potentially just hoping for some screw up, some confusion that'll lead to an unlikely victory here. You have to try something, right, at this point.
Sure. And his clock is dwindling. I didn't actually notice. He's hit with 36 seconds left. He's probably going to have a couple more moves here. But yeah, he tries it. He actually goes up by 3 after this. But of course, with that Q still needing to be dealt with for very minimal scores, he is still in huge trouble here. Noble's going to check. No tiles left.
Yeah, he wants to make sure all of the possible ways that he could lose this game are non-existent. So one of the possible ways he could lose this game is if he was supposed to draw 6 tiles or 7 tiles and missed a tile in the bag, because if that does happen, Sammy's under no obligation to tell him that he needs to draw more tiles. Might not even notice. And if Noble thinks he's going out at the end of the game and suddenly Sammy's like, actually, you're supposed to have more tiles. That is a rough way to go, but it is all within regulation. But
Indeed.
Noble now double tracking. This is what you need to do here. Making sure there isn't a huge play that you're missing that Sammy has. You're facing pretty much the Nigerian greatest of all time. You don't want to leave any stone unturned.
Yeah, always unnerving to play somebody of Sammy's stature, just knowing if there is some kind of crazy plan that he's concocting, he's going to see it and think of it. You never really feel too comfortable, at least you shouldn't. But no real easy way for Sammy to generate clever resources here. And that Q is just going to be too tough to deploy. Noble should be able to. What should he actually do? Is an interesting question.
Just go out in 2, I think. Just play Wem to the right of Isotope and just
Yeah,
Let Sammy play the Q for a couple of points and
sets
go out
up
next
and
turn.
sets up NU, which is kind of nice. Your other 2 tiles. So that's cool. Yep, that looks pretty good. Shouldn't be too tricky to generate something, but really you can do almost anything that goes out in 2, and you're going to be just fine if you're noble. So we fully expect that's what he's going to do. So yeah, I think our just looking over the matchups for next round, I think we are very likely going to bring you Harshan versus Phil Robertshaw next round in a matchup of 2 people that are right at the top of the standings, but both of whom are in danger of slipping too far away from those 18 win players. Looks like we just are getting word. One of the results is in. Sam Crispin lost his game, so he moves to 18-5. That puts some pressure on him, assuming Peter and or Lewis win their games. They're going to move to 19 and higher spread.
Yeah, just showing there's a question if Sammy's Q stuck, not even close. He's got 3 plays available. Sorry, my Qs are so ugly.
They're better than mine.
My worst are 9s. Look how ugly my 9s are. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my pen is too fat here. To draw a good Q, I would need to unfat my pen. But I like them to have a thick line so everybody can see them.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, you're getting roasted on Twitch there.
Nice. I need to start drawing them like this, maybe. That's better, but still pretty ugly.
How do I
Sorry, we're very unprofessional. Oh my god, Will. What? Stop. We're tired.
We're doing good.
Yeah. Noble, again, this is funny because Sammy took all of the time he had left to retrack, and Noble could have been doing the same, but instead he's just gonna let Sammy sit it out. Yeah, that's gonna be a great matchup. We've seen Harshan and Phil duke it out multiple times if you are following the ABSP streams, especially. They have this nice friendly rivalry going on, so that's going to be a really great, home team match.
Yeah, 2 players that know each other super well. Apparently, Josh, we're getting word that those 2 players, Harshan and Phil, are ready to start their next game right now. So what I'm going to do is use the restroom real quick. So if you keep the stream warm for just a minute, then I'll be back and ready to turn the matchup over. So can you, I guess, I know it's going to be tough with the scores. Maybe I'll just assume that whatever. It's okay.
Yeah,
we'll take a minute. I'll stay here. I was just thinking.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. If you want, I could also take over the scores.
You could edit them manually potentially, but I'll be right back. Hopefully Noble takes an extra minute or so, but Josh will keep you all company for a second. Be right back.
Hi, everyone. My name is Josh Shokel, and this man, Will Anderson, is holding me hostage, having to commentate starting at 5 a.m. every morning. Not by choice. Just kidding. That was probably, yeah. No, that's funny. That's fine. Okay. Talking to myself now. Yeah, Noble with 6 minutes left. Again, we have all the information here. You can only be so sure that you're winning in a position like this. Very similar to the game we saw with Sammy yesterday, where you would have played SEISORS in any other circumstance other than the one where, if it's not a word, he loses the game 100% of the time. So, in this particular instance, Noble needs to just triple check that there's no threat that he is missing out on. And the first thing to do is check the spread, check the tracking, not the spread. Check the score is very important too. I assume they have the right score, 425, 428, but check his tracking, make sure that Sammy has QTIGB. And if he does, then everything's fine. And I think Noble's done that. He also just needs to scan the board a couple times, make sure there's no crazy Q spot that he's missing. And that'll be it. He's going to play. He can play Mew, Maw, Mo. All of his plays to the right of the OPE of Isotope are very, very normal. The UN will go out in multiple spots. LUN up here is one. Horn through the OR. Lun here. So you have to make sure that you are not missing going out in 2. But even if Noble doesn't go out in 2, he'll be winning this game because Sammy's rack is so incapable of doing anything productive.
Yeah, I'm back. I don't think it was that fast. I even washed my hands. I took an extra 20 seconds to, good hygiene because I trust Josh that much. But
you trust me? Oops.
Of course.
Sorry to disappoint you. Don't watch the stream back.
Oh man, now I'm excited. So
Oh yeah, Jun. Yeah, Jun is great too. That just somehow fits. So 3.5 minutes for Noble. We're gonna get this turned around very quickly. Like I said, there are many reasons to take your time here. Looks like Wem, the best play, is what Noble is
nice work
deciding on, but I think he's going to still take a couple minutes to come to his final decision here.
Going back to Mew now. So this doesn't allow him to score as well with his UN overlap. He has to go somewhere else. So maybe slightly not as good, but it is purely a couple points of spread, academic for him.
It's actually a lot of spread.
Oh, is it?
Because of B-Wig.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, B-Wig scores.
It's not enough, but he's going to commit to this and give Sammy a very nice 33 points. And then it wouldn't be very productive to try and you can't even stick Sammy with the Q after this because UN just don't block the I up top. There were some crazy lines where Sammy does get Q stuck, and the way to Q stick him is to play Agreed. I don't think Sammy's even seen that B-Wig is
still
available. I guess if you play Cot and Noble Phonies, B-Wig will win. Whereas if you play B-Wig, and I guess Noble Phonies, you also never mind. That's how logic works.
Another has Unroyal been counted as a possible outplay.
That's cool.
It's probably the best outplay because it's the likeliest to get an additional 5 points. If you just play Jun, it's never getting challenged. But Unroyal is definitely getting 5 points from Sammy because if it's not good, he wins the game easily. So technically, humanly, it's the best play. That is not the best play, but it's totally fine.
Yeah, you have to just settle it. Make sure you play a word you're sure of. Again, this is how the nerves can happen at the end of the game.
So round 23 in the books there, a thrilling one for sure. A lot of back and forth swings in what was a super, super exciting game, I would say, Josh. I think we're pretty likely to turn over directly to Harshan and Phil, who I'm told are standing by. So,
yeah.
And I don't think we're likely to get an interview in while that happens, but maybe we'll just take a look at the standings, see where everybody sits for just a moment.
Sure. And we can talk about a couple things too.
Yeah, for sure.
We didn't mention this before. I think you might have the slide available as results are pouring in here.
Yeah, I'll cut to
This
it in just a
is
sec.
the WESPA YouTube channel. This is the WESPA YouTube channel. WESPA is a largely volunteer-run organization. Scrabble enthusiasts across the world giving their time, their free time, their sweat and tears to really improve our game and bring us forward in the world. But if you have the means to and would like to support WESPA's efforts, the Friends of WESPA initiative is the way to do it. We see the minimum donation of $100 US. Again, this is not something that we ask of people. It's only if you have the means and would like to support what WESPA is doing. And part of what WESPA is doing is creating a YouTube channel and helping me to have sort of the means to create content for you guys, but so many other things that WESPA is doing behind the scenes for World Scrabble. So, yeah, that would be the best way to support the efforts of so many. Yeah, are we? Is the
Audio's on.
audio good there? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So it says our global donor recognition program dedicated to support the growth of Scrabble worldwide. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would just
Great
add
initiative.
that, right now there's so much forward energy. We really have many, many people to thank, but certainly none more so than Lukeman Owolabi, the incoming president of WESPA. And he has so many big ideas, so much energy, and all he really needs is a little bit of support. Whether you can support him with your time and energy, he's been very, very eager and willing to reach out to members of our community to get that support. But if you don't necessarily have the time and you do have the means, this is a great way to support all the amazing things that he's doing. This channel, foremost among them. So, I think we have all of this turned around. Of course, Harshan and Phil not seated yet as the players are getting their score in from the previous game. But we should be ready to rock with round 24 as soon as they are.
Indeed. So crazy game. Yeah, so many swings in this game. Noble starting off with a very nice lead. However, Sammy fought hard and got away with up guild after successfully challenging a phony 5. Then hooked an S onto it. It was looking really good for him. Drew into Craters, very likely to win the game, but Isotope, the amazing bingo. They're talking about the game still, but golden bingo, as some people would put it, to put the game under lock after drawing the final blank in the end game. So Noble taking a really awesome victory against Sammy Okasaga and knocking him down a little bit in the standings, keeping his hopes alive.
Yeah, as we wait, I just put the board up on the interview screen, which is just look at how horrible the board is after this. Imagine getting bingoed on after this. It's crushing. If you're Sammy, emotionally, you just feel like I just locked up the game. I just played Craters. The worst that can happen is a QU play. That's pretty bad, but I can probably weather that. The score is going to be even. But Isotope for 88, hitting even harder. That is an absolutely beautiful play. One of the best we've seen on the stream. So, great game. They're still not sure.
I'm already thinking of the thumbnail / title for this video. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Noble going nuclear. And it's funny is like
noble gases.
Noble gases, yeah. There's it's not really the
noble, same. Yeah, I don't know. Noble
isotopes. Amazing. Probably the most exciting thing that's happened so far.
Yeah, crazy. Because that is just not a gimme. I just feel like I would miss that probably. Just not thinking it could even play. I'd be thinking 100%. I'm not bingoing here, and I need to find another way to make space for it. What can I fish for that bingos through the J of Jot or something? Nines through ME. I'm not sure I'm seeing that there unless I have a stroke of brilliance, and that's what Noble had.
Indeed. And that's why he's at the top. That's why he's fighting for his life in this ridiculous Shark Tank of a Scrabble division. I think 60 or so players. We've only been showing you like the top 20 or so players in this event, but they're world-class players throughout Division 1 here. And we're about to see two of the best, especially talking about the home team in the UK, Harshan and Phil Robertshaw. They've been sharing the cream of most of the main events in British Scrabble. Big events, marquee events. Either one of them has been winning, except for Brian Poe coming in recently. So
He's sneaking into the top there in 8th place. And I just want to call out Chris Cummins. There's a name who I think literally last year he did the exact same thing where he was not among the top seeds. And then he went on a huge run in the second half of the tournament to pop up into the top, where he was even on the stream once or twice before falling back into a low cash or something like that position. But there's a player we have not seen, and if he keeps winning, he's going to earn his way onto the stream in short order as we continue to try to focus on these top board games whenever we have them.
yes, indeed. So Harshan just one game out, whereas Phil is three. Actually, Harshan 2 games out because Peter won again. Oh my goodness. Harshan's 2 games behind Peter, but with that very strong differential. So he's one of the people that can definitely unseat Peter from the top in a few games. Anything can happen. Phil, though, 4 games behind, still in a cashing position. That's crazy that within 6 places you have a situation where there's a difference of 4 games. Peter is almost running away with it.
Yeah, he is definitely, the rest of the top group is going to need to take matters into their own hands and try to knock him down a peg, or else the combination of the extra win and that enormous spread, he is in excellent position right now. But there is still a lot of time. As we wait, let's take a look at the schedule. We have passed lunch break. We just did round 22. We just completed round 23. 3 more games for us today, Josh. Incredible. It's been a long road to this point. Excited to have 3 more, but also excited to take a nap.
So you've been napping rather than just trying to sleep through the early night?
I actually haven't. Yesterday, I had a situation where I was tired after the stream, and I have my door closed off screen, which is the cats. My 2 cats do not understand why that has to happen, despite my repeated attempts to explain. And after the stream, I go out, I make sure I'm playing with the cats, and I sat on the floor of the guest room of our house, and my cats sort of swarmed me and were just sitting near me. And then half an hour later, I woke up and the cats were gone. So I did fall asleep, an impromptu nap there. But other than that, I'm trying to make it to the evening and go to sleep early. Are you doing napping or are you just trying to power through?
Yeah, trying to power through. I think I got a record 6 hours last night for this nice gig that we have. No complaints. I love it. I love it. I'm very happy to change my sleep schedule for Scrabble in just a few weeks. That's what's going to be happening. There's so many players going to the Causeway Challenge. Almost 500 people signed up.
Oh my God.
100 of those are local, but it's going to be awesome. So Harshan to act first in this game. This clock has been started as tiles leave the tile bag. Let's see what he can get and if he can defeat his friendly rival, Phil Robertshaw.
Yeah,
Or Phil will.
remarkable. You're mentioning it. Remarkable consistency by both of these players. It's just so rare not to see them among the top group when all is said and done.
Yes, indeed. So 2 Fs, 2 Hs for Harshan. I think you play the 2 Fs. Doff seems pretty good, but maybe not so good.
Yeah, really different sets of problems for the two players here. Always thinking about just playing FOH. I wonder, that is certainly a little more balanced, but I feel like Doff scoring 4 more points and ridding yourself of 1 more consonant, giving you another chance to draw those vowels that are going to help you out next turn. Probably a little better. I'm guessing Harshan's going to come around to that view and right on cue.
Yes, sir. And yeah, around 5 points difference, I think, between the two in terms of value. But Doff definitely correct. But he's playing it off center. Very interesting. I think this is slightly worse. This is just a personal preference backed by tons of research of my own. But I think normally you don't want to expose those double words for any sort of rack that Phil has. But again, very tiny margins we're talking about. Doff coming down for 22. Yeah.
Oddly, it actually matters a lot here because Phil's normally really punchless, non-bingo, but low tile rack, as Harshan has Runkle available through the O if it were to stay open, which would be hilarious.
Wow. That's crazy.
But what I was going to say, though, is that Phil's rack is rough here. No bingos, no way to score. But now he has Tridarn for 32, which is actually a pretty good score that rids him of the duplicates and some of the clunk on the rack. So he has bailed out Phil a little bit by opening the double lane, by which I mean this lane right here.
Mm-hmm.
I fully expect Phil to see that.
Interesting, though. He hasn't yet spotted it. He's looking at Durl for 10, which is otherwise a great option, but Tridarn for 32. What do we say here in Quebec? Robitussin when somebody coughs. That's
I muted
Robitussin.
it on the stream. You heard it.
Nice. Nice. Oh, wow. This is a very, very surprising miss of Tridarn. Durl for 10 coming down. Like I said, a good play in a vacuum. However, 32, keeping just a few, even just one tile is so much better here for Phil. So, yeah, surprising miss. And Harshan 1 letter off being able to play his own name.
Yeah, I was about to say he should play Harchon and say, you know, I'm challenging you or something. I don't know. Whatever. There's some pun. Entrant though. There we go. So Phil, the only benefit of Durl is keeping better bingo tiles together. So you do have a better bingo chance after Durl than you do after Tridarn. It's not worth the point sacrifice, but in this case, and there are cases where when you do draw a bingo, you might say, well, you know, I'm glad I did that. You know, when Phil, if we tell him after the fact you had Tridarn, he's going to say, oh, drat, I should have found that. But Intrant, very likely to go down. Hard to see that getting blocked. Given that Harshan has only 1 vowel, it doesn't feel like playing alongside the Fs is where he's going to be looking.
Indeed. And you see Harshan lining up Runkle, which was blocked, and Ethnarch, which didn't happen, which would have been available after Tridarn. And I don't think he
Wow.
was doing that for any other reason than to just show himself and us that he saw those words. So I tip my hat to you, Harshan, for finding them.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And is the best play here a handoff?
That is kind of funny. So let's think about this. Handoff right here, extending Doff, leaves CHR blank. That is really strong. I bet there's a lot of things that you could get here, French words and things like that. That looks good. Just that nice combination feels like it's going to become bingo pretty often. What about this, Josh? What about just playing HON?
Ooh, that's
That
cool.
doesn't score as well, but keeps your C. And if you draw a bingo, it's hitting hard, and there's certainly other possibilities for it. So that's another one. None of these are going to block Phil, but fun to think about what to do here.
Yeah, HON Sim thinks it's okay. Yeah,
HAO,
to
setting up your C as well.
according to my engine, Chon, which is what Harshan played, is the best play
Mine too.
by a small margin. But yeah, very interesting to consider leaving the C off. You can't leave it off once you put it on, though,
So
because then Phil will know that you have it.
yes, right.
Yeah, this is great. Just in between move, keeping the balance, scoring some points, and after entrant, Harshan has great chances to bounce back with the bingo of his own.
Yeah, no question. We'll see what he draws. Entrant about to come down. Nice job, but this is very open. Now there's a ton of floaters for Harshan to play bingos, or either he'll draw an S and almost certainly bingo with an S hook, or he could potentially make his blank an S. So we could be seeing some big counters here in a lot of scenarios. He does have this habit. His 3 tiles are right here, face down. Hasn't looked at them yet. He will eventually. He's doing his bookkeeping, very focused, methodical in his operation. Now we're going to see.
In some scenarios, you will just want to play something like HAAR to the right of entrant, which scores over 40 points and retains the blank.
Challenge. I'm intrigued. That's surprising. We're seeing a challenge of this word, and that's fun.
Whoa.
Harshan has a huge bingo of Harmons here, but it would certainly be better if this is not a word. It would be better to challenge and play Harmons here than it is to let it on and score a few more points. So if he's at all unsure, it makes sense. But this is a pretty high probability word to see challenged.
Will he play Harmons now, though? If he was unsure of entrant, how can you be sure that it takes an S? It is the same thing as an entrant, but this is a word that you could think is an adjective.
Yeah, could it be an adjective, right?
So we might see a miss here, a very rare miss of a bingo by Harshan. We'll see. Again, 1 letter off of his own name. But again, he has so many great options here. Just Har scoring 47 among those, which would take a lead and in the blank.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice option. It probably performs about as well as any other bingo except Harmon's, which just scores too much to not play. And there we go. Like clockwork, really one of the exceptional word finders, I would say. Every now and then. I mean, we did see a challenge of entrant, but that's not word finding. I bet Harshan would find that word as well super quick, but just going from 99.9% sureness to 100 can be tough. There's so many words to get to 100% sureness on. But yeah, Harshan is a very exceptional word finder. A lot of that is just natural talent, but a ton of it is practice and an effort that he's put in. And down comes a 99-point response. Is Phil going to challenge this? Phil also with exceptional word knowledge, Josh.
Phil played entrant, and yeah, I think he's letting it go. But are we seeing a hold? Yeah, we are.
Wow. I would not have 2 challenged words in a game between these two on my bingo card.
Yeah.
Phil released.
Like he's released, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about what do you call it? Beth Harmon, but that's not how you spell it.
Yeah, Beth Harmon, the Queen's Gambit player, is with an O. I always think of an old, not old, but in my, decades ago when I was just starting to get into poker, there was a great poker player named Jennifer Harmon with that spelling. As Phil plays Jeep for 54, another great response, played quickly. That's got to be right. That's so many points.
Yeah. Yeah. Could have played Geel maybe to keep a slightly better balance, but for 6 points, I think you play Jeep and just hope for something to score with. There's a W and a D, and the second W is the only tile we've seen on Harshan's rack, who
Ooh.
is very tends to be very, very slow in comparison to his opponents in terms of getting everything done. But he's just so methodical with his bookkeeping, and never seems to get into terrible time trouble.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as much as that is true.
Oh no.
So here we're seeing potentially,
No, thank you.
yeah, the value of a word like uwu, except there's nowhere to put it on this board. So that's the first thing he's going to be thinking about with this draw. Where can I play uwu? The answer is nowhere, which is very disappointing for him.
He's not going to line anything up on this rack, is he?
Yeah, what would you even line up?
Yeah.
So
you got uwu, but there's nowhere to play it. Oh,
you got uwu. That is not a good set of tiles to draw for sure.
I don't know. The three U's are fine. Will, I hate the fact that he drew a G.
That's your go. I'll say though that is it crazy to play Guru? Is this that bad? 10
No,
points.
it's not that bad.
I would probably exchange here. I wouldn't want to snap exchange necessarily and not at least consider some of that stuff. He has Utu lined up. I don't even know where that's necessarily playing, I guess here, but you would never do that. So, yeah, I think exchange is coming, but I would at least think about Guru before I did.
Yeah. Okay. We see exchange 6 keeping the T. There's already 2 T's on the board. No big danger in keeping that one positive tile on the rack. Among tiles you want to keep when you exchange a T, an R, an N, an S, an E, a blank, an M, an H, a Z, among others.
So Phil had wheeled meaningfully set up on his rack, so I'm thinking he has identified wielder as a solid option, which it is one, scoring pretty well. However, are there ways that he can keep a better bingo leave and still score a decent number of points here? I'm not so sure there are. It's actually kind of tough to get those intermediate little fishy plays. And oh my God, Harshan goes from bad to bad.
Yeah, someone's got to teach this guy how to draw. I don't know how he's gotten this far. Sorry, I got to emulate the Matt Canick special. Yeah, wielder looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this is fine.
I don't see a shorter play that I really like is the real issue. I just don't. What are you playing? All AWL or something like that for 10? That's just not good enough compared to this. So
yeah, and suddenly, despite this only scoring 30 points, brings Phil up 25, which is a normal margin in a tempo game. But given Harshan's redraw, he's actually in a bad position. There's an X out. That could have been an X setup some of the time. There's really nothing Harshan can do about whether wielder is an X setup or not. Do you play biotic here, Will, and just B right out in space?
You
get
could.
rid of all the junk.
Oh my God. It's another. So this is definitely not an exchange scenario. There's too much stuff that you can actually do to get these eyes off. And he's thinking about it. And the interesting thing about biotic is that you keep IL. And in general, yeah, you're opening a triple, but like the board is open enough. As you said, there's going to be scoring opportunities here. What if Phil has the X and he's just going to play it and you keep the L? The L meshes very well with the B, and there are certainly things that Harshan can draw non-bingos, but also if the spot stays open, having an L in hand makes the B a decent tile for that particular spot in the triple row. The odds of it getting taken are very high, and I think K bar is going to be played in response to this one, if not something even harder hitting. But
Oh well, if Biotic comes down, retaking, right?
oh, retaking, yeah, of course, yeah,
And
retaking.
there are other options. You could play something like Torii, keep the BL together, get rid of the 2 eyes that way without opening a big spot. You could keep 2 eyes and play BOI. But Biotic's going to come down. This is a humongous swing in favor of Phil Robertshaw, but all is not said and done until you see what Harshan redraws. Still a blank out there, so retaking almost certain to come down through the eye of Biotic, but look what that does. It puts an R right here, puts a G here, so huge responses are definitely possible, and we're going to get the suspense as Harshan does his paperwork.
It would be funny if he also drew the X now as well. That's a funny additional possibility. There we go. Retaking 76. Phil going up by quite a bit now. Let's see the draw.
We shall see what Harshan gets. We might see what Phil gets beforehand, which would give us some information. There's still an X out. Still lots of good tiles out. Actually, again, all 4 S's unseen somewhat late in the game. Phil has drawn EOS. That's pretty good to start. Harshan with the Z.
Z.
And the blank. What is that last tile? Oh, it's a Q. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. So he's going to have something somewhere that scores a lot. Oh, he has Oye if he wants to burn his blank. I was just thinking about that, if he could possibly draw this.
Oh my goodness. Is he going to see that? That's such a high level of difficulty.
I mean, I think he will. I think he will.
96. Sure. The first thing that comes to mind is just drop the Q, right? 31. Your chances of a ridiculously high score. Oh my god, my Q again. Ridiculously high scoring bingo are so high. And
is it possible?
Oh.
Is it possible that what triple triples do you get? If you draw an E, you get Creolize. If you draw what? Like, what are some other?
A is Royalize.
Triazole.
TA. It's ridiculous. Over slow. Wow, nice. I feel okay. He got an I, which is gonna be okay.
You also can just play Oye next turn too if it stays open.
If it stays open, which is
a big if. Yeah, it's obviously a big if. But is it possible that your odds
QI? Dude, Sim loves it.
If your odds of getting a triple are that high, and Phil's odds of not playing in the spot are not 100%, which I don't think they are. Maybe it's like he has over slow here. Harshan could easily have just drawn a triple that would have completely negated that and then some.
Oh, over slow fits.
Yeah, with this, I think somewhat newly added S hook. So,
this is crazy. So guess what Harshan's average score was with the play of QI? Because Oye was a 65 point extra play, and it is not the best play according to the engine. Is Phil missing the R of Durl, by the way, or is he unsure of Chan taking an S?
It hasn't always. There is a point at which that word did not used to take an S hook. I don't know when, but when I started playing, I don't think it did. So there is also not only is there value in not playing an invalid word, but blocking the triple triple at this score is important too. But now we're going to see very likely Harshan is going to play idolize here, setting up a bunch of hooks, maybe forcing Phil to burn his S. But that was an insane position. That is an insane position.
So Harshan's average score after QI, I just wanted to say, according to the engine, was 108 points.
His average
Next
play.
turn.
Yeah.
His average score.
That's unbelievable. So obviously using the spot up for 96, you're going to average, so that number, 106, is 10 higher than you can get here. This was 30, which is about an average score, maybe slightly a point or two below average. So it makes sense that leaving the spot open mathematically works out pretty nicely. Is there any cool stuff that you can get here? Probably not, right? No. You have to be ZOB. It doesn't look like there are no words that go across, but that would be funny too if there were.
Yeah, like considering what could have happened, this eye draw isn't so good for Harshan, but he does have the 83 for Idolize, and I feel like that's got to be better than just playing Zill at the bottom left and keeping the blank. So Harshan with 10.5 minutes left, play around half of the game. We'll see if he comes up with Idolize. It has its risks, all of those hooks, but I think 83 is 83. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's tough, and Phil is going to have a hook. All 4 S's unseen to Harshan too, so it's just agonizing to play this, just knowing the odds of getting hooked are so high, but you need those points badly. You're down exactly 100. Nothing else gets you remotely as close. And there's really no guarantee that if you play Zill, your eventual bingo may be pretty weak. You might be looking at a 60 or 70 pointer, whereas taking your 80 now. I think the reason that I would probably play Idolize is just trust in Phil as such a good opponent. He's going to find a way to get his points one way or another, right? And he's going to go ahead and play Zill, which is a very reasonable way forward instead of Idolize. But let's just see if Harshan's eventual bingo actually hits all that hard. He's going to need a little support from the bag. Also, look at that vowel ratio too. Keeping EIO blank could turn sour.
That's a big reason why it's not worth playing Zill, is you really need some help consonant wise. And another reason is you're actually leaving this triple open by not putting an I underneath. And Bill, despite having a good rack, doesn't have a bingo, but Boucle, Boucle, is a very nice 40 points for him. And he's up 54 right now. So if he spots that, then he's going to be in great shape.
Thinking about
seen curlies.
Yeah, this is not as good. If he doesn't think about playing up here, it might seem tempting to score 36 as a double-double. But I think this is the exact reason why, like, even in this situation where Phil has a hook to Idolize, he still has 41 points on offer right here. If Idolize were to go down here, he's only getting similar scores. It's not increasing his score that much. That's what I sort of mean by having trust in Phil that he's going to find a way to score 40-ish a lot of the time on his next turn. Yeah, sometimes you regret it and you pump Phil's score up quite a bit, but this is a little bit of a miss too, not putting the C in this word.
Yeah, and setting up a potential big spot for high-scoring tiles. And I guess you could read into Harshan's time taking that he might not have high-scoring tiles, but that X is still out. Harshan could have easily drawn it, but Boucle is 9 more points, and C doesn't really improve things that much, despite there being not that many constants left. And look at that. Oh my goodness. Lots of constants drawn for Phil. So we're going to see a situation where 5, 6 vowel draws are quite likely for Harshan here.
Yeah, the vowels are coming. It's just a matter of when, but Soirees is going to hit very hard. I'm curious to see Harshan drawing the X would be a big deal here. Now after Boole, there's a spot here. It doesn't feel like, I guess it actually does feel like Magic is a great play there for Phil. So it is going to be blocked a lot of the time in this specific instance. But yeah, the X maybe isn't as good after that. But I don't know. Is there any other possible play that Phil feels like everything's there for him? So let's see. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, worth noting that Suarez only hits one double word, but the double doubles through the R score less, just because you're not getting the points off of QIS and WE. But yeah, here for Phil, there's a situation where the bag is 2/3 vowels.
There we go.
And this is, yeah, awful draw despite that for Harshan, but it was somewhat likely something like this would happen. He's barely made it to par. He hasn't even made it to par with Phil. And I'm with Phil.
Will Robertshaw.
Will Robertshaw. Bill Anderson. And yeah, Magic makes so much sense here. There is one S left. That also takes a K. Does that take a K hook?
No. It takes a K-E-D.
Yeah.
But music is the one that takes the K. I think I've learned that the hard way. So
okay.
yeah, Magic, great play, setting up those S's, scoring really well. Harshan probably wanted to play audio in that spot too.
But now he can play audio right below for even more. So that's very nice. And he's seen that it fits, and he's gonna not hesitate here, which is good because again, he's still somewhat low on time. Oh no.
Big man.
Oh hell no.
So just for the record, he had, I'll just quickly show audio here for 16, audio here 29. Those 13 points, definitely a big deal for Harshan as we get Phil's next his racksness back in.
Yeah, I guess we're not the only ones that sometimes run into audio issues. Will.
Nice. Oh, I get it. That was well played.
I'm gonna turn my camera off now.
It's all good. I can always get you off the screen as punishment. That's the beauty of this approach. Is I can punish you in that way. As Harshan's draw, absolutely awful. We did know that these tiles were coming, so it's not a big surprise. But definitely going to be it's going to be an uphill battle. Phil with such good tiles here. Hard to see how it's going to take an incredible draw after whatever Harshan plays next to threaten victory here.
Yeah, you might think, well, Phil's only up by 31, but with the situation unseen to him, letters being so poor, no I's a great bingo tile, so many vowels and some junk in there, a G, 2 U's. It's a lot. You play Oxers for 36, suddenly you're up 67. You're up a bingo, you have ANS, which is pretty fantastic. The one benefit to not playing Oxers, though, is maybe you don't want to allow for bingos to play down here. So there could be some sense to playing something like just X. What do you think about that, Will?
Well, I like a lot about it because it blocks the double-double, which is technically the highest scoring possible spot that can be played on this board. And you keep a super consonant-heavy leave into a pool that is 12 vowels and 8 consonants, which is relatively vowel-heavy. So I do like those aspects of just playing EX there. It's not ironclad. It's possible when you play EX, maybe you regret giving back a sevens line with sneaky overlaps. Maybe you give back 9-letter double doubles sometimes, but those are way less likely. All the stuff that can happen normally. That being said, Oxers is a solid play too. I agree with your criticism of it, but it's not going to hurt Phil's winning chances too much here.
That's right. Actually, crazy idea of just playing Axe, dropping the X for 17, keeping that E and maximizing your bingo chances to just end the game immediately was also a viable option there somehow. So, Oxford's coming down, 67 points between these two British superstars. And Bill Robertshaw has just drawn what appears to be the nuts.
Yeah, tough. Is that going to get blocked? Doesn't feel like Harshan has any real incentive to block grenades or the R of Intrant in general. And if that's the case, should be game over. And another nice win for Phil. We've seen a couple of them on stream. I think this might be his third time on stream, and it's going to be his third win, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if he does settle this one, which it seems quite likely he will. But yeah, 2 bingos, grenades.
Oh, deranges.
And deranges also fitting. It just doesn't feel like those could possibly ever get blocked, or that he would possibly miss deranges, even if Harshan plays Ravy from the R. So crazy stuff, yeah. Harshan was definitely in the passenger seat in this game, but the play of audio, I think, really, really hurting him, allowing high scoring response and 13 points down the drain. But other than that, I guess idolize probably the right call. QI was an awesome decision, whether or not he saw Oye.
Yeah, but it's crazy. The likelihood of those triples. Again, we've mentioned it earlier. Chi, given that it's Sims, computer engine, so convincingly best, Nigel would have played Chi.
Yeah.
And
I was actually imagining a scenario that Nigel had that position where maybe he would put Oye on his rack first and then switch it.
100%. He would do that 100%. Yes.
Of course, this was not a perfectly played game, but a super well played game, as we're used to, as YA is the play. I think Harshan going for something potentially specific through the R, he's probably spotted some stuff that he could draw here.
Vaguely, no, there's no L. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ayurveda doesn't seem to fit. So yeah, I'm sure he had an idea. Phil showing us that if the right letters were in place, he would play the 9-letter green sand. I think that's what he's trying to tell us. That is valid. Not that he needs it, but of course he knows that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, the Phil definitely dropped the ball a little bit with the Dural play. A significant miss of the double-double, but usually in these games, the player who makes the last mistake tends to lose. Boole also potentially small inaccuracy, decent-sized one, but yeah, in the end, it was all about drawing those nice high-scoring combinations while Harshan maybe passed on the bingo or didn't see it, and yeah.
The suggestion that Harshan may have been going for pyruvate through the R with a P something draw. What did he have? PT.
Yeah,
PT.
That's awesome.
Which is possible. That is possible. That would be nice. Nice idea. The range is for 90. Still way up now. Into the end game.
Into the end game we go. And Bill's going to draw, that rack. Autos.
Yeah, not valid, but tempting.
No, yeah.
Tempting.
But he doesn't need anything here. Harshan going to take the remaining time he has. I wonder if there was just a little bit of time pressure that led to the audio decision. That was a much faster play than we're used to seeing by Harshan, but I think he realized that he needed to go with the audio play. But what is the best end game here? We'll see if he comes up with it. Harshan's so accurate, no matter what.
Looks grim
engine
with the UUV, but you should be able to go out in 2, yeah?
Suave, yeah. Suave from the Essence Ranges. He's noticed Uvia, which is a similar idea. There we go. He's already lined it up. So strong.
Yeah. Suave here, buy as a potential follow-up, among other things. Very nice. Any other, what's the backup spot that gets taken there?
Barry.
Nice
Right
one.
here.
Yeah, that's impressive. So tough one for Harshan. He's needing wins. His spread is very good. He's one of the few people that is conceivably in position to still catch Peter Andronowski on spread. With so many games left, it's definitely still possible. But tough loss to sustain here. Most of the people in the top group are going to be rooting against Peter from here on out because he's definitely in the best position of anyone to hold on to this thing. Peter is currently playing Sammy. That would have been a fun game to show as well, except we did just have Sammy on the stream. We're going to, as the tournament continues, we're going to stop worrying about the same player being on stream frequently, and we're going to start honing in on just the top 1 or 2 or 3 boards. But there's still enough people who are still very much in contention that we do try to avoid having the same people on stream over and over, unless there is a unique situation. I was facing a unique situation at the Word Cup in 2025 where Nigel Richards was threatening an undefeated tournament. He was 15-0 or something like that, and we felt compelled to stick with him on the top board, which is not an obvious decision for many reasons. I feel like we owe the streaming audience, as streamers, we owe the best possible product, and having Nigel is the best way to do that much of the time. But I do feel, Josh, like there is an ethical component too, in the practical sense of Nigel does not bat an eye being on stream, but it is very nerve-wracking for most of us to go up against him. So in a way, by putting him on stream that often, you're somewhat putting your hand on the scale of improving his result. Could make that argument. What do you think about that? Ooh, I lost your audio.
Oh, sorry. I think that's baloney, Will. I think that the only ethical component would be letting Nigel just play and not be vultured on by everybody. But people playing Nigel are at a disadvantage because he's Nigel. And the stream element might actually be beneficial because you beat Nigel on stream, you can tell your grandchildren about that. If you beat him off stream, you're not going to show, you'll be like, hey, look at this annotated game. And they're just like, what? What is that, Grandpa? So, yeah. I don't know. I don't buy that.
Thinking about grandchildren is like 6 plies ahead, and I'm only in 5 ply mode. Or 2 ply, really.
The difference between the two of us.
Toilet paper and Sims. So Suave, there we go. Another optimal end game by Harshan. Absolute commitment to as strong of a level of play as possible at all times. I would say the best move for Phil is Tricky. These are the moves where there's like 20 moves that are all very similar in caliber. I guess the thing that's working in Phil's favor is that his move here isn't a sequence. He just needs to find one move. So he could spot his optimal play here a little bit easier than when you have to plan a sequence out. So anyone find it? Yeah. So there's a suggestion in the chat of Despot. For 27. That looks pretty good, except
that's not it.
It gives
somehow.
Yeah, so the reason that that's not the best is that it gives buoys back, which is a better outplay than Harshan would otherwise have. But that is very close to the best play. But that's tricky, right? These are the things that make nailing these moves so tough.
Yeah, that's crazy. So the reason Despot, despite scoring 4 more points than Depots, let's say, DEPOTS, is the very subtle difference that you're putting an O here, which allows buoys and yay for 20 points rather than bury for 10. So the extra points you get with Despot are actually eliminated by the points you give your opponent. So crazy stuff. Very hard to spot. This is why we love Scrabble, though. Every time there's an end game, we can just start talking about that. Tends to be so much going on. It looks like Bill has spotted Despot, but is Harshan going to spot buoys? He's got his tiles upside down. He's got 40 seconds, though. Maybe if he had 10 seconds, I'd understand. But he's now flipped the board, so he's going to have to flip his tiles. That movement might cause him to potentially miss buoys, but we'll see.
Yeah, no time. So without the extra time to analyze, not going to see that better outplay, playing for 10 instead of 20 as you broke down there. So there we go. With a little extra time, we probably see it be optimal. Final score 508 to 384 in favor of Bill Robertshaw. Another great win for him on the stream, as he could easily go on a big run from this point on. So yeah, nice one.
See, who should we feature next? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so. If we're trying to not show multiple people just yet, if we're trying to not show repeat people just yet, and maybe wait for the final day to show the same player frequent over and over, I think the best matchup overall that we would select would be Sam Crispin versus Peter Andronowski, between two people at the very top. We want to show somebody that's suddenly in contention, who we have not seen before. It would be Brian Poe versus Chris Cummins.
Yeah. The only concern I have, Brian had 2 rough games on stream, but I think that was yesterday or the day before.
Right. He'll be fine. Yeah.
I think
okay.
Let's
Brian and Chris, let's do that. Chris Cummins, right at the top now. He's in 7th place, so he's on some kind of run. And Brian right behind him at 14-9. So that's what we'll do. Not sure if we are talking to Phil again, or if we're going to try to start the next rounds ASAP. Phil says he's happy to chat.
Yeah,
so
he's always happy to chat when he wins. For sure.
Yeah, it's less a question about Phil and more a question of our players waiting or anything like that. So
yeah, I think we have some time.
Cool. In that case, we'll wait till we get the headset on for Phil.
Yeah, I guess we do have to ask him about Overslow, don't we?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, and yeah, we'll just have to see what he has to say about that one. He clearly saw it. There are a number of reasons he might not have played it. Missed the spot with Chons, not so sure of the word, etc. Any number of those reasons. Or also strategic. Don't want to get tripled on. That's definitely part of it too.
Yeah, that would be some type of read. Hello, Phil.
Hi, Josh.
Welcome back to the
Hey,
booth.
Phil. You're back with another win. That's 3 games on the stream and 3 wins. Very nicely played once again. Has to feel good. A tough opponent like Harshan. It's been a tough opponent all 3 times.
It's been a tough opponent all through the tournament, to be honest. It's been a really tough day, actually. I've had a very up and down sort of day today. But yeah, recovered in the last couple of games, so back on track. Maybe too late, but we keep on going on.
Yeah.
No, you're still definitely very much in it, especially with that this latest victory. So tell us how you feel about that game. Any questions you might have for us at home? What's going on?
Yeah, I think the move I was most doubtful about was the Vrow play. I couldn't decide if Overslow and Chons were good. I got the ick about Chons. I didn't like it, and I figured from an equity and
counterplay's point of view, Vrao was pretty good anyway.
Mhm.
I don't know what you think about that play, but
Yeah,
I think
well,
I
it's
think it was keeping me 100
crazy
ahead. Yeah.
because we had, of course, knowledge you didn't have. Just to let you know, like, I think if you knew what Harshawn had on his rack with QI, then I think Vrao is actually the right play. He
Okay.
had EILOZ blank, so triazole, realize were possible with very common draws. But yeah, having some doubt about Chom's / overslow, totally understandable decision. It could have saved you bigly in this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the one, maybe the one chink in the armor of this game. But so well played by you to just continue that scoring pressure all throughout the game.
I think the other factor on that move is he's just dumped the queue. So he might just do that with any rack, but he also might be sitting on 6 really good tiles. So that inference kind of pushed me towards Farrow as well. I didn't like leaving that triple open when I could go 100 ahead.
Yeah,
and close it.
especially if you're remotely unsure of either Chons or Overslow, both of which have good reason to be a little bit uncertain. Chon used to not take an S, and now it does. So
That might be why I was doubting it. Yeah.
I feel
Long time
like,
ago, yeah, I think. Yeah.
well, Phil and I are old
No, yeah, I'm not
veterans,
saying
so.
that as a, but there's like some debate because in North America it was very recently added, but in the rest of the world it was, I think, added a few updates ago. But still, yeah, very very interesting stuff. So other than that, on the Oxer's turn, I guess, did you notice, because Harshawn actually could have played audio for a lot more underneath Magic, but he missed that spot. Did you notice that? What was your thought process at that point in the game, considering
No,
the unseen letters and stuff?
Yeah, I didn't notice that. What was my thought process? I felt pretty good because I obviously kept the 2 S's from Magic. And I just felt I had the tempo in the game. So Oxers took me maybe a bingo ahead.
Mhm.
So it's going to be quite hard for him to bingo parallel to Oxers and score a lot. So really the biggest threat is the R of entrance, which I ended up playing through.
Yeah, you also have all the it's a very vowel heavy pool, or not very, but a little bit vowel heavy with the Y's and a bunch of other vowels, and you're keeping a nice consonant heavy leave with that of ANS. So a lot of good things working in your favor there. But yeah, I mean, the other option there would have just been playing EX alongside entrance and keeping an even heavier consonant heavy leave, risking a few other types of plays, but those are definitely neck and neck in the equities.
I definitely considered playing EX, but I liked turning over more tiles as we were getting quite near the end of the game, give Harshawn fewer chances to fish for a bingo.
Makes sense. Yeah, another great win for Phil here. So Phil, you're going to move up in the standings. There was kind of a gulf between the top 3 or 4 players and then the next group down. So you're going to have to win a couple more to get up closer to Peter and Sam Crispin and people like that. But there's still plenty of time to do that. So we wish you the best of luck in your next game today. And there's still 6 more tomorrow. How's your stamina doing? It's a long tournament.
Oh, yeah, not very good. I haven't been sleeping that well, and I'm coming down with a cold. So I'm just trying to fight that off at the moment. And yeah, eating good food in the evenings and then trying to get some sleep. But you know what it's like when you're in that tournament bubble. Sometimes sleep can be hard to come by.
Absolutely. Any last thought for Phil, Josh?
No, thanks, Phil. Thanks a lot. Congrats again. Good luck again, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Feel better, Phil. See you later, probably. All right, there you go. That's Phil Robert Shaw handing the headset back, and another win. But yeah, the fatigue factor at these tournaments can be pretty extreme, Josh. Like, it's so taxing to play so many games of Scrabble, and it is a little bit of a vector of picking up colds and stuff like that from other people. So you get a lot of that over the course of some of these events where you're getting sick, you're getting tired, you can't sleep. It is a war of attrition in some ways.
Absolutely, yeah. stamina and good health are way more important than people tend to recognize at such a marathon tournament. A lot of tournaments are around 20 rounds long. This one's 32. That is a lot of Scrabble. So, yeah, no surprises there. We might see a few more mistakes here and there as the tournament gets closer to its end, but we'll also be seeing the players that are potentially faring the best under all of this duress as well.
Yeah, for sure. I can say that at a tournament that was not nearly this long, one of the more recent UK major, as I'm updating the schedule here, we are at round 25 coming up. So 2 more rounds today. That's a 9-round day. That is a lot of action coming our way. I'm feeling a little bit of the stamina, but anyway, at the Easter match play, when I was looking at my games after the fact, I feel like that first day and a half, I played very well by my usual standards. Almost no, I think I went 8 games without Macondo saying that I had made a large blunder. And then I made a large blunder in basically every game for like the last 5 or 6 of the tournament when the fatigue started to set in. So just an anecdotal, experience at this level. Your opponents are so good. You're trying to optimize every last move and you're putting a lot of energy into it. And that takes a toll over time. So, physical component for sure. As you say, we might start seeing a little bit of that. But some of the best players are used to handling that fatigue and overcoming it to still play their best.
Absolutely. And we have some information about our next matchup. Brian Post, Chris Cummins. They have seen each other 7 games in UK tournaments, and the current head-to-head is 4 games Brian, 3 games Chris. So, of course, what's most important is trying to win as many games as possible to finish in the money at this event. But if Chris wins this game, well, the head-to-head will be tied. That's another thing. Couple tournaments going on at the very same time.
Yeah. That's I'm impressed with this Chris Cummins rise up the standings. I'm curious. I want to check his scorecard to see what is the I'm going to check that right now. See what is the length of his winning streak or how well he's been doing. Take a look at that in the standings here. So Chris was 10-7, 10-8. So he is riding is he 16-8? Yeah, he's on a 6-game winning streak right now. So those are tough to come by in an event like this. A 6-game streak is pretty long. Going to see if he can add to it against Brian in just a minute when the 2 players get here. Shouldn't take too long. Trying to start on the hour. We're a minute away. So, yeah.
Yeah, and while we have you, while I'm munching on some nice snack, sorry about that. If you're watching on Twitch, this is your last chance to do so for this tournament. We will be live exclusively on YouTube tomorrow on the WESPA YouTube channel. So we can link that in Will's chat in the shared chat here. But please feel obligated, not free, to subscribe to the WESPAScrabble YouTube channel. Unless you can't stand me, in which case, yeah, please don't. Yeah, this is where tournaments like this will be hopefully streamed in the future. So you won't want to miss the next one. And we're almost at, I think, 550, close to getting to maybe 600. And once we get to 1,000, with all of the viewing hours for this specific tournament, we might actually make it to the threshold required for monetization, which is where we can start seeing more and more content being produced, because the monetization will be incentivizing me and others that are working hard behind the scenes to bring you the content you deserve. So yeah, looking forward to that. It's been amazing to see how quickly the channel is growing. I haven't even been posting much. I know there's a lot more stuff to show. So yeah, that stuff will come. I have lots of games very close to completion from 2025 WESPAC in Ghana. And those games, I mean, I keep reliving them and being like, oh my God, right, that game happened.
Treasure
Wow, I
trove.
totally forgot that insane thing happened. And there's so many games to cover. Going to be delivering those and some post commentary, around 10-minute size videos, which is I think the ideal for game reviews, as Will has demonstrated multiple times on his
Yeah,
channel.
that's what I like. Quick in and out, get to the point, get to the meat. But yeah, I was just going to switch over to the podcast as well. Super excited about this on the channel. I know you've got 2 episodes out. You want to talk a little bit about the future plans for the parallel play?
Sure. Yeah, I think me and Wellington could talk for hours and hours. We probably want to keep things a little bit more brief, but podcasts are a different type of format where people maybe might be listening while doing something else, maybe listening in 1.5 speed. But yeah, I think we're going to try to talk once a week, try to get a half-hour episode at least per week. It might not be so much to talk about week by week. We want it to be educational, not just current. We obviously want to talk about what just happened or what's about to happen in the Scrabble world. Do a little bit of educational stuff. We've been doing a opening play type thing where we're going to analyze an opening position just for you guys and give you guys a little bit of in-depth strategy advice and a lot more stuff. Talk about whatever makes sense to talk about in the Scrabble world and around Scrabble world.
I have a suggestion. So
Please.
when you did the opening rack feature, I thought it was a great idea, but I think you should also take submissions from people who submit opening racks to you, and the 2 of you weigh in on that, because it sounded like you were drawing them on the spot, and that the answer has a chance of being obvious when you do that, but you could really get some user submissions from the community of tough opening racks where you get to weigh in on all the different ideas. Could be a good user participation thing too.
That's true. That's true. We do have to make sure though that we get the tile shaking sound in on
Fair
that,
enough.
even if we've already redrawn the rack. So
You can
we'll
do
see.
it for cinematic
Editing.
effect of
Some
like,
editing magic. I'll just
yeah.
I'll have the tiles in my hand and just
yes, shake them up.
oh
Yeah,
that's
here's
exactly
from
the suggestion. Wow, so lucky.
just shake them up and then say, you know, this rack comes from whatever little Billy Sanderson out there in the audience, which would be me under a pseudonym.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to add, I definitely it's funny, I didn't think to tell Phil this, but a few months back, Phil sent me a game that he played in the UK major before last. I think maybe the last UK major of 2025, where Phil actually played 2 triple triples in a single game, which is pretty insane, rare. And he sent me that game, and I felt like it would be, given that he just won the Easter match play, that it would be a good time not only to plug that game and to celebrate Phil, but also in this video, I say at the end, and if you want to see Phil and lots of other great players, come watch on the WESPA channel, and I'm going to be plugging it pretty hard in my next video, which should be dropping as soon as I proof watch it after this stream. So when the stream ends, I'm going to watch that, post that video with Phil, and of course, I'm going to try to promote tomorrow when the only way to watch the stream is on the WESPA YouTube channel. So let's see if my audience, if you're out there watching now, definitely want to encourage you, as Josh did. We're about to get underway in this game, to subscribe to that WESPA channel. It's really important for all of us in the community that we build up this channel. But yeah, hopefully my viewers respond to the calls to action, Josh.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait to watch that next video. Of course, if you somehow not subscribe to Will on YouTube, do so as we see the
Whatever.
opening rack.
I don't need any
EFILSTY. Pretty good opening rack. Another situation where you maybe want to go second. Fly tiers, Feistily, stuff like that would be available. One Stellify, I think that's good. One
Yep.
other thing I would like to say is I would like to make a call for two different things. Somebody plays drums, let me know. And if somebody is interested in editing footage, we could use so many editors in the Scrabble community. We don't have really a pipeline for that, but if we get a good editor for the WESPA YouTube channel, the content will be flowing like you've never seen, except on Mac Meller's channel and my channel maybe 4 years ago where I was posting daily. But well edited footage, like over and over again, multiple times a week, is the ideal situation. But I'm a terrible and slow editor, so that's the one thing. So over to Brian. I think FY makes a lot of sense. You could play Fitly for 30, keep the ES, but FY super restrictive. The EILST is very, very nice to keep as well. You're going to be very likely to bonus next turn, but I wonder what his game plan would be. He definitely has probably the upper hand rating wise against Chris, so maybe you want to minimize variance and play a little bit longer, play it for a higher score, but I think this makes tons of sense. If you draw the L, you get Stellify, Will.
Yeah, that was pointed out in the chat, and I feel like that's a cool little perk. 3 more L's unseen to you, that if you don't hit a bingo, and there is one. I don't think I mean, right now, I don't know exactly what play. Oh, what actually fits? Anyway, is it possible that I think it's really difficult for Chris to play on the subsequent board and not give Brian a bingo opportunity back, which is exactly what's going to happen. But if that weren't to happen, sometimes you can get some bailouts by playing FY over to the left and you draw an L. Stellify is a pretty good score for a non-bingo. But we're going to see you and then Brian extremely likely to hit a bingo in short order. The only question is what to pick.
Yeah, and I guess there's something to be said about playing the other version of FY, but actually the Y takes more consonant hooks than the F, so I think this is actually more defensive scoring-wise, but it just happened to be that Chris had the second Y. I was able to score very nicely. So tally's coming down. Chris keeping CUTI and drawing the Q. So that's going to be somewhat nice, I guess. Not ideal. I guess he doesn't have a great Q play, but he's going to be able to part with it for a nice, decent score of 28, right?
Yeah, it feels like something through here should be available, but it just isn't. So 28 for Quilt is good, but he can also play a quit if he's willing to open the triple lane. Points, 36 points leaving FT versus 28 points leaving CFT. So the C and the F aren't tiles that I would say mesh that well together, as Brian draws an absolutely horrible draw. You can see Chris has spotted a quit. And the T in the triple lane would be the only worry about this, but Brian in no position to punish it. He's going to play Torii for 15 and probably be happy that he's been able to balance his rack in the process.
Yeah, this is an interesting concept to think about, right? The reason you don't open triples when you don't have to is not necessarily because it might give back huge plays, but often it's because it gives back bailout plays, such as this one. Torii, way better than something like Aioli keeping 2 Rs. Little does Chris know, but this is going to allow Brian to balance his rack much better than if there was no triple open, and he's very, very quick to play this. So, yeah, interesting stuff. An FP draw for Chris Companies. He kept the F, drew the P. That those don't like each other at all, the F and the P, do they?
Yeah, for sure. Those are two of the least synergistic consonants out there. So definitely going to want to use one or the other. That would already be the case just because they're the highest scoring tiles on the rack. But it's very difficult often to use both of those tiles at once because they mesh so poorly together. That's what we mean by that. When tiles have bad synergy or are clunky together, whatever term we use, it's all kind of coded language to basically say there are not that many words that have those two tiles together. And this is a great instance of that where you really cannot use both of these letters together except with health for face value. That doesn't feel like the way to go here. You have to be able to do better on score.
But how do you do much better? Um, just just awful here. Like the best play fine, FINE through the eye of a quit for 15.
Yeah, that's
This
pretty bad.
feels like a situation where you should be able to score more than that and be happy, but how?
That's a good point. And I actually think rather than it being that difficult to use the P and the F here because of that one word pelf, says a lot that it's just the one word that we're talking about. But actually, the P is good with the other tiles, right? If you just play, EST and add a P to it, that's actually a pretty good tile to add onto that leave. Instead, we're going to see TEF, which is also reasonable, but I feel like EST is a little bit better than PEST versus PNS. But at least you're setting up a hook for yourself here, which is worth something.
Yeah, there's something to be said about setting up the S hook. The problem is you're also setting up pretty decent plays a lot of the time. Brian's already found Mihrab. I wonder if Bima is a better version of this. They both play here to the left of the EF, but Mihrab takes the S. Brian doesn't have an S, whereas Bima, the S hook exists, but it's not nearly as powerful. So I wonder
Yeah.
if you keep the LR, it's not ideal and you're scoring a couple extra points, but I would definitely play Bima instead with a small lead.
Well, computer engine on a short-term sim really likes the 2 extra points and keeping just an L. I think there is a sense of if you play Bima here, the S hook is still there. So it's not changing that much, at least in the terms of bingos. You're getting hit with slightly heavier bingos, and they don't give counterplay back after when you let Mirab's bingos go down. So my short-term simulation is potentially not capturing the full value of Bima, but I just feel like there is certainly value in getting the 2 extra points, and the LR combination isn't all that synergistic. So there's an argument to be made for this,
I
but
think,
when Chris
yeah,
play, you probably need to be a little more careful.
no, I think this does make sense. The more I think about it, it's not necessarily what you said. I think it's just if you play Bima, the overlaps are so much easier to come by and high scoring.
Oh,
For
the
Chris,
non-bingo overlaps? Yeah,
because
yeah.
look at this board now. If you don't have an S, how are you really scoring easily? So yeah, this was a great decision actually by Brian Poe, and I rescind my my suspicions that it was not. But it looks like apnea is coming down. This is a bingo miss. Chris did have a bingo through the L of tallies. Kind of hard one to spot, but it's definitely a word he knows. C plane was available. This scoring 41, C plane 62. So not a huge difference between the plays, but and taking out the S hook of Mirab, but definitely a miss.
Yeah, a few points left on the table. There's obviously no particular reason to assume Brian has an S, or he would have played it as a bingo instead of Mirab. So he didn't have it at that time. He could have drawn it in the 6 tiles that he just picked up, but you can be a little more sure that he's not holding one in reserve there. So probably just a miss, just not thinking of it. We've heard that Chris is a very fast player, likes to make his decisions quickly. Sometimes you do see that kind of thing when there are plays off the beaten path that might require a more deliberate approach. You could see those be missed by players that play super fast. It's one of the hardest things in Scrabble, Josh, to be a super fast player and also a super accurate player.
Yeah, and I think in this particular case, Chris being down on the clock hasn't been playing particularly fast, but definitely makes a lot of sense to think about it in those terms. Brian now with EELLNOX. No easy spot for an X, but you play something like Exile to the left of Tori. Tori. Okay, we're gonna pronounce it right.
Tori,
Tori.
I guess.
Hope you guys are. I hope we are acquitted.
Tori. Who
Oh.
cares? Sorry. It's game 9 or whatever. I'm over pronunciations. You guys get it. This word here. This word right here. So, all
We're
right.
seeing just X, which is, I guess, an obvious X spot. The problem with this is it opens a triple and keeps 2 L's, but it's fine.
Yeah, a little safer in terms of giving really nothing back at all. The leave isn't as good as Exile, but close. So back over to Chris. Ryan up to 180 here. Not very good. Just way too. Oh, look at that log line for Brian. That is going to play here. Seems unlikely to be blocked unless AUE goes down right here. Oh, he's going to play Q.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a very defensible play. Scores much better. Gives some overlaps back, of course. But this is a reasonable play. In this particular case, Brian gets log line. I'm quite confident he's going to find it fast. There it goes.
Yeah, and those re-overlaps of the CH are going to be pretty nice for Chris. I think that was another reason that this is a pretty good play. Although now, is he going to have... No, Rootages is not quite going to fit. The logline coming down, Chris not going to be able to respond under logline for a big score. And suddenly, tables have really turned in Brian's favor.
Yeah, he's going to be up 100, and Chris with low point tiles that don't bingo. So this could be a golden opportunity for Brian. Both blanks still lurking. Could pick one and start to run away with this. Oh, looks like we got a challenge here. 5 extra points are coming to Brian for that. Nice play.
Yes, indeed. So 257 to 150, and I guess it's fishing time for Chris Cummins. Luckily, you can score 23 points for a nice 0-0 play, overlapping the play you just made, keeping a very strong AERC. The problem is, Will, aren't that many spots for a leave such as that on this board.
Yeah, we've talked about it a number of times where boards being open or closed, it is something you get a feel for when you play more and more. You kind of just look at a board and can feel whether it's open or closed. If you're looking for a really good metric or criterion of an open or closed board, first thing that I recommend is where would you play a 7-letter word ending in S? If you can't come up with an obvious answer to that question, the board that's 1 point in the closed column of is this board a closed board? And that's the case here. There's no obvious place. FY does not take a hook. So that leave of rates is so strong, and it could easily still bingo. Don't get us wrong, but it's not as good as usual. The problem is, what else? I mean, is it worth? Are you saying maybe tack the T on, Josh, for 5 extra?
I think actually that's what I was going to conclude, is that it's probably better to take the 5 extra points for Oot, given that there's already a T on the board you might want to try to bingo to. But I don't think a big difference between the two. I was just noticing that Chris had aligned Aero Tours as a possible 9-letter word on his rack, which was pretty cool. Not a word, but nice find.
Yeah, so ooh is the play. If this is a mistake compared to playing the tee off as well, it is an absolutely microscopic one. But look at how quick Brian finds widget, which is an incredibly good way to burn through the clunk that he just drew, the WU combination, and score fantastically. If he does that, Waterers is going to come back almost as fast.
Most likely, yes. Waterers, that W providing a very nice home for these 7 letters that Chris has. So as long as he's sure of that, he's going to spot it for sure. 86 points, which more than doubles the play of Widget. And Chris still in the game after that.
Oh, so he juked us there. He put Serrate on his rack and then pivoted to the much better. So Serrated would have scored to this D for 70, quickly pivoting to Waterers for 86. Clearly superior. Nice work by Chris Cummins. And where are those blanks is a big question now.
Yes, indeed. 6 tiles to draw for Brian. There it is.
Oh,
You did it, Will.
there they.
Oh
There
my goodness.
There are they. Oh man, that's the draw he wants right here.
That are them.
So the rest of the tiles
crazy.
are not great. The U on his rack combines not very well with the Z, but just the fact that Chris not only doesn't have either of those 2 blanks, but we also know he drew terrible letters in their own right. Definitely a good situation, though he does have Gobo lined up if that stays open. But something tells me that I think Brian could have a strong incentive not only to play Zoe, but he could also consider playing Zobu Burning blank if he wanted to do that. I'm not sure how much information he's comfortable giving away to Chris, but it is tempting. Or he could just play the very standard Zoe and move on with his life with 2 blanks.
Yeah, I mean, we say that, but I would be looking a long time in this position for a possible bingo, maybe to the E of Widget. And maybe at some point during that thought process, I'd realize, well, even if I have something there, is it really worth doing? Or should I just score a 40 and not open a triple? But there could very well be a hidden, ridiculous bingo here for Brian. There are certainly 8-letter words with this combination of 7, but outsized comes to mind. How long do you look for bingos here before deciding to just play something else?
Yeah, I would hope that if I'm in the seat there that I wouldn't take super long, and I would just assume if there was a bingo from these letters, it would be so distinctive that it would pop into my brain quickly. That's the purpose of why we study the dictionary outside of these tournaments. When you're actually sitting in that chair, the relevant words pop into your head with as minimal effort as possible. So sometimes I trust that if it's not popping in there quick, that I can pivot away. But in practice, it is not that easy. Think to yourself, oh God, there's got to be something. I got 2 blanks. How could there be a bingo? And you end up spending way longer. So it is very natural. Looks like Brian has pivoted away. He's thinking about just playing Zoe. Makes a ton of sense. His odds of bingoing next turn holding 2 blanks are immense, Josh.
Yeah, he's in a fantastic position here. He's only up a bingo, but he has virtually an unbreakable rack. Like at some point, he's going to be able to bingo again if it's not immediately next turn. And Chris, I was going to say, Chris, yeah, is known to be a fast player. He makes his decisions relatively quickly. It feels like the ability to find plays and make them without thinking too hard about the game. You know, you might miss stuff like seaplane, but in the long run, that might be why Chris Cummins tends to come back in these huge events, is that his stamina is not being so affected by just taking every 25 minutes per game to find the absolute best thing he could possibly find. And there's something to be said about that. We're never going to be perfect, so we might as well be practical. And it really feels like Chris has a lot of energy, a lot of stamina, the way I'm seeing. He seems well rested. He seems focused.
That's such a good point. I've never considered that, Josh, that could easily be the reason for, some of these players that seem to rise from the dead often I've never actually thought, could it be because they're expending a low amount of energy to play a pretty solid game of Scrabble, if not a great game of Scrabble? Never thought about that. Appreciate that insight.
Yeah, and it's of course worth mentioning that I'm sure Chris is expending hundreds, if not thousands, of calories on the thought process. I know the studies are sort of not necessarily relatable or accurate, but we do burn a ton of energy in these tournaments, whether or not we're playing relatively fast. But I feel like maybe Chris has a slight advantage, evolutionary advantage in that regard, as he plays above, trying to open the board a little bit and get rid of the BV combination in a pretty awful position. And Brian can just close the door shut right now. He has so many bingos available now. Through the A or the B of above is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it looks like he's got bundists lined up. I guess there are other things like blind gut available off of that same B that don't put an S on the board, which maybe would be the tiniest bit more preferable. But again, this is like couldn't emphasize enough how hair splitty that is. Anything is going to be pretty crushing here. Bundists looks like it's about to be the play, and a solid one. 68 points. Going to go up by well over 100, and Chris has weak tiles left on his rack. This is looking very good for Brian Poe.
Yeah, and I guess the one nuance of this position that I would like to mention that might be important is the play like this. If Brian had played through the A instead, there is no easy access to this scoring spot, opening up the triple and opening up part of the board. Of course, if Brian draws anything reasonable, it won't matter. But there are some margins in which he draws very poorly, and a play like this can actually give Chris a fighting chance.
Makes sense. Let's see here. Chris already has his new tiles before Brian put his on the rack there.
Yeah, I saw Chris' reaction to Bundes. He's like, oh, okay. It's just,
yeah,
he's so nonchalant. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'll just play God. Clearly, it's a good idea. Keep things open at a deficit. And it's actually Brian to move here, though.
Brian Strong invoked. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, invoked. Unplayable invoked. Very nice. But of course, whatever Brian plays, it's got to be in this area. There's no need to leave anything up to chance. Whether it's a play to the D or a play to the G, that's what we're going to see. One of those two. Nowhere else is really worth playing. Under normal circumstances, you might consider playing something like Kiev's here to get rid of the K and the V, but there's no need to tempt fate, I would think.
Yeah, I agree. And there's 6 tiles in the bag, so Chris can only bingo once, and that's why he played God. He needs to open a triple-triple. He's down 100 points and needs to triple-triple. However, yeah, with any balanced rack, or relatively balanced rack, Brian's just going to be able to close the door shut. But he's still going to try to make his best play here. Spread is very important. Both of these guys are doing well in the event, though their point differential not so much. You'd want to have something like a plus 800 if you're Brian, maybe plus 1,000 if you're Chris, to really be in contention to leapfrog your compatriots with the same record as you. So I think Brian really wants to maximize his winning chances here. Or not his winning chances, maximize his differential here. That's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, how to do it. Let's take a look. Unseen tiles, 4 vowels, 9 consonants. Got the J in there, so I would say something to think about in terms of your leave is, can I absorb a J draw successfully? So I'm wondering if something like DOVED, is this a play that's good because it absorbs the J very well with a potential jinx as a follow-up?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a great play. Dived or doved, but yeah, doved for that reason seems really cool. keeping the nice ink combination. Even just king to the G of God would be nice as a backup plan. I like that a lot, Will.
So seems reasonable. He's going to think about it. This is the longest he's thought. I feel like Brian's played this game relatively quickly. He's made a bunch of moves fast and confidently, and yet Chris is up 7 minutes on the clock on him. Which that was the verdict on Chris. I would love to see the game that makes Chris Cummins go overtime. How complicated would that be?
Yeah, geez. Yeah. Well, while we're waiting, we're probably gonna have a little bit of a break between games, depending on how long Brian takes here. And I mean, I don't think Chris is gonna take much longer than he already has. But one more game after this, Will, to cap off day 3 of 4, the 2026 MGI International Classics UK in Milton Keynes. Great event so far. Oh my goodness.
It's been really fun. It's, I mean, I don't remember whether this is year 4 or 3 of me streaming this one. It's run together. I know it's at least 3, having done it the last 2 years for sure. And it just draws a great field. I love the smattering of players that continue to come from outside of the UK to come compete in this tournament. Seen players from Singapore, players from Nigeria, players from the US. So definitely drawing lots of people. It drew you last year, and my goal is for it to draw me next year. I would love to compete. Not sure how the stream is going to go next year without me, but I have a lot of confidence now in the ABSP stream team. However much I think right now, my main concern is they have so many big events in the UK that warrant streaming. You got to make sure that the stream team is supported adequately and that they're feeling like they've got a nice wind in their sails. People are supporting them, etc., as they've done a great job getting up and running. But apart from that concern, I cannot wait to compete in this event. And I'm proceeding as if I'm going to be there in 2027. So better study my words.
Yeah, and you better also study, not study, but actually play one of these big events. I'm so glad you went to the UK finally, Will. We're going to see Kinged come down. This is a very reasonable play, leaving 1 tile in the bag. The V, of course, not great to leave, but this is the decision Brian has made. He wants to leave as little time as possible for Chris to do something. Yeah, this is one of many, many reasonable options.
As little time in the game, certainly not the clock, as little theoretical time. Just teasing, of course, because I'm sure Chris is about to make his next move relatively quickly in this game where the outcome is mostly decided. Maybe he'll spend a minute or two thinking about how to maximize spread, but he has quickly settled on a potentially one of his higher scoring plays of a Jamon. Maybe that's what he's going to play. He could play his O there too with Jomon. Maybe the O has some utility in this end game. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's very, very small margins here. You want to try and guarantee as much as possible an outplay when 1 tile is in the bag. Try to play 4 or 5 tiles, try to guarantee outplays, at least threats of outplays with as many tiles as possible. From Chris's point of view, AEHNOPSV, of course, the V, probably the scariest thing for him to consider drawing. But major, leaving NOR, most balance you can have with a high scoring play. It's going to go out with so many different tiles. Probably going to do that. Yeah.
Cured ham from Spain. That's a great definition for jamon. Jamon. How would I say?
Yeah, jamon.
Jamon. Okay, nice. All right. So major ends up being the play. That seems like it should absorb a lot of the consonants from the bag pretty well, I would think. So sensible on that basis. And unplayable pavones on the rack for Brian. Is it possible that horns is the only outplay? I was just thinking to
Horns and
myself,
thorn. And horns with the S
oh,
in Bundus. There's 2 S's in Bundus, so it's kind of tricky to block everything. But it's possible?
just got to play parallel somehow, right? You got an S, you could play ST.
But Shorn? Yeah, I guess yeah, I guess something like pose
Peso.
or peso, yeah.
So something like that. This would be a tricky one. I feel like a lot of we're talking about stamina and fatigue and all of these things. I feel like a lot of these end games, the reason why that statistic about most even top experts getting end games wrong is probably more of a question of stamina in certain cases. Some of the end games are legitimately tough to solve correctly. And then a lot of them, if you just wanted to spend 10 minutes solving it, you could do it. So the real trick is how do you get your end game solving skills to the point where it takes you very little energy? That's the real challenge.
Yeah. It's tough. It's very tough. Sorry, I'm just looking at the end game. Song to the G is the best end game. Song to the G of logline that blocks everything and leaves vape. Where does that even paved? Oh, which needs to be blocked, and it's very hard to block that. Okay.
That's crazy. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm losing energy just trying to consider this, and I have the answer in front of me. So your point is definitely is very good.
Yeah, it's hard to block. What if you do so song what is the Okay, so this is definitely the way more simple way forward. It's about a few points equity hit or a few points of spread lost. But I think it's totally,
Yeah,
makes
it's
sense.
pave. The other one is pave, by the way. After song, pave and EME. That's the second play once paved is blocked. But yeah, Brian playing paved. Maybe he mistracked. That's what I assume happened here.
Oh, pave here. Okay, M-A-M-E, E-M-E. Got it. Makes sense. So, all right, final score here. Oop, hold on. I got to save it in the right spot to get the score finalized after those 2 plays. Hopefully that works. There we go. 474 to 355. So another nice win for Brian. Actually, I say another, but his first 2 games on the stream have been somewhat traumatizing, both ending in losses so close that he had to recount them. So nice to see Brian get on the right track with a big win on the stream. And Chris Cummins comes off of a 6-game winning streak with a loss here, but he's still right up towards the top. If he goes on another winning streak, he could still find himself right in the thick of it here. So interesting game.
Yeah, love to see Chris on the stream. As we saw him last year, he's always well kempt and plays a very nice game. But his winning streak has come to an end, and we'll start to look at some potential pairings for the final round. We'll see if Brian's going to talk to us. Will.
Yeah, it's up to him. Maybe he will. If not, we can definitely fill a little bit of time before our final game of the day. But man, this is going to be game 8 for us, 9 for the players. And there's still another a day of play after this. So I'll put the standings up here so we can just see if any of the other results are in. I think Chris is probably going to be beating most people to the punch in terms of completing his round 25 game.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, no interview this time, but that's all well and good. We can take a look at some of the pairings. Peter is playing Brian, who we just had. Ed Martin versus Lewis Mackay. That's pretty tempting. Rafael Dominichak versus Sam Crispin. We haven't had Rafal, I should say.
Yeah.
That could be a good one.
Yeah, Raf. Let's see Raf. Yeah.
Okay, so Roth versus Sam. All right, let's.
Yeah, one more game, and we're gonna see someone we haven't seen, who's a very, very strong player, very, very tall player as well, in Roth Dominiczak, and he's gonna be playing guy who's currently in second place, Sam Crispin, Will's favorite player in the field.
Is that why? Why do you say that? It might be true. I'm just kidding. Did I give that impression?
Yeah, it's okay to have favorites, Will.
But I'm
It's
curious
okay.
what I said to give you that impression. Was I? Oh, it was because I said unfortunately for someone else that he was playing. Was that him?
It's subconscious. You might not know it. You might not know it, Will.
So the thing that I like about Sam is that he is so much more composed than I was at his age. I could never have been such a good player at his age. I was way too sore of a loser and a hothead, which I don't know if anyone that knows me well probably is like, that can't be true, but it absolutely was true. There was no way I could have played this game at that age. So I'm always very impressed by people that can not only play really good Scrabble, but who also have an attitude of like somebody twice or three times their age. So, but if you were to like, if I were to look at this list and say who's my favorite, I love Harshan. He's so fun to watch, such a good player. Phil Robertshaw, one of the loveliest guys you could hope to meet. Hold on. Oh, Sammy Okasaga, one of my favorite people in the game. I don't know who else.
I'll go through every single player on the roster and tell me what you like about them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, just looking, I feel like almost everybody.
We have 20 minutes.
David Webb, I hate that guy. Just kidding. Just kidding. David is so nice. He's
Clip
such
that.
a friendly man.
Clip that.
No.
Yeah, he's got to clip that.
The war has started. It's Will Anderson to go first.
My favorite player is probably in that field is probably Ruth McInerney. I played her in 2024. It was the most confusing game of Scrabble I think I played that year. It was incredible. Just the voodoo. It was amazing. Yeah. That's the players that I like the most, is the ones that confuse even me, who is like the chief confuser in top level Scrabble.
That's
like
true.
those are my favorite.
Yeah,
Awesome,
you are.
awesome
You are
stuff.
that. You definitely lean into that role with
Challenge.
panache and gusto. So
Challenge
yeah,
confuser.
You've confused me many a time. Getting word that apparently Roth is very attached to
Superstitious.
using his own tile rack. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to
All tall
accommodate
people.
our
All tall people are
superstitious-
like that. Very superstitious.
Fair enough. But,
Bump your head enough and you start worrying about the exact rack you need to use in a Scrabble tournament.
So we can just continue to watch the standings roll in, continue to marvel at the 2,000 spread of now Peter Andronowski. Is he going to lose enough games to make this interesting on the final day? I have nothing against him, but I kind of hope he does, because at this point, he is in danger of continuing to run away with it. So we'll see if he won his previous game. He was playing against Sam Crispin. So I guess we're going to find out. And that's going to be a big win for Sam if he gets that, to keep pace. So we'll see what happens there. But definitely stratifying at the top there. Some of these top players. We're going to be laser focused on them on the final day. So if we look at this schedule, we just finished round 25. Down we go. Round 26. That's going to do it for today. Once we watch this next game, and then Josh and I are going to have one final, even earlier wake up. We are going to try to bring you rounds 27 through 32 tomorrow. And then we collapse in the fetal position, Josh.
And we'll have someone with some, probably some more energy than us joining the fold tomorrow. Again, we're not going to spoil who, but we have a nice co-commentator that might relieve us a little bit of our tiredness. But one more round today. Round's probably starting in around 15 minutes. They start on the hour. So we're going to be taking a break, I think, Will, for just maybe around 10 and coming back for the final round of the day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a little bit too much time to riff. So let's do that.
See if you can put a little blitz match on.
Yeah, we got our third blitz clip. So that should tide everybody over for just a little bit. And we'll be back in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes with Raf and Sam, our final game of the day. See you then.
I don't think you looked at the eye.
Huh?
I don't think you looked at the eye.
Looked at the eye? Well, I briefly, but no. 30.
Right.
Hmm. $26.
Oh, Tal.
Mikhail Tal.
Oh. It's actually better. Okay, man.
Wow, that was annoying. Who's block? How did he know? I see.
I think they just put the same thing in every bottle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a bingo from the arm.
Oh, yeah. Wow. It's a good thing I changed my mind then. Don't like this move, but I'll make it all the same.
Boring.
Okay. Abstract.
Oh, to this T.
Mm,
You should have told me. But now I will lose, definitely.
72.
Now I will. If I didn't know, if I didn't know.
Oh yeah, you would play with Shaman. That's just fine.
Yeah, now he has a
Now
excuse.
no,
excuse.
it's not an excuse. It's a certain thing that I believe if I miss something too obvious, I should lose.
No, I agree. I see. I feel the same way.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 7, 3.
$65.
5.
32. Two out of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what I thought.
No, you're doing well.
I'm doing that well, but I'm okay. 2, 12, 2.
Yeah, not doing that well, huh?
Nice. 35.
Full play. You're as close as you'll ever be, yeah? Feels like there might be a word somewhere. Pretty. It's not a word. $39.
I have officially thwarted your mission to give me 2 zats.
You what?
I have thwarted your intention
How much did I
to
have?
return me 2 zats. 65.
You think it's official? Wow.
Yeah, it's official.
Okay. 386 to 299.
396, not 386.
202?
If I come back into this, I've been in this business for a very long time.
Yes, I should.
I can tell you
Maybe.
that you can't come back into this.
something happen. Time is up. You keep playing, you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna sit here then.
Ooh, cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 30, 40, 42. Cute.
That was a good draw, though.
Yeah.
You have extremely small feet for a man of your stature.
Not extremely, but pretty, yeah.
Look at those feet. They're almost my size.
Nah, they're far from your
Tiny.
size.
You say anything?
They're far from your size.
31 T.
Okay.
I'm sure I have something there.
I doubt. You have something you would have seen it. Aiden.
Do you want to? No.
Did this.
All right, everybody. Big news before we cut back to over the board. Sam Crispin, who we're about to see, just faced off with Peter Andronowski and won. So we've got 2 players on 20 wins after 25 rounds. Those 2 being Peter and Sam. We are going to see Sam Crispin see if he can continue his winning ways against Raf. I have said his name a number of different ways, Josh. Do you happen to know for sure what the correct Rafal Dominichak? That would be my best guess.
Raffle Dominicek is what I think.
All right.
But
I'm going with
someone will
Raf.
tell us. Anybody
Right.
watching in the UK that knows. But yeah, Raf is safe, I think. But yeah, amazing. Sam is 20-5 in second place. So this is definitely an important game for him. But if he runs the table tomorrow, regardless of whether or not he loses this game, it'll be his tournament. So really awesome stuff. Ralph, on the other hand, is a behemoth of a player. Very, very strong. And he will be trying to test Sam's resilience here. You see Sam coming back to the stream table. Look how well he threw that pen onto his clipboard, Will.
Oh, well,
Perfectly centered.
Let's analyze it. Look at that. Look at that right there. Just a perfect line. This is like you know how they show people like there's this stupid social media brain rot analysis of like people, standing like this. No, people standing like this next to each other, but with like a lean, and they're like, oh yeah, this is the power pose, and then the other people are, leaning away, and that's the weakness. Anyway,
No, never seen anything like that. You're in some weird chambers there.
Well, in Scrabble, throwing the pen like this is the power pose for sure. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, this is maybe a match of one of the highest combined height matchups. Not that Sam is hugely tall, but he's he's probably still got another inch or so to grow, I would think. I don't know. When do people stop growing, Josh? Have you stopped?
Oh my God. Yeah, I stopped around Sam's age. Well, it depends. It depends what's in like the hormones in your milk and stuff. What that what that does. That's the theory, the leading theory on why I'm so tall is growth
Milk?
hormone in the milk.
Growth
but,
hormone. Okay. Nice.
um,
I'm an average size man. I'm 5'11", and in my wife Allison and her family are short, and they really butter me up in terms of making me say that they say I'm tall, and they tell me all this, and I know from Scrabble that I'm maybe a average to below sized man. 5'11". I feel like there are a lot of tall Scrabble players that make me look up at them. You yourself being one of those, and Raf another.
okay. Sorry. This sort of discussion is just.
Round 8, folks.
What am I'm sorry. I empathize. I empathize. Sorry, Will.
Round 9, technically.
No control. So we see Terry in the chat saying it's Raffle, which is I think how I said it.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thanks, Terry. Hi, Terry, by the way. Oh my God. I have to tell Terry something. I saw, it's probably not, I probably should tell her directly. It has to do with the Scrabble TV show, and I'm very disappointed with the Scrabble TV show. It has to do with a commercial they aired in the latest episode, which had spoilers that I was both simultaneously thrilled to see and very disappointed to see. So in any case, that reminds me, I'll send Terry a message later. All right, we got Raf and Sam sitting down. This is it. Final game of day 3. As a reminder, anyone that may just be popping in, we are at round 26. There's an entire other day of play with 6 games coming tomorrow where all the marbles will be decided. But this is going to do it for the stream today. And if we just take a look at the top players in the standings right now, it looks like Lewis McKay with a win as well, moving to 19. So he puts himself in good position. But Josh, I feel like if you're in the top 4 or 5, even 6, maybe not 6, you're in the top 4, certainly. If you win out from here on out, you will win the tournament because you're going to be beating all the people ahead of you. So everybody somewhat controls their own destiny in that group to the extent that you can control your own destiny in Scrabble.
Yeah, I mean, even if Phil wins out, he has 7 games left. He'll be at 23-9. He could potentially win it. But yeah, you're right. It's more reasonable to think about the top 5 at this point, considering the win differences between the top 6 and first place. So yeah, Raffle can't win the tournament anymore, but he can certainly cash if he goes on a nice run. That's part of the reason we're featuring him here. And we'll see what he gets. He starts against Sam with the starting move advantage. DLNOU.
Go either way here. Could get way better, could get worse. Outland.
Nice. Very nice.
Let's hope he doesn't play Lound too quickly, which would be a very reasonable play under normal circumstances, but not with the bingo there. So this is Raffle's first time on the stream. So,
his first time not using his own rack. So whatever potential misses he'd have this game can be fully explained by not being in his comfort zone.
Blame it on that. Oh, wait, we don't know yet. Oh, now we do. Okay, so this is, I feel like he must know Outland.
Oh, of course.
And it's just, I don't know.
I wonder, there are many ways to find bingos. One way is to shuffle tiles. One way is to alphabetize tiles. And I don't know what Ralph's style is in that regard. I guess we'll have some more insight into that later on. But this is a sort of word Outland. If you don't see it immediately, hard to then see it, because it's the sort of thing that should be automatic at this level. But when it isn't, you're not firing on all cylinders, when it's the 9th game of day 3 of a 32-game tournament, that's when we might see stuff like this.
Yeah, without question. We were talking about it in the previous game, talking of fatigue, talking of Chris Cummins, who's playing fast and has a ton of energy to burn. Um, and maybe why could that be? I really like that point you made, that maybe not grinding so hard each and every game could set you up really well to make some of these late comebacks against people like me who put way too much energy into each and every game. Roth hoping for a K, a blank K or a Q uh, to hit the board.
So he shuffled things here, but maybe is just as a result of seeing the possibility. As Sam responds with the Vaw, keeping the duplicate eyes, but scoring as much as he can. But yeah, no K or Q for Ruff, unfortunately.
Yeah, or a C, which you could put the C in front and the K at the end. So that might be more realistic. But just to shout out Sam's play there, that was a really nice play. Keeping the two eyes doesn't feel like that is the best way forward. But in this situation, getting rid of the V and W together is a better benefit than the keeping the two eyes is a drawback. So that was definitely the right play. And over to Raf now with some pretty good scoring tiles. He should be able to score nicely here. He's got some good overlaps. See what he can do with it.
Yeah, Mako looks great. And he spotted that. It's 38 points. Keeping ISC. Oh,
well,
just Mac. Just Mac
okay.
makes sense too. Keep the balance a little bit more. Don't set up a potential FOU or MOU or something like that. Leave the N open, which is actually crucially going to help him for bingo in many situations.
Yeah, I think I'm still playing the O there, but I'm agreeing that there's some upside to keeping it, and it's not a huge deal either way. So back to Sam very quickly, playing one of really only what I would say two plays that you could consider optimal. Ooh, nice draw. Anoints. Does that fit anywhere though? Nations? No. Onan.
Sonatini.
Sonatini. Wow, is it possible that I'm looking and not immediately seeing? Is there some kind of like nanolations or something through ALA?
Yeah, that's crazy. I think Raf is without a bingo here.
Oh, that is rude. Oh no, he's not. He has one, and it is a really weird one. And the fact that we didn't see it is telling. It's not a 9 or anything, but it's definitely tough there. And Twitch, Lord Livgan says it.
Oh, wow, I see it now. The B. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
To find an only bingo that ends in a B would be an incredible feat.
Yeah.
And you first have to know that it's a valid word. I remember learning this word alongside anti-smut, I think.
Yeah.
Which I guess I kind of spoiled it, but it's a really cool word. See if Ruff is able to spot it.
Certainly it didn't appear to, I think, either of us. I feel like in this scenario over the board, I would sort of be evaluating a lot of these, marginal spots. I would be thinking, well, what about this N? What about this I? And eventually I'd get to the B, and hopefully at that point it would flash on me. So I'm not necessarily believing that just because Raf doesn't see it now, he won't. I think it's just low on the priority list of places to check. And when he eventually gets there, it might pop into his mind.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So the word anti-snob available for Raf. It's a, I guess we could call this a, what do you call it when it doesn't hit anything?
Airball.
Airball. Thank you. Sorry, I very rarely miss, so not thinking of that word. But yeah, it's pretty much an airball. It scores 61 points. So very close to surface level score, which would make a lot of journalists very happy whenever they talk to you about how much a certain word scores.
Yeah, they always none of them have ever done a bingo bonus for a longer word. They're always like, "Oh yeah, and the new highest scoring word in Scrabble is Quinzhee, Quinzhee, which could earn you a cool 28 points or something like that." Which is like, if you say so.
Close, yeah.
Yeah. What is it? I don't know. Whatever it is. 29.
24 plus
Well, Quinzhee, the Q and Z are 20 alone, right?
yeah, 24 plus 5.
29.
Mhm.
So Roth in the tank here. If he doesn't play this, then what, right? On?
It's just a brutal turn if you can't find anti-snob. I mean, the bingo itself isn't fantastic, but yeah,
That's
like
kind of
Stain
cool.
is a great leave. Nation is an awesome idea. Know that Roth spotted Nation. It's a possibility, but maybe not through the N. And he's playing Not, setting up the S for Snot, keeping AINS a very reasonable play as well. And over to Sam, who's now gotten a great spot to play Bice, the word he was looking at already. Plays underneath Bifid with OB, Tick, and Fey. Don't think he's going to take too long to make this choice, right?
Yeah, this will go down quick. He is very likely to correctly ascertain it's not getting much better than this here. Not is certainly giving Sam a good amount of information, namely that Roth almost certainly has an S and 3 tiles that are pretty good for bingoing as well. And in fact, he draws Agonist and Gitanos among probably some other stuff, but that information is not enough to deviate from the by far best equity play of Vice.
Indeed. And now Roth needs to redeem himself here and find this high probability word, or words, like you said, agonist. I would pronounce that word differently, but I won't. We're not there anymore. And Trolley, so this is actually going to be a bingo trade situation. Sam is going to be able to play
no matter
down
what,
there,
right?
also here.
And after bingos, any bingo that Roth plays, it will also give a new spot back too.
Yeah, and so we see it. See the word that I refuse to butcher. That's the highest score, 75 points. And I think you probably are right that now you just play to the S. Your Sam, double your word, double your letter, and block some potentially big underlaps to one of those triples. We're rough. So definitely a slow start, but things are heating up a little bit. Both blanks still out. Top left of the board still accessible. Curly's is going to grant access to the top right as well. So probably going to have a pretty open game. Literos scoring a little bit more, actually. This is probably a good adjustment.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like, is Trolleys somehow more defensive in the sense of denying some of the overlaps that might go all the way across through the E? Maybe, but I don't. Well, it looks like Sam is considering that, right? I think it's probably Trolleys is a little bit more defensive, but it's probably so subtle as to maybe not be worth 2 points, that's what we're talking about here. Minutia.
Yeah, the overlaps as well of the word literos with the constant vowel pattern are easier to come by. I think the key here, the nuance is that even though Sam's going to be taking the lead here, he will be slightly behind given the open triple under that word starting with the G. But oh my goodness,
how many words are in that rack? That's a fun question, but I suspect that Roth can spot them. Although, if you don't spot any of them, you don't spot one, you might not spot any. That doesn't make any sense as a piece of analysis. All I mean is, if you're not thinking about this as a cluster of bingos, you might not think about pythons, which is the normal word there. And then there's all this other stuff in there, typhons and phytons as well. So,
Yeah. So there's
yeah.
only 3, but then there's so with the IC, oh, it looks like Stony, which is such a strong play, is being played instead. This is definitely another pretty large mistake by Roth, not taking the time to maybe find those 7s, but Hypnotic, Pythonic, Phytonic, and
Typhonic.
Typhonic. Yeah,
That's the
those
4.
are that's the one with 4. Thanks for holding my hand there, Will.
That's all right. So, all right, what to do now? So, retaking the lead, still a very solid scoring play, not quite as good as the lead he would have had if he had played Pythons or something similar for Roth, but still up. Sam with the Z, that's good. J, not as good when you also have the Z and a boatload of consonants. This is going to be a tough one because your eye is drawn to playing G's through this E. You could play it 1 over, which is even crazier given the E hook that this has. You can see Roth has 2 E's, but even here is so risky. You just get hit with big scoring plays. So I would be trying to pivot to something, anything that's palatable apart from that play, Josh, but there's going to be hard.
It's a really yucky position for Sam Crispin. He is only down 36, but regardless of what he does, he's going to have a host of consonants to trudge through over the next move or 5. He could have to deal with that for a long time. And sure, he could score 40 plus. He was considering playing Zay next to the ER of Literos, but all of these plays have one problem, and the problem is the leave. G's has the separate problem of setting up that E, like you said. So I wonder if you just play Jor and JO.
That seems, at first glance, it seems like a meh play, but when you actually think about it, leaving MZ definitely has some upside. You could pick an I and immediately hit super hard with a big Z bomb by keeping MZ together. You undouble your R's and keep your lone vowel still on the rack. I think this has a fair amount going for it, in that sense. And just playing ZE there, 46 points. Hard to turn up your nose at that. But let's just see. It leaves Sam very vulnerable to consonant draws here. E, oh,
Yeah.
and another R. Yikes. He did get an E, but ouch.
But
The
even
third
so,
R.
yeah. Even so, it's not a good situation. Why maybe playing more constant heavy stuff and potentially not allowing this sort of overlap. Yeah, it is cool that it sets up 0 plays. That was noted in the Twitch chat through the O of Literos, but that's not really a path that you care about much. So Pe is the response, keeping very nice EINO as long as Roth can draw some more constants, so opposite problems, as we so often see. But very high score there to continue to pad. Small lead that he has, and that's a great draw. Wow.
And Iron. It's sees it. Wow. Huge swing here. Could be bad news for Sam. Collecting as many R's as he can. He's going to be disappointed to see another R hit the board that he can't grab on his rack all at once. Just kidding. There's very little he could have done. I guess JOR would have helped alleviate this, but 46 points for the Z, hard to turn down. Now what though? Looked like he was thinking of maybe playing Erev here just to score and bide his
Probably
time.
worth it.
Also, you could play Je here for 36, leaving MRRRV. What do you think about that leave, Josh?
Nope. Exchange. He's considering the exchanges, I think. Keeping ER, keeping ERM. Erev is a pretty good play. There's also Jiver through the eye of Literos for equity, keeping MRR, but that is just such a horrible move on so many levels. Opens a huge triple, blocks the board. So the exchange makes perfect sense, and Endiron coming down. Post haste for Ruff, and he's going to have a huge lead, over 100 points after this move. Sam needing to draw something, both blanks still out. Maybe you draw a natural, and he draws Owie.
Yeah.
Meowier.
That's right. Meowier. My cats have been so good today. They have not been as meowy as I normally experience. But yeah, Owie. If not for the million other hooks that you have to worry about, you could play that word right here and set up your R for Rowie, but that is a very scary play given that your opponent can easily have an R or a D, or not sure if the OT. Jeez. So maybe it's better
or a
to
Y.
just, oh man, there's so much. So maybe it's just better rather than just playing Owie. If you're going to play in that spot, just tack the R on and hope
No,
that.
I love it. I love the play of Owie, Will. And
Do
here's
you
why.
really?
Here's why. Sam is at a very big deficit, and sometimes I like to think, all right, how likely am I to win this game at this score? Maybe 10%. What are the chances opponent has a hook to Owie? Probably close to 90%, something like that. But if it's anywhere near my winning chances minus or plus whatever I'm worried about, I like to take the gambit. And what if Roth has a T for Towie? What if he doesn't have a good play there? And what's also awesome is by putting an E here, you get to open up a potential double-double later on. So I love the play of Owie. It's probably not correct. Probably play Rowie, but
it certainly generates a huge amount of angst for your opponent in that 10% of the time when they don't have a hook, which in fact, this is one of those, right? Like you have a blank, but it actually, maybe Roth is playing Fakir after that.
maybe
he might do that. Instead, just quickly, you see Low come down for Sam, trying to draw something a little better than GU. And Roth instantly playing Chi, which isn't necessarily, he could have played Caddy here, obstructing some lanes. I feel like this has major benefit to block the D and E, at least partially. You don't block it fully. They're still extended down, but
I think it's mostly just that you get rid of one of the A's and you're so much likelier to bingo yourself. I mean, the board as it is, QI blocks the S hook on not, which is almost irrelevant at this point. It might be relevant later on, but I think, the main benefit is just you're getting one of those A's off your rack and you're preventing a bunch of different types of stuff, but that part of the board is pretty open regardless. But I think Kadi was a better play.
Yeah, the A thing is relevant, but I just feel like blocking some of that top action in the top part of the board, top right, is also hugely valuable here. Putting that Q there is such a death sentence for continued opening plays as it is with this area open. Could we see Sam just play like meowing or something like that here to try to get his way to those blanks ASAP? Maybe. It burns through a lot of tiles. Is that what he wants to do?
I mean, both blanks still out from his perspective, so it makes a lot of sense to try and go for one. Yeah, I think this is a great play.
So his winning chances are low, to be sure. He has now clearly spotted that idea. Thinking about it, it looks strong. There's this idea which I've never been that swayed by, that you need to play. There are certain instances where it does make sense, but in like the mid game when you're down by a lot, I'm not sure I buy the logic of playing fewer tiles to extend the game. I think it's a very infrequent application of that principle. Think about that.
Yeah, there are other other factors that are far more important, at the very least. So we see mewing, and Sam has one chance now to draw something, I would say, before Ralph gets too close. He doesn't have a bingo now. He has too many A's. He spotted the word Afara, which is quite nice. See what Sam gets. L-A blank R
Ooh.
CO, so
Okay.
he'll be able to bingo, I think.
Caroler. Yeah, caroler. Something like that. Racloir.
Racloir, yeah. Can I teach you how to pronounce? Probably not. You have to roll your R to make it sound perfect. Racloir.
My God. How can I compare to such beauty?
Well, I get to pronounce some things right, at least.
Yeah, what to do for Raf here? It's hard to.
Oh yeah, he can play his name.
That's true. He should be trying to block something at the top, but it's not really that easy to do that without giving some new spot back. So I'm not sure what. Like, are you looking at playing frame or something like that? Which, whoa.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was going to be transparent. I just wanted to make. Oh, I can unfill.
Click fill. Yeah, click fill shapes. Yeah.
So this is really where the action is at. Sorry about that, guys. I think if you're looking at this board, there's a couple other things going on, but this is where things are really happening. So if you're off, you want to play something near there. Sorry, I cut you off on your thought, Will. What do you think about this? You want to block something?
No, I'm not. I don't know. I was just we're drawing on your head in retribution. I had no great analysis. I was mostly just thinking that it's going to be very difficult to find a defensive play. And I was thinking about something like a fear here. And the reason I think that's kind of interesting is it doesn't perform very well against an S because of SMA, but it does perform well against ER and ED and things, all of which that play here, right? So you are defending against a certain type of play somewhat successfully with a play like that. Here now, Sam has the option if he wants to play something like Caroler here, setting up hooks he doesn't have and pray. I don't know about that. There's a lot of hooks to ram. C, D, T, G.
But he doesn't have. All he has is Caroler and Racloir, and I guess he has Rectoral through the E for 60 points. Is that really worth the sacrifice here? I think you have to just go for it. But oh my God, he's gonna get killed with that X afterward.
He's thinking about it. He's just going to go ahead. I think it's probably this is one of these scenarios where you just got to pray to dodge, but also it's hard to dodge. D, D, G, P, T, T. That is a lot of hooks there. So it's tough. If you can dodge them, though, you put Raf in an absolute hell scenario.
Yep. As they say, if you can dodge a wrench, you could maybe dodge a huge 55-point play.
Or D-Wax. Or D-Wax.
D-Wax is 81. Oh my goodness me. And okay, that's it. Sam has drawn horrendously. If he wins this game, I will eat my food that I have in my fridge.
Here on
Sorry,
Twitch,
eat my shorts. That's what people say.
Yes. On Twitch, let's hear more about Dodgeball is my favorite movie ever. Did I say that? I think I told a story on Twitch once of I have an absolutely horrible track record of suggesting movies that my in-laws, my wife and her family will enjoy during family gatherings. And one movie that I just didn't remember, I thought it was the funniest movie ever when I was a college student, was Dodgeball. And then I recommended we watch it, and it just went over like a lead balloon. It was bad. It was truly awful. The humor
That's not
is
your fault.
It is. It isn't. I think it 100% is. I mean, I didn't realize how big of a moron I was as a college student, I guess. But I was. In any case, let's see what we got here. decks.
All right, holding on to the blank
Sure.
is Roth. He's got very good chances of drawing a bingo under Dram through the E of low, especially on the next move. And unseen to Sam is just beautiful stuff. I don't know what he can hope that Roth has under within those tiles that are unseen to him. There's pretty much not a bad rack that's even nearly possible with those unseen tiles. He's just drawn everything bad.
Yeah, this is as bingo prone of a pool as you're likely to look at. This is really good. The only blemishes are the no ends to support the G and then I guess the U, but this is like you're getting bingoed on a lot here. 2 S's, really, really good bingo tiles to support them. A big S hook right here. This is grim. Sam knows it. I guess the best thing you can say is that he's 20-5. He's still in fantastic position. If he drops this game, then he's going to be just fine. Still controlling his destiny tomorrow with pretty much only 1 or 2 players that he could be looking up at in the standings. And he's played well in this game and really throughout. I'm impressed. You mentioned that is it obvious that Sam's my quote unquote my favorite player? I'm not sure about that. I definitely feel a huge amount of respect for Sam for being already so strong at age 17. But I like to spread the love around for all different players, I think. I have a lot of favorite players, but Sam's one of them for sure.
And Jivey coming down, this is very sensible. It does sort of inhibit the E of low, which you kind of want to leave open at this point. But keeping PHUT, there's a decent amount of things you can potentially threaten to draw. Hooking onto Dram, and maybe you can draw something like Can you draw Eutrophy? Something from the E and low. Is there anything possible? Maybe not.
So
Smarter people than me can figure that out, but yeah, a W is not happening for Sam.
yeah, for sure. Roth has bingos here that would just end this immediately. Not easy, but I think something like at minimum Goliard, which he has on his rack without the blank, that feels findable as a relatively high probability 7. He's got other stuff through the A too. Even if he doesn't, he's in commanding shape here. So nice win for Raf. About to be cemented if he can find this. And even if not, he's in really, really good shape.
Almost someone mentioning almost Pahuatia, which is amazing for Sam. But could you consider trying Ufuate? Ufuize, Ufuist. Maybe at this point you're that desperate, but I think with the situation, you're not that desperate. You want to control your spread differential if you're Sam Crispin. Not try anything ridiculous, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go too crazy here. Although Peter Andronowski's spread is so big that maybe if you're really tracking him in the standings, maybe it's okay to go crazy because you're probably not catching him anyway. But Lewis Mackay is very close. And look at all the spreads actually between Sam, Lewis, and Sammy. You definitely want to pay attention to your spread because it might matter when if you're tied with any of those 3.
Agreed. And so 10 minutes around left for Roth to try and find the finishing blow here. It is a sort of somewhat pressurized situation for him because he is still only at bingo range above Sam, and with 7 tiles in the bag, there are still some things he needs to worry about a little bit, like Earth Set from the E of low would be very, very devastating in terms of score. And if Raf doesn't have a bingo and doesn't draw a bingo next turn, that could be enough for Sam to come back. And all of the bingos that are available through the floaters of Caroler and under Dram hooking it. So you're sort of in a situation where you really feel like the only way to 100% win the game is to find a bingo, which is added pressure, especially when you're on stream. With a blank, it's definitely tough.
Agreed with that. Oh, here we go. This is the word that I had the highest degree of confidence in Raw finding. There were a few other things. There's a really there's a really challenging foursome of words of Galliard, Gaillard, and then the P versions of those instead of the G, of which only one of them is valid in North America in each of the pairs. And that takes a little bit of honing to get that down. So we'll have to see. This blank could be a Y. We'll figure that out. It's probably an S because that's more of a quote unquote normal word. But we will get the verdict, I think, on what blank that is. It's a blank Y. Nice work by Roth to make a slightly tougher letter. Well, is it tougher? I think it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Goliardi.
Yeah, it's nice. Gyroidal Goryeo. So I think it's Payah and Galliard in NWL, right? But they're all good in, you were saying they're all good in CSW. So yeah, Sam, obviously, this is the greatest part about making the blanket Y is that Sam is basically forced to challenge. He's not going to challenge Goliards, but if there's any doubt on this one, this is the only way he can win the game is challenge this off.
Yep.
So +5. Very nice. And the highest scoring play for Sam now is Raph, R-A-P-H-E from the R and Caroler, which is hilarious.
But Raph has esterase that needs to be blocked.
Oh, wow. He's about to draw Cedars.
Yeah, he's going to have a bingo here, which that is even more brutal. So a tough final game of the day for Sam Crispin. Let's see if he can get this right. This is going to be cool if he gets the correct. What he has to do is play something here, right?
Yeah, but if he plays Raph, doesn't Raph have to resign?
That could be a fun house rule. Somebody plays a synonym, your exact name or a synonym of your name, you have to sign. That would be fun. Let's hope. It looks like clocks haven't been started again. Not that it matters at all.
Yeah. Effa, I think, is the most reasonable word there that blocks the E of low. But yeah, first things first, I mean, he's already seen it, Sam. He's already seen esterase. So it's a possibility. He's seeing Effa. He's seeing everything. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's all
that
you
is
can
his
ask,
best
right?
endgame.
All you can ask is that you continue to see the right plays no matter what you draw. It hasn't really been Sam's game from that perspective, although he did have some very tricky positions in the mid game, namely with the Z and J, on his rack there, where we could have seen a different set of moves, but those were very tough to navigate those. Arguably, Roth made the way bigger mistakes in this game with Outland, Anti-Snob, Pythons, right? But he's drawn very well, and he's made a couple of very good plays too.
Absolutely. And yeah, that was really the one turn. The turn where Sam played Zay. Man, these circles are just not getting any better, are there? This was the turn, I think, that changed the game and what Sam would want to look back at, see where he could have improved. This was too committal to scoring points. The leave was dreadful, and he didn't really get out of that for many, many turns. Even mewing was still a situation where Sam was dealing with the outcome of playing something so rough on the leave standpoint. He had to exchange the next turn, and Dyron came down, and that was about it for this game. So definitely you can point to who made the bigger mistakes, but if you're trying to improve as a player, trying to win as much as possible, that's not something you're in control of. You're in control of your own decisions. And the best players are the ones that really look into these things and focus on the things that are within their control.
Yeah, this is why sometimes I've had discussions with people where somebody will say like, "Hey, you want to play a game of Scrabble? Oh, but you probably don't want to play me." And I'm like, "I'll play anybody." I just when I sit down to play Scrabble, it certainly matters a little bit who you're playing, but also there's a really important element where it truly does not matter who you're playing, and you're really only ever playing against yourself of trying to make the best decisions possible in the game. And who's sitting across from you is relevant to those decisions for sure. Might want to make adjustments based on who that is, but the core of the game is unchanged, and you're just trying to play as close to the best that you can. So, yeah, that's but you know, going going as rough as possible on a civilian non-tournament player kind of gets old for those people quickly. So you got to be careful of that, though. But that is not a problem any of the players we're watching tend to have. That's if you're one of those people at home who bullies your family and friends playing this game, you might be one of us. Come join us. Find a tournament near you. This is the hobby you've been waiting to acquire all your life.
Yeah, let's find all of the bullies. Please join the Scrabble community.
Yes.
No.
If you have been a jerk to your family and friends all of your life, playing Chi and laughing as they complain, we want you in our midst. We want your toxic traits and personality to enhance our community. Come join us now. How's that for a sales pitch?
Oof. So good. So good, Will. You are the best sales pitcher in the game. Everything you say is gold.
God. So anyway, Sam makes a great play there. Even in defeat, still making optimal plays, blocking the bingo. Now, we're not sure if Ralph saw it. He probably would, but there's no evidence of it yet. But either way, good job by Sam. Block that possibility. This should set Ralph up to go out in 2, though, yeah?
Yeah, Sam's not going to be able. That's the one thing that I'm so impressed by is that, of course, one of the first things you want to do in an endgame is look for sequences that allow you to go out before your opponent. And of course, the way to not go out before your opponent is letting them bingo out. So wanting to block Esterase is primordial here, very important. But looking for a way to go out in 2 after that, I guess, is really difficult given the situation. But the speed at which Sam played this is pretty impressive.
Yeah, agreed. Especially because he had honed in on it almost instantly and then evaluated a bunch of other possibilities, checking those, and went back to his initial instinct, which was correct. So nice work there. I think now it's up to Roth to try to come up with a good out in 2. He doesn't really have very good scoring tiles, so that's going to be challenging. An interesting spot is reuse. This scores quite nicely with those letters, so that's his highest scoring play. If he spots that, could be nice. He just has to feel confident that Sam's not going out with these letters, which when I look at those letters, I feel pretty confident he doesn't have an outplay.
Yeah, maybe the singular of uterus, uteru. Think about some weird things like that before realizing, okay, I'm good, I'm golden.
Yeah.
Try to go out in 2 and maximize. I'm very serious, Will. What's so funny?
1 uteru.
Yeah, reuse is the best endgame for off. It keeps Sat and Taz on the bottom row at the very least. So very nice, but there are a number of ways to score something with these tiles despite their 1-point values. ARETE is a nice 24. You can use both S's if you want. Just like this. I guess this is EST, but this is a very, very reasonable play as well, keeping AERS. Est for 19 points. Or 20 points.
20 looks like, yep. And Sam is going to have precious little to do. Certainly not going out. He'll get another turn, and down comes a nice looking play. Utu, 16. Doubt there's anything much better than that. And now finally, Roth should finish this one off pretty quick. And that's going to do it. We made it through day 3, Josh. Wow. It's been quite a journey to this point for us and certainly for the players. Looks like Peter Andronowski winning his round 26 game. Sam is going to lose his game, dropping him to 20-6. And we will await the Lewis Mackay and Sammy Okasaga. I guess all of the 3, 4, 5 that you see there have yet to get their results in. We see the final play. Ours. How do I say that?
Aries.
Aries.
I guess. Yeah. Or maybe just ours, like the letter. Yeah. So we'll see if Rob is willing to talk to us. Otherwise, that we will try to get those updates before Will and I drop asleep after waking up at 4 a.m. But great win for Raf on stream. I'm sure he'll be disappointed to see the things he missed, but he got the job done. He made some really good plays when it was absolutely essential to do so. And yeah, great job by him taking down one of the leaders.
So yeah, Sam going to move to 20-6. We're not sure what place he'll be in, and just for now, we'll just have it go to 15-11. But yeah, we'll know a little bit more in just a few minutes, probably, how the standings are looking at the end of the day here. But yeah, tough one to end the day for Sam, but I have to say he's still in great position going into the final day. It's probably going to take some victories over Peter Andronowski for somebody else to do it, but that is definitely possible, as good as all these players are. So we'll talk to Raf real quick and then see if we have anything to promote or plug, and then time to eat, edit my YouTube video, and post it. Phil Robertshaw, one of the top seeds in the field. It's gonna be a video about a crazy game that he played, which he tripled twice. Not something we see very often. I did a video about you, Josh, and your game with Mike Johnson, where the two of you tripled back to back, which is super rarely seen. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, those are great videos. People love to see people scoring more points than the surface level value of their plays. Man, those journalists are really missing out, aren't they?
Really funny. Find a journalist who understands Scrabble challenge. Difficulty
all
impossible.
Journalists. No. We love you all. Please give us more coverage, no matter how silly you sound to the community. As long as you sound good to the people watching, and those people then join the fold, that is all that matters. I apologize for my my insolence. Oh yeah, so someone in the chat was there with that game, me versus Mike, and he was being pretty disruptive in the room, and so was I, but it was a lot of fun.
That says a lot, because you were the winner in that game.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, we're getting Raf
Hello,
on
Raf.
the headset.
Hello.
Congratulations, Raf, on a win on the stream. Nice
Thank
work. You. How are you doing? How are you feeling at the end of day 3 here at this marathon tournament?
It's well, I'm feeling good because the tiles are flying, but I've just been told that I missed 2 easy bonuses.
Oh,
who told you that?
Oh.
Who's giving you that intel? Shame on them.
There are some people here. But,
I'm just kidding.
I would have.
Just kidding.
Well, yeah, but it's just like it didn't even occur to me to look at the first sort of rack. It was so kind of But I was an anti-snub. Oh my god! Also another.
That's ridiculous, though. That one was crazy. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, you got the job done. It was your first streamed game. Have you been streamed before?
Oh yeah, I have.
Yeah, but it's always nerve-wracking. You didn't have your rack either. We were talking about that.
Yeah, it's just like
so. Don't worry about it.
Go along with it, but one thing I'm very happy actually about is that I didn't miss Enderon or something, because I must have missed this word 50 times in my career because it's so high prob, and I just keep kind of blanking it. So yeah, I'm this is my probably biggest claim to fame during this game, not missing this easy one.
No, you made a lot of great plays. We loved PEH. Mac
Well,
was a great play.
that was a no-brainer. Is esterase a word at the end?
Yes, that's why he blocked with EFA.
Yeah, that day I figured. Yeah, I would have played it. So yeah, you could actually see that I couldn't go wrong with the tires, and this is the kind of theme of the day, most of the time, which is yeah. And I'm just even expecting to get blanks or balanced rack, because sometimes it's just going that way, which is nice because it's been a long time.
Yeah, that's Scrabble for you. There are days where the tiles run hot, but you got to still be the one that plays them on the way to victory. And you just beat the player who was in second place in the standings. Not an easy feat. So that's a great win for you on the stream. Moves you up to 15 and 11, and you got 6 games tomorrow to potentially improve your position from there. So
was it the last game today?
We think so. If there's another one, then I'm about to fall asleep. So I need to get a replacement. Just kidding. But
yeah. So you have energy for more. Tell us a little bit, Ralph. Like we were talking about how ridiculous of a marathon tournament this is. I have a couple questions. First of all, how do you stay energized in such a long tournament? And second of all, once you've answered that, let us know a little bit about this tournament for those that might be wanting to participate, or those that want a little bit of a look inside how the tournament runs.
Yeah, well, I've been drinking a lot of water, so that's my sort of secret to. I'm actually surprised with how I'm coping physically, because normally after 20 plus games, I hardly know how to spell my name, and which probably partly explains why I missed easy words. But actually, Loud I decided to be smart. So I'm gonna play Loud and then extend it to Lounding. that was my first thought, and I just hung on to it. And yeah, I just encourage everyone to give it a go, because it's a great tournament, international field, 19 countries I think are represented, very well run. So yeah, it's just one of the probably most exciting tournaments to attend, with a very strong field, as you can see.
Yeah, for sure. I
myself excluded.
Far too humble. You're right up there in the thick of things. I've been saying on the stream that I'm making it my goal to attend the 2027 version of this tournament. That's going to be something I hope to do next year. But in any case, we're going to let you get over to dinner and relax after a hard day of Scrabble. But we appreciate you hopping on to chat with us for a few minutes, Raf. Great win, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for all the work that you've been doing throughout the tournament.
It's our pleasure. So there you go, folks. We'll get the headset back from Raf as we call it an interview there. And very humble, great player as he is. Sam also phenomenal, but it's been such a treat to watch all these amazing players compete. That's all we're trying to do here, is to get as many of you out there as excited as possible to watch this amazing game played at the highest level. If you have been enjoying the stream and haven't already, definitely want to reiterate that call. Please subscribe to the WESPA YouTube channel. It's something that Josh and many others, I'm playing a small part here, but many others of us are really excited to see this channel grow. The sooner we get to 1,000 subscribers, the faster that it becomes a monetized channel that can reinvest all that energy back into the community. And that about does it, Josh. We made it. Day 3, 6 more games tomorrow. What do you got for us as we call the stream here? Oh, your audio again. Your audio again.
It's gonna be a walk in the park. I'm sorry. I was just looking at how many subscribers we're at. 529, it looks like. So a bunch of you that might be watching, please click the subscribe button and like the video so that this can be spread throughout the algorithm. But yes, I'm very excited. It's gonna be a walk in the park. Just 6 games. We're gonna have some help hopefully in the very, very early morning. So we're coming back not at 5 a.m. Eastern if you're on the East Coast of the United States. Or Canada like we are coming back at 1 hour prior at 9 a.m. UK time just to cover every single essential match left in this 32 game tournament. So we hope to see some of you there. Please feel free to stay up with us or wake up early with us. We love the company. That's about it for me.
Awesome. Just a quick standings rundown before we call it a stream. You see Peter Andronowski in the lead heading into the final day. Lewis Mackay winning his game to move up to second. See the rest of the top group. Really looks like a 5-man race with maybe the outside shot for a 16-10 go on a spree tomorrow. But yeah, we're excited. Josh and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you all so much for watching. See you then.